Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna koga book.
And there it is, and here I am, Somori. At least I understand what Somori is. It's quite a funny thing how some of our languages have crossed over into each other, just so without us even noticing. So now that word Somori that we were hearing from our brothers from the north is also a Yoruba. Well, I don't know if it's a Yoruba word or if it's a word from the north, but it's also within the Yoruba lexicon. As Somori, we use that as a loose reference to a gathering. So essentially, you have the summary of this platform is essentially where that metaphor landed. I wasn't even intended to land it there, but that is where it seems to land naturally. So yes, good day. How are you? Good to see you. I'm also looking for a Yoruba music as well. So we've got the Igbo music. We've got somewhat a bit of another music. So I'm also looking for a Yoruba music as well to complete the trilogy of the introductory phase. So you all know what my Instagram handle is. So send me what you feel is appropriate. But something deep and concrete like Ejinle, not Fuji music, all these modern day stuff, something deep and concrete. So yes, good day. Good to have you again. Always a delight. Happy to see you here. Welcome to you. So all that. So I'm never quite sure how to position this thing. I'm not sure even if you want to see that much of my face. But there it is, nevertheless. So good to see you. Good to have you here. Good day. So welcome. The usual protocol, click on the like button just exactly as you're coming in. That should be the first order of business. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then click on subscribe as well. And then this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. Let me repost it so it's immediate to hand. This hyperlink right here that says StreamYard is your invitation to join us on the screen. You've all seen all the new voices, elegant, intelligent voices, Bishop, Patrico, Simba, all of these new voices that are coming now to become regular fixtures every day. All they did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and Bob's your uncle, they are straight on your screen. So there is no magic to it and there are no reserved slots. The only person that gets preferential treatment, as you know, is Ajale Koko. But anybody outside of that is just for first come, first serve. So if you're a new voice and you feel you want to be part of the conversations we have here, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your open invitation, click on it early so you can book your slot. So do that. And then, of course, that annoying thing that I do every day, so the buy the coffee thing, that's it on your screen right there. I ask every day, it gets ignored in most instances, but I put it up there anyway. It's just part of the opening phase. So that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee is your invitation to nod towards the platform. So you have the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section, which some people use, but not enough people use. So if you want to tip towards the platform, or if you want your comments highlighted and read out on the screens, then you use that hyperlink, that dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section to make that comment. So if you do that, then it gets highlighted, often instances read. If you want to tip towards the platform, this buy your host cups of coffee thing is the preferred portal of the platform. So click on it and it's 3 easy steps. So let's do all of that. So that's the administrative stuff. But what you've really come here for is probably this. So there it is right there. And that is where we're kicking it off. We're kicking it off with a bang. And bang says he. If we fail to do so, then our existence is useless. Obasanjo sends warning to Nigerians. So this is Baba Iyabo now. So they say 24 hours is a long time in politics. I'm not sure that there's ever been a greater truism spoken. 24 hours is a long time in politics. Sorry, what's going on? All right, let me just carry on. I'm having some technical things here. I'll deal with it when I'm playing the Kegai thing. So yes, they say 24 hours is a long time in politics, and you can already see the crossover of Obasanjo just playing out in technicolor, in slow motion. This is Obasanjo crossing over now, essentially. To the because you always have to be with, this is the one thing about Obasanjo, he always wants to be with the winning side, and he has lost 2 cycles now. Remember, he went against Buhari in 2019, he lost out, and then he went against Tinubu in 2023, he lost out. So these are now the last vestiges of his political relevance, and if he doesn't play his hand cleverly within the next couple of weeks or so, it could be skimmed out of relevance, never to be seen anymore. So this is now Obasanjo now slowly sliding to the side of the evil side, as the obedience will have you have it. If we fail to do so, then our existence is useless. Obasanjo sends warning to Nigerians. So there it is. So this story, nothing at all to do with politics, but see, this seems to be agitating the Nigerian political, not the Nigerian political space, but the Nigerian society. So this is why I'm bringing it to you. Nigerians cheer as Hilda Baci or Basi inches closer to Guinness World Cooking Record. So I'm almost certain not to read the body of this. I don't know what is going on there, but everybody seems to be agitated by this. Nigerian chef Hilda Baci, popularly known as Hilda Baci, recently embarked on a mission to break the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking time by an individual. Baci, who is no stranger to breaking records, as she won the maiden edition of the Jollof Face-Off competition held back in August 2021. An Indian chef, Lata Tondon, recently holds the world's longest cooking marathon, and she completed the task in 87 hours. Sorry. I beg your pardon. Some music. Oh, hold on. Some music just suddenly popped into my ears. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Is it disobedience again? Oh, all right. Gremlins in the works. Oh, all right. Let me move from there. Hold on. All right. Sorry, it was coming from that particular space that I was in. Suddenly, the music just woofed in. But that's essentially that lady then won a world record for. I couldn't get to how long she cooked because there was just music pumping through. He has barely 2 weeks in office. World Bank asked to halt disbursement of $800 million loan to Buhari administration. So with 2 weeks left, and I'll play you a clip on that space as well. So with 2 weeks left, Buhari still are very much, they want to rinse the very last out of the life of that country. This is what seems to be the goings on there. They want to rinse the very last out of the life of that country. What is left now? What is left? You know, what is left? What is left to the country is so indebted. Everybody is in alarm, and even with 2 weeks to go, this guy is they are claiming they are borrowing 800 million naira to insulate fuel subsidy. What's your business with fuel subsidy? You are out in 2 weeks. The only business you have is really to be packing your bags and sweeping up and making sure you leave the place prim and proper. But there it is. People move against him, of course. We'll see how that plays out. Reconciliation. I have no running battle with Tinubu. So this is Bode George now luxuriating in his new now found relevance. So as we spoke yesterday, as we discussed yesterday, as we read yesterday, emissaries sent out by the Tinubu camp to go and parlay this purported Lagosian who had promised that once Tinubu is sworn in, he will pack his bags for Ghana. So now, he's now speaking to now that visitation by Tinubu's camp, but what is his response? Reconciliation. I have no running battle with Tinubu, Bode George. So even embedded in that is already a language of working his way back, because usually his language towards anything Tinubu is always usually potent and sharp. But now there's already reconciliation, there's already a contrition, maybe not contrition, but there's a conciliatory tonality already, even from that headline. So how that plays out, we find out shortly. So now this now a space that even Zita was speaking to on this platform when she first birthed on this space. Now a senior within the South comes in just to, or is Ebonyi, even the South. Ebonyi people marginalized by Igbos. We will never be part of Biafra. So this is David Umahi, the governor or the erstwhile governor, the soon-to-depart governor of Ebonyi State. So we'll be picking through those blinds to see what is going on there. Usually a very toxic place to go to. So this one now, a conversation that we've had. And this next topic, the opinions are sharply polarized. Some people feel it is nothing that will ever happen. And a lot of people feel that it is something that is inevitable and even now quick upon us. The de-dollarization, the removal of the dollar, I can't pronounce that word. So the de-dollarization of the world is what we're talking about. Let me take you to the headline, which probably explains it best. 30 countries now ready to accept BRICS currency. So there it is right there. We've always said that the dollar is about to be rivaled. The dollar is now being rivaled. And anybody that feels that the dollar is not being rivaled, then they are in for a rude shock. that root shock coming 30 ways, 30 countries now ready to accept BRICS currency. So quite what that means. Although we've seen different inflections of this that came and went, but the strength of the countries that make up now this new young Turks coming into the financial space, the strength of their economy makes this more of a potent thing, more of a potent space. So let me go on to the next headline. Alleged study leave. Don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria. Honor charges DSS. So it'll be a total failing of the Nigerian security structures or even the Nigerian legal system if this guy is allowed to bail out of that country anytime this month. Emefiele must be at his seat on the 29th of May and then on the 30th of May await his fate. That guy's passport should be seized. And I'm pretty sure that the DSS are monitoring him anyway, but will he be allowed to slide out of the country? And should they even take instructions for him not to slide out of the country, given that wherever the instructions are coming from, they are more of a lame duck space now? Alleged study leave. Don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria. Honor charges DSS. So it'd be a travesty, if that guy is allowed to escape that country. So we move, we meander all the way through that to land on this. So we birth on this. Igbo youths lament alleged relegation of Southeast to 7th position in power sharing. And this is where it's all landed now. So this is where it's all landed now. All of them, you see, the way this election was played out, especially from the Obi space, is win it all or lose it all. You know, I don't know if you've ever been in a casino and then you put all of your money on red. So if the ball lands on red, you walk out of that casino a very rich man. And if the ball lands on any other color other than red, you sleep on the streets. So sleep on the streets. Igbo youths lament alleged relegation of Southeast to 7th position in power sharing. So if they are giving them the position of deputy, if they are giving them the position of deputy senator, deputy house speaker, even not even deputy senator, deputy house speaker, if they're giving them that position, then that tells you they've given them nothing. They've given them absolutely zilch. They might as well have designated the position of T-boy to the Southeast. So what is the meaning of deputy speaker of the? What is that even? They should reject it really, but some careerists will probably cling on to it. They're better off being given the position of a T-boy. But a man that is not a T-boy, let me flash something up for you. This is a bit like an advert I'm about to flash up for you and to you. I'm flashing up tomorrow's session, and any and everybody watching now, if you've ever watched this platform before, I implore that you watch tomorrow because we're going to be having one of the leading presidential candidates in the elections just gone by joining us tomorrow. So I've gotten his commitment directly from himself. So I've gotten the commitment directly from himself. So that's the man I'm talking about. So this is the headline for tomorrow. So it's already up. So if you want to go and bookmark it, go and bookmark it now. So we'll be having the SDP candidate. I think he came 5th or 6th in the election. So we'll be having the SDP candidate join us tomorrow to tell us exactly what's transpired just during that election. So bookmark that. I've got the commitment directly from the man. So with some confidence, I have the expectation. So bookmark that for tomorrow. So bookmark that for tomorrow. So now back to today. So back to today. So that's what we'll be contending with. And then I'll be playing you also a little clip of Seun Kuti. I'll be playing you also a little clip of Seun Kuti preening and peacocking post-slapping a police officer. So quite what emboldens that little rascal. We'll discuss that hopefully at some length. So the clip that I'm going to be playing you, by the way, I'm not sure that anyway, I'll play you it and then we'll form conclusions. But certainly I'll be playing you a clip of Seun Kuti that speaks to just how he is entitled to slap police officers. At least he said that much. So there it is. So a mixed blend of everything. When is it never not a mixed blend of everything on the One Man Went to More platform? So the usual protocol: lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just do this. Let me remove that from the screen so you can see. Let me come. Yeah. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just do this. So put your hands up and surrender yourself to this space for however long the session lasts. It's going to be a wild roller coaster ride. I say that with confidence because it is always a wild roller coaster ride. So surrender yourself. There'll be laughter, there'll be a befuddlement, and certainly there'll be tears before bedtime. Tears before bedtime. So there it is. Let me now just take that micro break with the Kegite song. We'll delve straight into the throes of it. But first, let's go to the Kegites. But bookmark that SDP guy coming to join us tomorrow. Hopefully, so we make it as busy as we can just to value him.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chifu Failati kekere elemure o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku Koniru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. If we fail to do so, then our existence is useless. Obasanjo sends a warning to Nigerians. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has emphasized the need for Nigerians to unite and join hands towards making the country achieve its full potential. The former president noted that individually, each citizen of Nigeria is unique and always excels individually. But beyond that, there is the need to harness the potential for the benefit of the nation. According to him, however, without justice, equity, and fairness, no country, including Nigeria, can attain greatness. He added that making Nigeria better is linked with having the right kind of leaders. The former leader warned that if Nigeria fails to live up to its expectations, questions should be asked of every stakeholder. Correspondents report that Obasanjo made the submission during the National Daily Awards in Lagos, where he was the keynote speaker. The former president also said the earlier leaders of Nigeria during the immediate past independence era performed better in office than those after, because they were determined to make the right decisions for the country. So a lot of people would argue that it's exactly the post-independence leaders that got us into the position we find ourselves now. In fact, in making choices of leaders, I would say Nigeria of post-independence make the right choices of leaders. We all know that if your choice is right, the performance and consequences will be right. Obasanjo said, when the then Prime Minister went to the United Nations post-independence, the world referred to Nigeria as a giant in the sun, not even a giant of Africa. But the question is, have we lived up to that? If we have not, the question is why? Are there certain qualities that leaders in the post-independence era had that are absent in the leadership of today? We talk about values. Have our values changed? What is Nigeria today? And what is the Nigeria we want? How do we want to get the Nigeria we want? So I don't think actually that's a question. I don't think that's actually a question, really. I think we're all clear somewhat on the sort of Nigeria that we want. We want the sort of Nigeria where the rule of law reigns supreme. We want we all know the Nigeria we want: strong institutions, accountability. Please stop stealing our money. That's what we want. Are you especially, Baba Yabo? Over a long period of my life in peacemaking and mediation, I have come to realize that peace, security, and stability are essential ingredients for the development and growth of any country. Without justice, equity, and fairness, no country can attain greatness. When you look at us individually, there is something unique about Nigerians. Wherever they go, they excel individually. Today, when you look globally, Nigerians are doing great things individually. It is time for us to unite and take the country to where it's supposed to be. If we fail to do so, then our existence is useless. We need to make a difference so that we can leave behind a better society. So, lofty words from Baba Yabo, but So yes, lofty words from Baba Yabo, but there's a tinge of hypocrisy to anytime Obasanjo speaks. You have to weigh him against the opportunities that he had to effect. Because when Obasanjo was president of this country, of Nigeria, that was the best period to effect long-lasting systemic changes. And because he did not effect those changes and he just let it run amok, subsequent government then invested a highly corrupt system and they just feasted on that corruption subsequently. So the best window to have effected a change of direction for the country would have been under Baba Yabo. So you always think of that when you hear him speak. So there's somewhat of a tinge of hypocrisy to it. A tinge of hypocrisy, and talking about looting, Buhari came to cleanse up the corrupt stable, but is leaving it stinking more than he met it. He has barely 2 weeks in office. World Bank asked to halt disbursement of $18 million loan to Buhari administration. The World Bank has been asked not to disburse the 18 million, not the 18, but the $800 million loan sought by the President Muhammadu Buhari administration. This was disclosed in a letter to the Global Financial Institution by the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP. Recall that the federal government had earlier this year said it planned to borrow $800 million to support 50 million Nigerians as palliatives for fuel subsidy removal. So not only is it not necessary, you cannot borrow 800 million with 2 weeks left of your administration, if that, without the intent not being the sole purpose of looting it. So that's one. And then also the reason for borrowing this money is no longer relevant. Because Buhari himself has deferred the removal of the subsidy to a decision to be made by the incoming administration. So that money must not be handed over. I recall that the federal government had earlier this year said it plans to borrow $800 million to support 50 million Nigerians as palliative for fuel subsidy removal. Recently, he wrote to the Senate seeking approval for the said loan. But SIRAP, in its letter, wants the World Bank President David Malpass to suspend the disbursement of the 800 million naira loan and await proper explanation from the incoming administration. The advocacy group alleged that the usage of such loans needs to be clarified in view of the economic problems bedeviling the country. The statement partly reads, the World Bank should comply with its own articles of agreement in disbursing any loan. The bank should not sacrifice international standards in the rush to disburse the 800 million naira loan to the government. Suspending any disbursement of the loan to the government would reduce the risk and vulnerability to corruption and mismanagement. SIRAP is concerned that the government is seeking to spend the loan when it has barely 2 weeks to leave office, and when the project objective and intended purposes for the loan is reportedly approved and will be dispersed remains unclear. The government has not satisfactorily explained or justified the need for the loan at this time, especially given the lack of clarity on its use and the crippling debt burden, the disproportionately negative impact of these retrogressive measures on poor Nigerians. So essentially, don't give them the money is what he's saying there. So let me just give you one more readout, and then I'll come into the room. Hopefully, the room is populated. So let me give you one more readout. Ebonyi people marginalized. So yeah, let me share it on the screen. Ebonyi people marginalized by Igbos will never be part of Biafra. So this is Dave Umahi now speaking the language of enough is enough. Ebonyi state will never be part of Biafra due to the marginalization and slavery its people has suffered in the hands of Igbos, says Governor Dave Umahi. Ebonyi will never be part of Nigeria because of the marginalization and slavery that Ebonyi people had been subjected to over the years by their southeastern brothers, Umahi said on Wednesday. Agitations for the sovereign state of Biafra, led by secessionist group Indigenous People of Biafra, has been rife in recent years. Mr. Umahi has never hidden his opposition to IPOB agitation. The governor was reacting angrily to allegations that Ebonyi indigents were responsible for the fatal attacks that is ravaging Anambra State. He described the allegations as false, adding, if any Ebonyi person is caught in killing, that person should be killed too. According to him, the killings in Anambra are political killings that has no link with Ebonyi people. He said the criminals who were from other states in the southeast zone had been arrested for the killings and other heinous crimes in Ebonyi without announcing their state of origin. The governor, who is the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, wondered why other people derive joy from tarnishing the image of Ebonyi people. Anambra State is literally under siege as unknown gunmen have upped their attacks around the state ahead of the governorship election scheduled for November the 6th. I didn't know that there was a governorship election scheduled in Anambra. I thought Soludo just came in barely not that a year ago. Many residents, including prominent physician Chike Akuligili, have been murdered in the past few weeks. How far back does this go? I wonder, when are we reading this from? Oh, right. So, this is old news. I beg your pardon. Okay, let me abandon that quickly. That was 2021. I don't know quite who sent that in to me. Let me give you this one then as a substitute, just to vary the conversation. We've talked on this topic before. 30 countries now ready to accept BRICS currency. A growing number of countries are showing interest to join the BRICS alliance and accept the new currency. BRICS could soon become BRICS Plus, as the South African ambassador hinted that the alliance could expand this year. The decision to allow other countries to join the bloc could be taken at the next summit in August in South Africa. the ambassador confirmed. The ambassador confirmed that more than a dozen countries have formally or informally applied to join the BRICS. The alliance will become stronger after expansion as their GDP will raise ahead of the United States and other Western powers. This could put the dollar and the euro on the back foot as the developing nations might end reliance on the USD. Therefore, BRICS stands in better position to usher in a new global financial order than at any time before. So there it is. I hope Nigeria is amongst these names. According to the latest reports, 25 countries are ready to join BRICS and accept the new currency for international trade. The countries that have shown interest to join BRICS alliance: Afghanistan, Algeria, Argentina, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belarus, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Nicaragua. Yes, Nigeria is there. Nigeria. That's what I was looking to land on. Nigeria, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Sudan, Syria, the United Arab Emirates, Thailand, Tunisia, Turkey, Uruguay, Venezuela. So if we are looking at the countries that are actually bringing an economy into that space, Argentina bringing somewhat of an economy, Bahrain bringing an economy, Nigeria certainly bringing an economy, Iran bringing an economy, Mexico bringing an economy, Saudi Arabia bringing a huge economy, and the UAE, Thailand as well, Turkey. So the dollar is under threat. Whoever doesn't want to believe that can keep burying their heads in the sand. BRICS comprises 5 countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Therefore, a total of 30 states are now participating to dethrone the US dollar from its global reserve status. If these countries ditch the dollar and begin cross-border transactions with the new currency, the USD could be hit. It's not could, or it's more would. The dollar could weaken on a global scale and find no means to fund its deficit. The soon-to-be-released BRICS currency could have the power to eliminate the dollar's dominance internationally. So, so when we first happened on this as a topic, we were discussing if they were going to adopt one of the currencies of the BRICS nation, Brazil, Russia, India, China, or South Africa. But it looks as though they are coming out with a fresh and unique currency. So if this plays the way they are intending it to play, then what you have in the international scene, is the euro, the dollar, and then now this new BRICS currency. So China alone, the second biggest economy in the world, Russia, a huge economy, and of course, you all know the size of the Saudi economy. The countries that are interested to join BRICS are also all rich nations. Therefore, the alliance could force European countries to pay with the new currency for oil and not the dollar. Read more here. How many? So there it is. Because the Saudis, they were saying not quite a few months ago that they don't want to continue to denominate their trade in dollar anymore. They don't want it to be petrodollar in terms of how they sell their oil. So TikTok, the dollar under threat. Let me just bring you this. I said that was the last one. We make this the last one. Alleged study leave don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria. Honor charges DSS, and so say all of us. President-elect Bola Tinubu's, so it's Tinubu's camp that's even speaking. President-elect Bola Tinubu's spokesman in the Southeast, Dr. Joseph Honor, has charged the Department of State Services, DSS, to ensure Governor of Central Bank, Dr. Godwin Emefiele, does not leave Nigeria for any study leave abroad. Allegations of Emefiele's planned study leave abroad surfaced over the weekend, with many believing the CBN governor wants to escape Nigeria before the inauguration of the president-elect Bola Tinubu on May the 29th. Those making the allegations believe that the president-elect would not bend the rule in favor of Emefiele if he's sworn in having introduced the currency redesign policy in an alleged bid to create obstacles for Tinubu during the presidential campaign. Presidential spokesperson Gabashehu denied knowledge of the study leave, with the CBN maintaining that since the presidency has made the statement denying knowledge of the study leave, it will make no further statement. But Honor said, I am telling the DSS that whether the study leave is true or not, it should ensure that Emefiele does not leave Nigeria. If Emefiele wants to get a study leave, we have credible universities in Nigeria that are willing to grant him admission where he can do his study leave, and these universities are ready to comply with CBN regulations regarding monetary transfer and payment modes to institutions of his choice in order for him to prove, etc., etc. Therefore, going for a study leave abroad and would not be fair to our universities in Nigeria that are willing to grant him automatic admission. We should promote our own. Okay, so the president-elect Bola Tinubu has made so yes, it wants him tied down essentially. So that's it. No escape for Emefiele. But I suspect that he will find a route to cut and run. So find a route to cut and run. So thankfully, not cutting and running, eminent panelists. The Prime Dot joins us. Thank you. Bishop, certainly in some car somewhere. The Ikemba of Abeokuta, Hassan joins us. The Basharon of Toronto, Ola joins us. The Alpha One of the Woman Went to More platform, Ajan Lekoko. Our band from the Limerick side, our Irish fella, the Progressives, and Darati joins us from the Gambia. So there it is. Good to have you, gentlemen. Good to have you on board. So let me kick it off first. Let me kick it off. Let me kick it off with. Let me kick it off with you, Hakeem. So Hakeem, are you ready to go? Oh, all right. Let me kick it off with Hassan. Are you ready to go? So can anyone hear me?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, all right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good to have you, Hassan. So good to have you, Hassan.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. How are you all doing?
Yes, I can hear sleep in your voice. Are you tired?
Yes, a bit, but I'm okay. I can still, contribute.
Oh, okay. So to it then, and immediately to it, alleged study leave don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria. Yeah.
1 month. Sorry, I mistakenly took myself off. I was going to unmute myself, but I mistakenly took myself
okay,
off. Anyway, you can go ahead. I'll come back. I'll join.
Okay.
After this, you can come to me.
All right. You say a real gentleman. So to it then, alleged study leave don't allow. Yeah. Go. Do you want Hakim to go first? Is that what you wanted to say? All right. Let's go to Hakim then. So
there's no problem if you would go first. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you the meaning of oro ke LMU. What's the meaning?
You know, oro keke. You know, keke lemu is palm wine seller's bicycle. So you know when it's rattling, it's usually a rickety bicycle. So when it's rattling coming down the road, it's signaling that the palm wine seller is coming. So that's what it means.
Well, man, let us go ahead. After him, I will go.
Look at that. After you. Are you English people? Like after me, after you. All right, to it then. Alleged study leave don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria. It must not be allowed to. It must face the consequences of his actions, if there should be any consequences. And I hope the DSS have him on a watch list, by the way.
Well, as it concerns Emefiele and the kinds of things that he has done, with the changing of the money, the parallel dollar market, because Emefiele's sins are plenty. It's just that the straw that broke the camel's back was that unnecessary change of currency. That was where he made the most enemies. Um, I don't think there is any possibility of him not leaving the country. I don't think it will be the DSS can act fast or arrest him or anything like that. We already know that they are toothless bulldogs as far as Nigerian situation is concerned, because what they are doing is not like they are always working in the interest of the country. They're rather working in the interest of the person who stays in Aso Villa. That is what they have demonstrated over time, and a lot of other institutions too, like the EFCC and things like that. They never go after people in the ruling party. Therefore, this is similar to what happened during Jonathan's regime. You remember, of all the people in Jonathan's government, it was Dezani that was the most marked amongst them, because she brought the biggest scandal with the $20 billion loot. During the transition between Jonathan and Buhari, she took her leave and then left the country. You see, this is a scenario that I think will play itself again in the Emefiele situation. The moment he gets out of this country, then I don't think Nigeria can do anything about it any longer, because he would go and lay low somewhere and then come back. And one of the things that I don't, I think it's an institutional and it's an institutional flaw, let me say in our constitution. There is a flaw the way we handle succession in this democracy. What I would have loved is a government that can, change the electoral law to ensure that there is ample space between after a presidential election and the time to hand over. You see, we had the election in February, right? So March, April, May, 90 days. That is a whole lot of time for looters to strategize. If they want to change cash into gold, if they want to move money to an offshore account, if they want to, whatever they want to do, they will try to fix those pieces, and then they eventually leave. So when an incoming government comes, it is helpless. It cannot arrest them because they were not there, and they must have crossed their T's and dot their I's, such that it will be very difficult for the next government to bring them to book. At least that was how that was what happened with Buhari and the thieves in Jonathan government. This is looking similar to what will happen again this time. I would have loved if we have a system where it doesn't take very very long before the person who wins the election takes over, such that there won't be time for looters to perfect their strategies to run away with our money. But anyway, it seems it is Buhari that is giving this guy a pass, since he's the one that approved the study leave and all that. This is a Buhari doing. I know Tinubu would want to bring him to book, but I don't think he'll be able to achieve it, because from the way I'm seeing it, he must have already planned everything out to be out of this country as long as Tinubu is in power, because he knows that what they tried to do with the Naira redesign, was perceived by the Tinubu as a calculated attempt to, rig him off, or ensure that he fails in winning the election. Anyway, even if it is not that, the sheer amount of suffering, the lack, the death, the destruction, the hunger, the implications of that currency redesign, and the manner in which they implemented it, it's going to continue to have serious consequences, because a lot of people have lost their capital. A lot of small and medium scale enterprises have gone under. It's a very, very serious thing. And another crime of Emefiele too is, the way he handled the forex and dollar exchange is one of the worst in the history of this country. You see, they'll be selling. They'll say they have an official price of the dollar for 400 naira or 357 or thereabout, but it is a con that they are doing for Nigerians, because there's another parallel market that is selling the dollar for 715 naira. So they will have their cronies. They will give them access to the dollar. The CBN gives access to the dollar to cronies, and then CBN makes Nigerians suffer. So if a Nigerian wants to have access to dollar, he would only get it from their cronies. And what those cronies do is that every day some get 5 million, 10 million, 20 million dollars, and they sit in the comfort of their home with just their phones. So you get it for 400 naira or 350 naira, and there is so much scarcity of the dollars that in the next few hours you must have sold all what you have, getting to 10 million or 20 million.
You seem to know a lot about this, Asan. Are you confessing something?
You see, it's the reality of this country. They make billionaires overnight with that nonsense, and it is bleeding the country dry. I know of somebody who was he was hawking eyeglasses in Meduguri here. Yeah, he's a hawker. He hawked eyeglasses, and he sells second-hand shoes. But this guy somehow and was related to a lady, who has connections, and she is part of those people who got the largest from. Do you know that this guy now
Are you
is
talking
a
about
multi-billionaire?
Ahmed Bashir? Is it Ahmed Bashir?
No, 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 no. This guy is under the radar. It's only people in Meduguri that may know him. I'll not call
Assam,
his
sorry.
name. Mm.
What you're talking about, I don't think he started in Buhari time. He has been there, this arbitrage. He has been since the time of Babangida Crusade, just that it got worse
It got
in
worse.
Buhari
That's
time.
what I'm saying. It got worse.
Okay.
That's
Because
what I'm saying.
Dangote, the official federal government gave me officially, till today, Dangote still buy dollar at
Mm,
320 or lesser
mm,
because of its refinery, whatever. But Dangote took years
mm,
to build his refinery. The money Dangote has made from the dollar is more than what he's going to make in the refinery in 10 years.
mm.
So
You
a lot
see,
of them benefit from this thing, not just only Emefiele.
yes,
Thank
it's
you.
unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yes, it's unfortunate, but that's the reality. I've only seen that it got worse. That's why I'm pointing it out. And Emefiele knows what he is doing. He knows what he is doing. He's a very dangerous man. He's a saboteur. He sabotaged our economy, left it in peril by his dubious, unnecessary, dumb monetary policies. And apart from that, that's one. Two, that's two. The third one is a lot of people are not paying attention to the credit market here in Nigeria. You see, the credit market, as the central bank, supposed to control all, financial institutions that gives credit. There are a lot of loan, microfinance bank and online loan applications that are milking Nigerians dry. They operate haphazardly. Some of them are not even registered. And a lot of banks too are cashing in on innocent Nigerians with humongous illegal interest rates, because Nigerians are pressed during this regime of cash and things like that. They look for whatever means necessary to get money, and then a lot of them fall into the traps of these. Some of these microfinance banks are even owned by Chinese. You would borrow, say, 10,000 naira, and then they will ask you to repay, say, 17,000 naira in 2 weeks. In fact, some of them, what they do is they trace people and they slander, and they destroy people's reputation. Some will hack into people's phones, and then they will send bulk messages saying, the person who owns this number is a fraudster. He cannot be trusted. All sorts of nonsense. He left the space so ungoverned, so unsupervised, that it has killed a lot of Nigerians. It has destroyed people. A lot of people went into depression. So the way in which Emefiele has done what he did, he doesn't deserve to get a pass and go. But it seems that is what Buhari wants to do. Okay, yes.
Now, see,
Yes.
my concern about this, the way we handle things is I don't know how we are going to handle this, because the way I see it, if Emefiele is doing this thing as a policymaker, as maybe in his official capacity, this is not as a private individual now. How do we?
Yeah, go on. No, I was going to say something but carry on.
So how do we prosecute him for what he's doing officially without being able to establish that, okay, he has manipulated this policy, like maybe some information has made that as insider dealing just to benefit from it. You can make a bad policy and not necessarily you benefit. But if you make a bad policy and you are not able to establish, how can you prosecute that person? Because that's the challenge. You got my point?
Well, yes, I do. I think the first step is to give him his day in court, because if he gets away with the Naira redesign, because he would say it's purely based on a regulator's point of view, and that is why he did that, because CBN has the power. When the investigation is dug deeper into him, all those cronies that he disbursed those dollars to, they are going to be fished out. I'm telling you, if the investigation is done, because there are rumors that part of the people that are even enjoying this are from the president's immediate family. You see, so this entanglement that because he's a kind of a smooth criminal, a smart criminal, when he knew what he was doing, he ensured that he got people from the family of the president, as alleged anyway, into the whole thing. They benefited from the whole thing. That will mean that he will be protected.
Yeah. So sorry, just as we mentioned, there are allegations around one of Buhari's daughters that I'm aware of around that money something with Emefiele. Yeah.
Yes. So then it is scandal after scandal after scandal that this guy has done, and he's about to escape. I don't think that if it is not Nnamdi Kanu style that the next government will do and get this guy, I don't think we'll see him again until after 8 years before he comes back and continue doing what he's doing.
I'm sorry to interject. What about Sorry. What about Sajjad Farouk? What about Sajjad Farouk?
Hold on. We move on after that, but I have the interjection here.
Okay, sorry. I think Emefiele need to be arrested or to question or come to something to face some certain trials. But what about the rest? People like Sajjad Farouk, the Attorney General of the country that is facing the recent allegation. I guess you guys heard about the allegation about of billions of dollars between them and NFPC or BNPL, what they call it. So many of the ministers and
hold on, Warpace. The allegations against Malami, it predates this administration. It's the culmination of are you talking about the 20 something, about $20 billion something?
That's one of the Yeah, that's one of the recent. Previous ones that they included these ones too, and it's Sajjad Farouk that's selling billions. Many of them like that. I just use this tool as a reference. Is it only Emefiele will go after and forget the rest, or the rest supposed to be on the spotlight like Emefiele? Hassan, that's just my question.
Emefiele is the linchpin, isn't he? Yeah, I mean everything revolves around his office. So if they get him, then maybe through him they'll get the others. But Hassan,
yes,
go back to you.
You see, Emefiele has become, the Desiani of Buhari. Is the equivalent of the Desiani of Buhari, because during Buhari's regime, most of the time anyway. The price for oil was quite low. So like Nigeria did not get money from the NNPC, from how oil exports. As so, where did the money in this government come from? It came from lending. It came, and all the money that were lended to Nigeria are domiciled in the central bank. You see the connection. While and during Jonathan's regime, the bulk of the money was our money from the direct sales of crude oil. This time around, the bulk of the money that Buhari used came from lending from external sources. So that person who is there and is in charge of such humongous amount of money, that kind of person, is going to be a person of interest, since Nigeria is a very corrupt country where people take advantage of their office and do things. So what I would hope.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll make that the last interjection though, but carry on. Yeah.
Well, there are a few things I want to say, but let me just narrow it down to. I'm quite aware that majority of the lending of the borrowing that this government did, at least majority of the bulk ones, were tied to projects. I was reading an article by one of the fellow in the stock exchange some couple of weeks ago. I wish I remember his name. It was one of these write-up, and I was enumerating the borrowings, especially. It's because you spoke about the borrowing, because I was wondering where all these billions being stolen were coming from, because of the dip in our income, especially in the oil revenue. But now that you said it's from the borrowings, more than 70-80% of the borrowings were tied to specific projects. Are you saying that those projects were not executed and the monies were looted, or that somehow, somewhere, they were inflated, kind of, where
Okay.
stolen from?
Okay, look, the logic is, Bishop, if you were the central bank governor, and that money, say Nigeria borrowed $1 billion, right? So, and the official price for the dollar, is 350 naira. But in the parallel market, where that is where the dollar will be available, it is 750 naira. See the difference. So 500 naira, for 500 naira on every dollar. So if Nigeria borrowed $1 billion, what would be made available is 350 billion naira, and the remaining 500 billion naira disappears. You get it.
But most of those contracts were not, how do I call it, in Naira. Majority of those are big loan projects that we borrowed money for, like the rail line, like the power plant, like the bridge.
Hold on.
Okay, Bishop, I get you now. I get you now.
No, sorry, 1 second, Hassan. Bishop, did you see the interaction that Rotimi Amechi had with the House of Representatives when they were asking him to account for some of the monies borrowed for some of these projects? Did you see that?
Yes, I remember that. That's a while ago. It's not recent.
Do you recall what happened? He couldn't account for a single dollar. The Gbajabi Amila had to rescue him.
No, okay. Let's just go ahead, because I remember.
Let me educate Bishop on another angle too. Maybe he would understand better. You see, Nigeria borrows money not only on capital projects; they borrow money on social investment kind of project. You see, even the COVID-19 palliatives. You see, even the there were grants that were given to a lot of people for farming, some for mortgages, some for example, if you borrow money and you build a house, okay, after 100 years, and somebody comes and say, where's the house? You can show the house, this is the house. But if you borrow money and then you buy food items, after 2 weeks, no matter how much that money is, if because people have already taken the food, they have eaten it, and they have defecated, so you won't find any evidence for that. So this is a loophole, to siphon money too. So it's not only on capital projects that money come in. And generally, I'm not trying to say that everything that came they stole. No, I'm just pointing out the reality that these people are taking advantage of these loopholes and are making the country dry. That is what I am saying in essence. I'm not saying that all the money was looted or anything like that, but you can see how that is possible and why that this man should be held to account. But one man, truthfully, unfortunately, I don't think this guy will be held accountable, not in the near future anyway. He will go back and then allow things to, he will go outside the country, allow things to calm down or after the 8 years of this government before he comes back, just like we see the journey is trying to do and Reno too, they are trying to do. It's unfortunate, but we need to, update our laws so that an outgoing president, the moment there is a new government, should be given a cutting off a point or a threshold that he cannot pass in spending. You see the $800 million that Buhari is trying. If we had it in law that after another election has been done and another person is coming in, the incumbent cannot spend more than so except on a critical infrastructure or critical things like health, like if there's an emergency or anything like that. That is the only way that I think Nigeria can try to avoid these kind of situations, because this guy is going to get off the hook. And if Tinubu is lucky and he gets him, then he may be the Sambo Dasuki of the Jonathan administration. Let me just leave it at that.
All right. No. I want to move on from that topic, but have your interjection.
I want to say something. I just want to shed more light on something. What Obasanjo explained just now was the reason why the people of the country did not really feel this administration. Now, if you look at it very well, many of the money that were borrowed from China and other areas, those money were tied to projects, just like Bishop just mentioned. The money that were very easy to siphon based on corruption are many of the money that came from World Bank and the other Western organizations, Western countries, because they are not tied to anything. If you look at it, and don't forget, many of the money that comes from the Western world are normally tied to one project, gay child something, this environmental something, one aid or the other grant, money that it will be very difficult to account for. And you and I know that they will never borrow you money for what? For any capital project that will place you on the pedestal of development. And that's one of the reasons why you are seeing many of them talking about BRICS now. Because World Bank is a scam. World Bank is a scam. Now, let me now also tell you this.
Sorry, World Bank is a tool for World Bank is essentially there to serve Western interests, and they use it as a tool to hold the rest of the world by their neck. We all know that it came in post the Second World War, and it's for them to continue to have the perpetual financial advantage leveraged by the dollar. But we're seeing the BRICS now, but we'll see how that play out. Yeah.
Now you can see where the issue of poverty came in was that Emefiele, he had one of the best policies that has ever been run by any of our CBN governors. But the problem is corruption his corrupted mind eventually undo him in many of those things. What the government did at that point in time was what actually we needed for a country that is neck deep in corruption at that point in time. But he also used that as a means.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Dorothy.
To enrich himself and his cronies.
Yeah, breaking up.
Probably the cronies in the presidency. Now, look at it. Just like what Hassan mentioned, Many people in dollars. They bring that money into the country. So he gives some of the money to his own cronies or cronies from the presidency. Then they use it to remove money from the hands of average Nigerians. That is, if you have
You're breaking up.
500 naira or 400 naira in your account, $100.
All right. So sorry. Apologies, Darati. You were breaking up quite heavily. We couldn't quite make out what you were saying. But essentially, you concur with Hassan. So Hassan, let me play you this clip. It's a follow on from yesterday, but watch and listen.
The police go slap on and they come Instagram come explain. You know how many police I don't tear slap? They'll say because you be fella pikin. It doesn't matter because Jesus be God pikin if he die for you. You must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move from where I did because I know who I am. That's how I must make my move. Enyike, we have your time. Me, I have your time.
So what are you making of that disgraceful behavior by this guy Hassan? That was Sheon Kote.
Yeah.
The police attended his house today. They couldn't find him, so clearly somewhat in hiding. Filing to act on his behalf. But what are you making of all that, Hassan?
You know, it's unfortunate, one man, that I was talking with somebody, I think it was last week. We were having a seminar around, the future of this generation. And and our discussions went to talking about this new generation. So essentially, I was saying there's a shortage of role models for our young people, that are growing up. This shortage of role models is going to bring us a significant moral flaw in the future. You see, when you look at while we're growing up before the emergence of the internet and things like that, all we had to for role models were the people we see on TV, mostly NTA. We watch Tales by Moonlight, Kiddie Vision 101, things like that. So we're kind of, uh, you know, only we're kind of insulated from having negative influence. You see, Seun Kuti was somebody who I respect a lot. He's a talented artist in his own right. He preaches a lot about responsibility, personal responsibility, and he talks like a freedom fighter. It's unfortunate that his actions, do not reflect what he portrays himself to be. He's not being a good role model.
Have you seen the clip, Hassan? Have you seen the clip?
Yes, I've seen it when he slapped the policeman, right?
It was quite bad tempered. It was really the facial expression that struck me. It's a man with a temper. That much we saw from there. Is a man with a very. I wouldn't want to be subject to him in any way, but yeah.
Yes. Is it the exuberance of a freedom fighter taken to the extreme? Maybe you may hate the police as an institution because they are oppressors. You may hate them, but sometimes it is not about the individual you are dealing with. You have to respect the institution. If you don't respect institutions of law, then you are not a responsible citizen and you are not being a good role model for the upcoming generation. Of course, for example, if you say you don't respect the institution of marriage, you can go and have an affair with a married woman if you don't respect the institution of marriage, but that institution exists anyway. So you are a morally flawed person if you do not respect an institution like that. You have traditional rulers, some of them may have bad characters, um, if they are not harming anyone, you can still go to them, respect them, because of the institution that they represent, not the individual. So Sheun's big mistake is not respecting the institution. That policeman must have done something, to provoke him. But I would expect somebody like him who is exposed, who has been to a lot of countries, and somebody who, essentially says he's fighting for human rights. I would have expected that he conducted himself with more decorum. This is unfortunately a big stain on him. It will take him years to rub this off if they don't even put him in jail. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And there is another thing too.
Do you think they should, before you go to the other thing, do you think they should put him in jail? Even if it's just a minor sentence, just to make, do you think it should be made an example of?
Yes, I think so. I think so, because at this point, if you don't do anything, you're just encouraging the behavior. So I think he should be a minor sentence, as you said, but I think he should go to jail. And another thing too, you see, one man, our elites have this problem too, and other Nigerians too, who a poor Nigerian, may look like somebody who, obeys the rules and regulations, or a law-abiding person. The moment that person has some form of fame or riches, you see that person begins to think of himself as above the law. This is the average Nigerian. I don't know why. Yeah, okay, the institutions have failed themselves, but the impunity with which people who think, are above the law, they interact with institutions of, law and order in this country is just unfortunate. And you see people, they go to Europe, or they go to Asia, or they go to the Americas, and they are well behaved people. They don't do anything that will, provoke the law there. They are law abiding. They are these meek, malleable, law abiding people. When you see Nigerians outside of this country, they look innocent. The moment they come back to Nigeria, it's as if while they were there, they have been exorcised of their demons. But the moment they land in Nigeria, the demons will just come back. You see people shunting lines. You see people challenging policemen, hitting them. You see people talking anyhow, not respecting anybody. I don't know why. What is it with Nigerians? They have this superiority complex. It's unfortunate.
Hassan, can I patronize you for a moment?
Okay.
You are well spoken for somebody from the north. Apologies.
You need to take that back.
No. I tell you why I said that. You said the word malleable as though you use it in. Those are anyway. I take that back. But you are debunking some of our prejudices about that region, Hassan.
And to shock you the more, I'm just an average Joe.
Yeah, you are not an average Joe. You are not an average Joe.
I am really. You need to come here and explore.
Can I please interject on that show?
Can you check some private chats, Azam?
Go ahead, interject. Okay.
Yeah, you see, everyone we agree that what Sheun did was very bad, right? But at the same time, this is not to encourage Sheun or to encourage anybody to start police, because if we were to be another person, the result will have been totally different. But I think this should be a serious shame to those people running that institution called the police. Because for them to have lost respect to the point that a citizen can slap a policeman, they should go, the Inspector General of Police and those police hierarchies should just go and sit down and reflect on this shame, because it simply means that nobody respects them. How did you lose your respect? You understand?
I beg to differ, please. Can I interject?
Before you beg to differ, let me land now.
Because no, you are setting a premise to justify bad behavior.
Are you trying to stifle my voice?
I'm not
landed. You didn't even listen to me.
Oh, I
know. Bishop, let him land, and then you can disagree with the totality or agree with it. What he has. Okay, so can you let him land, please? Carry on, Ola.
Please let us be patient sometimes. There's
All right.
carry
on, Ola.
You listen to me first.
Yeah,
I've
carry on,
already
Ola.
said what Shehu did is bad. It should be dealt with. But I'm telling you, how did our police lose respect to this extent? It should not be allowed to start with. Why should the institution of the police lose respect? That is where the police should take this as a serious challenge and work on themselves and work on their men to the point that, okay, look at this scenario and tell me if it makes sense. A police stop a motorist. His wife was pregnant, and look at the word from the police. He was telling they say, oh, hello, guy, how are you? Oh, and I like your wife. If your wife can just give me a child. Does that make sense? If that
hold on, Ola. Those are different examples. I get we get the broader point that you are making, but let Bishop come in because you
are killing my voice now. Let me just land my own point.
All right, land
this thing is this: police did not get to this point. Nobody is saying she should not face the music. Nobody is saying that. The police people too should work. You find a way to monitor their men. What did that policeman say to provoke Shehu into stopping that guy? Nobody is saying Shehu should not be prosecuted. So police should stop provoking people too into unnecessary action.
All right, thank you. But I think what Bishop is saying, and Bishop will say it in a moment, is that you are setting the premise to justify bad behavior. So because you are creating parameters that makes what Shehu did acceptable, we should not be allowed. Hold on. There is nothing the policeman could have said and done and we also declare for him to have reacted so violently. And nobody likes the Nigerian police. But
I think I have opinion to disagree. Saying I'm setting precedent when I say Shehu should be prosecuted, that is just extracting words and just taking something that's sweet is not
No. But then you went on to describe scenarios that can justify somewhat how you went on to say we don't know what the police officer could have said or done to have provoked that reaction. You are setting the parameters for justification.
No, I'm not setting
you are creating you are creating a soft landing. You are creating a soft landing.
No, I'm not creating soft landing. Whosoever commit a crime or commit an offense should be prosecuted. But there should be professionalism too.
But those are two different spaces. Now we've always had the conversation and the agreement that the conduct of the Nigerian police is not suit for purpose, and the abuse of the citizenry is something that cannot be allowed to stand. So all of that we accept. But this one in isolation, we're looking at this in isolation. But you are trying to create a justification.
In this environment we have, if Shehu Kuti has some kind of evidence for provoking Shehu Kuti, I'm telling you, that police we face, how do they call the kind of trial they face inside? Even though the guy reacted negatively, they will still want to know what that police did. Shehu will face his own prosecution and they will still discipline that police for unnecessarily provoking the police officers. We have the clips online whereby even the citizen was reacting wrongly, but then the police, what did the police do? They want to know whether that police acted professionally. And if police officers are hearing this somewhere now, they'll be happy that, citizens are supporting them. They too, they should be professional. I listen to documentary on police in America here, and I see how they handle issues. So that's where I see a policeman must not intentionally provoke you. If a police intentionally provoke you, they will say it's abusing his power. So police provoking Nigerians, they are abusing their power too. So they are causing some unnecessary reaction. They should try to prevent everything. So I'm not going to go one way of condemning Shehu alone. Shehu committed an offense. He should face it. Good. But Nigerian police should stop provoking people too. That's my point. Thank you.
All right. A brief interjection from you, Bishop, and then we'll move on.
Well, I wish I still have what do you call it, to go ahead with that intervention. But it's very painful to listen to some of these things. Now, thank God, Ola is a Yoruba man, at least from that name. And there's a Yoruba saying that says, what he just did now is blaming the victim in what we saw, the evidence we have so far was that the policeman was the victim. Shehu was aggressive and he assaulted a policeman repeatedly, verbally and physically. If the policeman had used whatever he has to defend himself, including shooting him, it would have been justified. Now, yeah, we might have an opportunity sometime to berate the police and condemn them, and rightly so too. In this situation on ground, let us be very fair. It is not the time to blame that policeman either individually or collectively. What we are doing, what we are inferring by so doing, is that we are justifying that bad behavior that Shehu has put up. And regarding the double down with the nonsensical video he just put up now. Now let's reverse the role that it is the policeman that assaulted Shehu. Oh, all of us would have been on him. Rightly so. Nobody would have thought of what could the Shehu have done to have provoked. What could the policeman have done to? If the other way, that what could Shehu have done to provoke him to have the policeman to have reacted so violently and aggressively? So I'm not saying that you cannot blame, but it is not the time to do so. What we are doing now is tantamount to blaming the victim and justifying the unjustifiable action of Shehu. And that was what I was trying to say, because you immediately you said it should be, but you were giving excuse already. We did not know what he could have done to provoke Shehu. That means you are justified that maybe the policeman misbehaved. Look, whatever the policeman did to you, if he did not hit you, if he did not slap you, if he did not shoot you, you have no right whatsoever. He wouldn't have done that to a policeman. Give me 1 minute, please. I have a boy, I won't mention his name. We grew up in Ibadan many years ago. He went to the UK. He went to a building. Into the building, we lived, like 2-3 streets away. He went into the building to see someone. He just went upstairs and came back. By the time he came back, the policeman was he just put a ticket on his car. And he looked at the ticket, he just threw it away. Because he felt he did not even spend up to how many minutes. And the policeman, because he threw the ticket away, said, "What?" And the policeman approached him. Do you know that it led to an altercation? The policeman used his baton. He called a back, or they beat him. One of his eye was affected. Unfortunately, that eye, he never recovered from it. And that was how he died. Which, after they spent all the money, just a ticket of how much? I don't think that ticket was up to £10. Oh. So what I'm saying is, be a time that we will need to berate and condemn the police. But in this situation, if we try to condemn the police now on what we have, what it simply means is that we are justifying the bad behavior of the little brat Shehu. And that's not fair. Thank you.
All right, well put, Bishop. So well put, Bishop.
I have to contribute my own little what I have. One man.
Yeah, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
How long must we continue as a citizen endure police brutality, police molestation, police assault? Woman, I wanted to answer that question. How long must we continue to endure that?
We should not have to endure it at all, but equally, you cannot take the law into your own hands, and the slap against that police officer in a Nigerian authority uniform is a slap on the country. He actually slapped Nigeria. That's what he did.
Shehu did not slap Nigeria. He slapped an officer that we shall hear what the officer did to him in the law court. This is a family that went through, that suffered police brutality for many years. And currently they still suffer it. Many times police will go to shrine to raid and tear gas and molest and detain people. Do you know how long that this guy been enduring this, enduring that barbaric act by police? The NSAS, the NSAS brutality that was recent. What happened? Nigerian children carrying Nigerian flags, showing solidarity to their nation, observing what their constitutional right, only for them to go brutalize them and kill, and nothing happened. If not for state, if not for, what do you call it, Lagos state government that show magnanimity and maturity in governance, that came to do some things. What happened? It is time for Nigeria to start talking against this brutality by police. Sometimes you can reach a tipping point. We are all human beings, and you will react. Maybe that's what happened to Sheung. But a lot of you have been saying, oh, this guy should be hanged, it should be jailed, it should be this, it should be that.
Ajale Koko, much respect to you for saying this, because everybody since yesterday, you're going after this guy, and you shouldn't be, because you don't know the entire story. You just know half of the story, and you're passing judgment.
People been passing judgment since yesterday. It should be jailed, it should be killed, it should be
who will push you to slap a policeman in America? What will push you to slap a policeman?
It happens. You don't live here. It happens. People did disrespect the police as well. If they disrespect,
do they assault them?
Just because you don't know doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
He lives in America. Hold on, Odiola. He lives there. Bishop lives in America, but
he doesn't know everything. So
neither do you.
It just happened.
Don't mute me. Let me answer him.
One man they do it
in America.
They do it in America. I can show you video. If Bishop say they don't do it, I will play the video here. I will say it. That is why I'm saying how they,
especially people that look like them. The police won't do nothing. Especially people that look like them and they disrespect them. They will do nothing to them.
You are lucky that police has never
harassed you. Do you know the entire story? And you're already disrespecting.
If it's convenient to say anything, maybe because of your status, and police has never harassed you. I only said that the police hierarchy should step up and make sure that the men are professional. I didn't even lie. You said I'm supporting show action. Where did I support you?
No, you are right, sir. You are right what you said. I think everybody just
everybody does.
We only saw 30 minutes, 30 seconds video. That's what we saw. 30 seconds.
People harass police in Canada. They harass police in America whenever police overstep, and they will do room orderly to investigate the officer. If the officer is guilty, they will dismiss the officer. In some situations, they might not even prosecute the citizen. And I'm saying what I know, and before I even landed, someone was saying I'll be encouraging. See, let's stop this emotional blackmail. Let's stop all this morality. We are talking of the lawyer. Let's stop I know it all. Please.
Look. You deserve an answer. Number one, go back and listen to yourself. You justify. If by your own submission you felt you were not justifying, so be it. Number two, if there's anybody that will accuse anybody of emotional blackmail, or that you will accuse of emotional blackmail, definitely it is not me. In the past 1 week, over 10 policemen were killed in the southeast alone, in cold blood, for doing their duties, for being at their place of work. They were killed. Am I friends to the police? I don't think so. I call them out when they need to be.
How many people? Tell us how many people that police have killed in South East against how many police that were killed. You tell us. How many Southeasterners have been killed by police?
In the past 1 week, I just told you.
Do you know how many? Do you know how many citizens? How many Nigerians that have been killed by police officer within that last week that you are talking about?
Police kill people. Yeah, police kill people in the course of their duties.
Is it justifiable?
What do you mean? Is it justifiable?
Police have rights. So citizens have their right. Police doesn't have the right to molest citizens. Police doesn't have the right, to assault citizens.
You don't know the law
verbally, they don't have the right to abuse citizens verbally or physically.
Well,
they don't have the right. So if they abuse, verbally and police reacted, let's go to court and let's go and stretch it out. But you people are passing judgment for what you guys don't know. The root of the matter. You guys don't know the root of the matter of the incident, but you are passing judgment already.
They just think we just wake up and slap police.
And slap police. I don't know what is going on.
Policeman, I slap you.
People. Police. Everybody have been chanting. They should be killed. They should be jailed. They should hang him. For what?
If there is a verbal altercation between him and the police, that justifies him going to slap the police. Is that what you're saying?
Let me tell you an incident that happened here.
I want to know your
I went to a court here. It was a traffic court, and here, when we're in the court, they will ask you, the judge will ask you whether you are guilty of that offense or not. Hold on, let me narrate this story to you. Judge will ask you whether you are guilty of the offense or not. Then they will separate those that agree to be guilty against those that said they are not guilty. One guy, he said, I'm not guilty. I have evidence here in my phone, on my phone. What is the evidence? Police pulled him over. He got his phone ready to record conversation. Police call him nigger, motherfucker, and all these things. On that basis, that guy said, I'm not guilty because this police officer abused me. He run a racist statement against me. And the state took it up from there against the police officer.
Did he slap the policeman?
Look, let me tell you. When you don't have justice, when you don't have a country that can give their citizens justice, when they have been brutalized or assaulted by police officers, then the citizen will fight back, whether you like it or not. The citizen will fight back.
Fine. Did he slap the policeman? Did he go ahead and slap the policeman?
Just stop this. You guys just stop this crucifixion of Shehu Kuti. He has not. Let's go to the court. Let's go and try
Adane Koko, let me ask you two questions.
Yes.
What Shehu Kuti did, was it criminal or not? What he did, outside of what may have led him to do it, was it criminal?
It is not criminal until proven guilty by the law court.
It's not criminal too.
Criminal. No.
You are the same here.
You until proven guilty by the law court. Let's go to court. What happened that engineered him? What did the police officer
Hold on. Adane Koko, I was asking outside of what may have instigated it or not. The actual act of assaulting a man on the street, is it criminal or not?
In this case, I repeat, Shehu have not committed criminal offense until we go to court to trash it out. That is where you get justice. Go to court. Let's go and fight it out in the court. He have his own evidences to prove against the police officer, and then the justice will take its course.
All right.
Not to condemn Shehu or call for crucifixion of him. It is wrong.
All right, let's see back on me.
We have suffered police brutalization in that country millions of times, and we never get justice. And you are saying that would you continue to endure till that kingdom come? No, citizens will fight back. They are citizens like us. The fact that they have the uniform on them does not give them the right to brutalize the citizen or abuse us verbally or any way they like. No.
All right, let's Simba come in. Simba, come in.
Yeah,
Simba.
Good morning, one man. Good morning, the panelists. Yes. Well, my own take on this matter. You know, when this incident happened and Seun was asked that what actually culminated in his action of slapping the policeman, he said that the policeman was trying to kill his family. And if you look at that reason, you wonder, so if a policeman wants to kill your family, then by slapping the policeman, that is what will prevent the policeman from killing your family. What I can, from the reaction I'm getting from some of the panelists, it's like some of us, we have an anger. We have a hate. I'm very sorry to this for our country. I don't think there's any reason whatsoever. There's no justification for anybody to be defending this action of Seun. Bishop was asking if the case is reversed. I'm very sorry, some of the people that are talking today will go to hell and they'll be yelling and yelling and yelling that they have started again. See the way they are killing people. See the way they are brutalizing the citizen. There's no law in that country. That country is a lawless country. It's no country. It's a failed state. But see the way they are reacting now. They are twisting. They are spinning the story like spinner. And you know, sometimes, like I said yesterday, I wonder what we wanted for that country. I'm very sorry to say. Somebody has committed. If you slap a police, you slap the country. The man is wearing uniform. He's not standing for himself alone. He's standing for an institution. And some of us are here rationalizing the action.
So if someone trying to kill you,
excuse me. Wait, slapping is what slapping the person is what will make the police to stop killing.
30 seconds.
To me, let me tell you. Excuse me.
If somebody's threatening my family, I will stand up to that person. If you can stand up to that person, that's you. If somebody trained my family, I don't care.
It's not this. This thing is not. It's not.
I will stand up to that person. Just because you can doesn't mean it's right. That's you. If somebody trained my family, I'll stand up to that person. Stand up to that person. You're just saying that you don't see the entire video. Simba crucified the guy. That's what we're saying.
As far as I'm concerned,
Simba, can I say something?
Excuse me, let me finish.
No, you will continue. I just want to tell you something. Don't worry, just 1 minute. Do you know that police in that country is not trained to be your friend, but to be your killer, to kill you? Do you know that?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
I don't know that.
Okay, you don't know that, but
they were not. Yes, and I stand to differ on that statement.
You stand to differ, but yet, we record police brutality every day.
We've seen it everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world.
This is the
everywhere in the world.
You say, hold on. You see,
hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop, for other voices. Let other voices come in, Bishop.
Look, one man can sit down in his house call on the police and they will respond immediately. They will come. You cannot do that in Nigeria. That's to tell you they are not trained to protect you. They are not trained to be your friend. So, and brutalization by police officer in Nigeria is one of the worst to ordinary people on the street. Police officers have no respect for them. Police doesn't respect you. They will never give you any assistance. It's a different ballgame here. If you're stuck in the traffic or your vehicle gets stuck in the traffic, or maybe your tire, you have a flat tire, or your engine, you have a breakdown of your engine, police will come to stand with you until you get help. Somebody to come and tow you. You will not get that in Nigeria. They are not there to be for you, but to be for the ruling class, to oppress you, to brutalize you. Particularly whenever you stand up against the ruling class, they will come.
Baba Jeleko, what you are saying now, you are rationalizing and you are campaigning. The way I'm saying, what I can see is campaigning. You are campaigning against police.
Showore was almost killed in Abuja right there. If Showore were killed, a lot of you will celebrate. You will celebrate it. Showore were, police in Abuja organized criminals.
I can see where you are coming from
go
now.
After Showore in Abuja and nothing happened.
I know where your emotion is emanating from.
Just stop this. Just stop this crap, man.
All right.
You are supporting police in Nigeria. You are supporting criminality. These people are not. There are no difference between Nigerian police officers and criminals. They are criminals, man. I don't know the reason why you want to be on their side. They are criminals against Nigerian people. They commit crime against Nigerian people every day. If you go to their station to lodge a complaint, if you are not careful, they will lock you up. If the other person has money, they will lock you up. You are the one that went to their police station to complain of something against you. If the other person has money, they will lock you up. Would that happen in the United States? And you people will say, what happened in Nigeria happened here. You guys should just get it right. They are never trained to be your friend, but rather to be your oppressor and to brutalize you and to kill you.
All right, Ola, you come in next. I just wanted to do a bit of advertising before you come in. Let me do this quickly, Ola, and then you come in. I want people to bookmark tomorrow for this platform. As you can see on the screen, we're having the presidential candidate for the SDP, Prince Adewale Adebayo, coming to join us tomorrow. So I'm going to send the link in the comment section now. So if you can bookmark it tomorrow, so let's make it as robust an encounter as we can. So when it turns up tomorrow, we'll get the chance to put questions to him. I'll encourage as many people as can have their camera. I'm not going to compel it, but I'll encourage as many people as can have their cameras on to have it on, so that he can have the fullness of the experience. So we've gotten the commitment directly from him. So we look forward to seeing him tomorrow. So let me send the link to the comment section. So click on that link in the comment section and bookmark it. One of the, I'm not quite sure, I think it came either 5th or 6th in the just past presidential election. So a real big name within the Nigerian political space, coming to share his experience on exactly what happened on February the 25th. So bookmark that. So to you, Ola, carry on.
Okay, Simba, look at what, because maybe you missed the conversation from the beginning. Nobody is saying slapping the police officer is a good thing. Get it right. Now, naturally, just look at the
before you forget, your own stand might be different from the stand of Baba Jeleko. Baba Jeleko is justifying it. So you might not be on that side. So don't group it.
Okay. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. Because what led to this argument is when I started talking and someone didn't even allow me to finish a statement and already concluded where I was going to. Now, look at it this way. Naturally, when you see a police officer, you should respect them. They should carry the honor. You can't just go on the street and slap a police officer. Slapping a police officer, nobody is saying it's a good thing. You understand? But I said, when you take Sheun to the court, because I am aware that it is 25 years if police slap you, but I don't know how many years it takes if you slap a police officer. So don't think I don't know that what Sheun did is criminal. That is what I'm just telling people before people put word into your mouth. Now, I want to know why you are prosecuting Sheun. Don't just ignore the lack of professionalism from our police too. You should not even get to that point of police of someone stabbing the police. Can I just, even if an influential man, can an influential man might just be going on the street and just say, oh, police say, come here and stab you, Gusa. Just like that. What did that police do? Yeah, people will say, okay, no matter what the police did, nobody. Yeah, that is what directly you are saying. Because there are two people involved in this thing. If Sheun needs to go to jail for 20 years, I don't care. But there must be lesson learned from this situation. If this police is not professional enough, the same police should not go and provoke someone into slapping him tomorrow and the person bagging jail time too. That's the kind of scenario I was trying to say. Deal with Sheun and police should sit down, Ogbeni, Oga, Corporal, Sergeant. What did you do? Look at it whether that guy has broken the ethics and the rules of that police. Where you deal with Sheun, deal with the police officer too. Don't just focus on Sheun. That's just my basis. Before I concluded, someone was saying, oh, how did that mean justification of what Sheun did? That's why I said that when we say something, sometimes active listening, you just let the person land before you start accusing me of supporting. Because that's what you say. What someone said that I'm supporting, it's just a slap. Wait, it's just a moral slap on me. If you don't know, it's a real insult. It's a real insult for you to even preempt what I was about to say. I was just acting that, okay, balance the situation, don't go one side, so that you don't create a situation whereby, oh, the police will say, okay, if you do this thing tomorrow, we can provoke you and start, oh,
sorry, Ola.
I see your point. You have the right to say that, and I support what you said.
All right. Hold on, everybody. No, hold on now. Let's hear from Fatai, who's been trying to come in. Fatai, come in.
Hello, one man.
Alpha.
Yeah. I've been watching from yesterday, even though I was somewhere else. But the one common thing I've noticed from yesterday and today, actually, Simba started it yesterday. I mean, I don't know why people cannot talk without being accused of like, okay, you talk. Ola, I'm very happy you defended yourself. It's supposed to be an engagement, right? I have suffered police brutality also, right? I don't know. I see that video. It's so perfect. It's a perfect shot. Now, Sheun was very violent there to the police. Everybody sees that, right? But why can't people ask questions? What is the problem? Why do you have to be unpatriotic to be asked questions? There is a video clip of only the violence of Sheun, and the policeman was so gentle, he just received it. And somebody was shooting it. It looks like the person was driving or something and talking. It didn't look like an accidental shot. There's no shaking. It looks like a perfectly made video. So why can't people ask questions? It doesn't make them unpatriotic. Yesterday, Babajale Koko was asking what was even the situation. It was saying, Oshaka Shoko Yomenyo, right? Like Uwanize was supporting, and Uwanize changed their stand, and it was saying like, we will not have a very strong institutions if people are just dialing every now and then. And he said, look, for example, which example? Okay, Abiola, the fact that Afenifere stood with which Abiola was part of the reason, right? Even Obasanjo could even later become president. And everybody went crazy on Babajide Lekoko. I couldn't even believe it. What's the problem? It just made even the Bible says learn from the fig tree. It doesn't mean you are like fig tree. You can learn from anything in life. Why can't people just talk? I don't even know what everybody is trying to gain, and everybody must be sure that it's very difficult to talk when people are jumping on your skin. Now, when you see a situation like this that is very tricky, right? Who wants to speak? I mean, it's not even like you're getting paid, then you're going to speak, and people will start taking you out of a line, taking your question, taking your point that you're trying to make, take it out of a context, and then you're going to pay, and then you're going to look like you are calling for police to be murdered. Nobody is calling for police to be murdered. I haven't heard anybody who said what Shehu did was right, but people just say, can we see the video before what happened? That was very violent what Shehu did. Nobody's condemning, but what? Okay, I agree with Simba that Babajide Lekoko's point a little bit further than Ola. But Ola was just talking. Why can't we talk? Before we start being accused
No,
of
Ola was trying to rationalize it, and it was
no,
creating. He was creating parameters. It was creating parameters where it would be justifiable.
No, they will be justifiable. No. He said, actually, what Ola even said actually was very, very acceptable. He said, what Shehu did is very bad, but the unprofessional, like going forward, we need to look into the unprofessionalism of police. So what's the problem there? Even you could even say
he said we don't know what the police. He said we don't know what the policeman did.
In the context of when we will be trying to discuss unprofessionalism of police, it is indeed we don't know what happened before. We don't know what happened before. The video is such a perfect shot. It's not shaking.
Fatai, if I may ask you,
I say something?
Is there any justification for anybody?
Nobody asking. Look, brother, don't do that. Nobody is saying is there any justification. Nobody is asking about
okay. Let me ask you one question, please.
Ola was not justifying me. It wasn't justifying me.
Excuse me.
You make a justification,
come in after Fatai.
I will land it, but I heard it. If you're making a justification, if you're translating what Allah is saying to a justification, that's up to you. You see it as a justification. It doesn't mean Allah can't talk. He didn't justify it. Even before he started speaking, he said, what Shehu did is bad or whatever. I don't remember how he put it. He already made his stand. Then he talked. We cannot be one direction now. Life is very complex. Life is not a monolithic. Everybody just sees everything in one direction. Life is very complex. A lot of people have a lot of experiences that even it will shock you.
All right, Hassan. So this shows you the level of disdain that people have for the Nigerian police. Hassan.
Yes. You see, I was just going to. I'll put it like this: if it were an American policeman, Shehu would be dead by now. And as far as professionalism, aren't American police oppressors for being racist to the black man? Do black men go about slapping police officers?
Wait, can I speak after this guy, please?
Yeah.
You can speak to what you know. No,
I have asked Cyprus policemen that if today is the day I'm going to die, they should shoot me. They should shoot me. It's not hatred for Nigerian police. A lot of things happen everywhere.
I think we all know the answer.
Yes. All right.
We don't know all this. I'm sorry. Can I answer that guy?
Yeah, the last comment, then we move on from that space. Yeah, carry on.
All right. Well, that's not true.
I thought I'll be allowed
what you said about what you said that if a black man attack or if anybody attack the American police and they will get shot, that doesn't always happen. That happens.
But it does happen, doesn't it?
Wait. That's what you only see the you see the biggest of the crime on TV. Like, you don't always see everything. Yes, if a black man attack a white officer, yeah, probably he would get that. But there's a lot of time when a white man will attack another white police officer and nothing will happen. So stop saying that. And
isn't that unprofessionalism? If it does happen.
Yeah, but do you know what happened? Well, if we're looking at the case that we're
Come
looking
on,
at,
guys.
the case,
I don't like the way you have double standards for Nigeria. You guys just you want to imitate everything American, and then you keep putting all down.
Wait, were you there?
Can you be there all the time?
Were you there? Do you know exactly
nobody
what
can
happened?
be everywhere every time.
Tell us what happened. Tell us what provoked Sheon to do what he did. Tell us, please, because you were there. You saw the entire thing. You were just passing judgment.
No, stop talking. Let me answer you.
Oriola,
you guys will let other countries off the hook. Your standards, for countries where they are oppressing others is very, very low. But when you talk of Nigeria, let me finish, for God's sake. If you don't understand, you don't have to answer. Just keep it. When you speak of Nigeria,
respectfully.
All right. Sorry.
You don't have to answer, please.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so when you talk of Nigeria, suddenly you want to raise the standard to go and reach the stratosphere. It doesn't really work like that. All of us know that this is wrong, and it is this letting people off the hook because you like them. At some point you have to say this is the truth. But this selective justice, you say American police is not like that because you are not there. Well, the statistics are there. Who are the most incarcerated people in America in their jails? Is it not Black Americans? And they are disproportionately the whites are not represented in the prison system like the Black people, but you don't see them slapping policemen.
All right, so let me take you one by one. Wait, let me answer you, please. Let me answer you. Because
hold on. Let Oriola go first. You come next, Fatai, and then you round off that space, Bishop, and then we move on. Oriola.
So first, it's always good to speak to what you know. You can read about anything in the paper, see, people will let you see what they want you to see in the news. And in this case, where you are wrong is this. In Nigeria, whatever happened, because so in Nigeria, for example, we're all Blacks. So there's no race factor in that. That's number one. So whatever example you are citing with Nigeria and America, that doesn't go any end because the race factor is not there. That's the number one. Number two, no one is saying what Sheon did is right. What I'm saying, I will speak for myself, is this. Don't pass judgment when you don't know 100% of the entire story. We only saw 30 seconds clip, and now everybody is saying this is how it should go. This is what everybody's passing judgment. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to defend him. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying
you are defending him, for God's sake. We are not kids. You are defending him.
Wait. But you could. Okay, I just asked you, tell us what exactly happened, because you know it, and you feel like you only saying 30 seconds clip, you already know the entire story. You already know that.
Look. As far as we are concerned in Nigeria, it is an offense to slap a police officer. It doesn't really matter what happened. If you are not, that is the law here. You can continue to go.
So if an officer trains
you don't have to be circumventing. Come on, you can keep circumventing for all you want, but the facts are there. The very fact that she was captured on video.
You don't have no fact. You can't.
Come on, stop denying. You just want to keep shouting. You are not making any points. Come on.
Yes. Hold on. Sorry, Oriola, I had to mute you. It's not the loudest voice that wins the point. It's the loudest logic that wins the point. But what we do know for fact is that we saw Sheon Kuti, no matter how the length of that video What we saw, which we all know categorically as fact, is that we saw Seun Kuti assault a police officer. So we all saw that. So now, whether there are extenuating circumstances that justifies that, whether it was a ego trip, whether it was a fleet of temper, whatever it is that led to that, that remains to be known. But what we do know, which is a criminal offense, we all know it instinctually. The Nigerian police force has come to tell us that it is factually that it is an offense either to assault your fellow man, but especially a man in uniform. So a crime was committed, and we saw it in video form.
Yeah, but
wait,
I'm not disagreeing with what you said. I'm just saying that so you're saying that okay, I understand the 30 seconds is a fact, correct? But here's the thing, you don't know the entire story. So let's say we come back tomorrow and we now know the entire thing, that maybe the police put a gun to their head or try to shoot them, just like Seun said, that he was threatening his family. So what?
No, so it was the slap that will stop the police from shooting. So by slapping, the police will stop.
Just because
I don't know why you
stand-up guy doesn't mean that if somebody is threatening my family, I'm just going to sit there and start laughing. You're not the stand-up guy. I can tell your voice. That's why you can say that. Somebody is threatening my family, I'm not just going to sit there and laugh it away. It doesn't matter who you are.
He's already apologizing. If you don't know,
he didn't apologize. I just saw a video now. He didn't apologize for nothing. He even said he was going to sue the guy. He was going to
He said he's not going to sue. He said he's not going to press the charge.
Yeah, because they begged him. They begged him.
Who's begging him?
Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello,
they apologize to him. That's the reason why he's not pressing charge.
Simba, the probability is almost close to 100% that Seun Kuti is probably going to face a criminal charge and probably go to jail. Nobody is arguing about that. And like I said, the only thing that made me come in actually was Ola. Nobody is saying what Seun did. Nobody is giving him flowers and say thank you for what you did. Nobody ever said that here. Everybody agreed, right? Assault is not to assault.
People said it.
Yes, people said it.
People said it. Yes.
Where?
People said don't deny it. People said it.
Where? Who said it?
People said it. Don't worry. I'm not mentioning them. People said it.
Okay,
people said it.
Mention them because nobody defended them.
Nobody defended.
We don't want to spark off a fight.
No, they didn't mention names. Nobody defended them. They're just saying that we shouldn't pass judgment too quick. That's what
the people were just elevating the conversation, and then everybody is accusing them of hating Nigeria. It's not hating Nigeria to elevate the conversation.
Yes, can you believe that? Just because I disagree with you.
You can elevate the conversation, right? Everybody, we want police to be good, to be more professional. Why can't you ask more professionalism? An incident happened. Yes, we agree. This is very bad, right? We should have
this incident is bad to a private citizen. You know, if a policeman slapped a private citizen, and we are seeing all this, we can be justified.
All right.
A private citizen now is slapping police, and we are still saying that we should be asking for police professionalism.
All right. Land it. Bishop have the last word, and then we move on. I don't think we are going to come to a common ground on this.
According to Simba, the life of a private citizen is of lesser value than the life of the man in uniform, because he said if it's a private citizen, or I don't even understand the point we are making there. All human beings we are all supposed to be equal, whether it's a private citizen or it's a policeman. It is a very bad action, right? But it doesn't mean we cannot talk again. This is my own point. It doesn't mean we can't talk again. Why can't we say okay, police has had a bad history, right? So moving beyond this, so we need to also look at so and so. What is the problem there? Everything in life is not one directional. Life is very complex.
All right, Bishop, land it, but don't make it controversial so that it goes on. Just bring it home, and then we move on to a different topic.
Thank you, one man. Trying to. Number one, I will itemize what I want to just say. Shehu has done 2 videos after that ugly incident. Not in one of them did he accuse the policeman specifically of doing something to him. Not a single one. Whether the policeman pushed him, whether he pointed the gun at him, whether he slapped him, not a single one of them did he come up with an explanation as to what led to that altercation. We saw the man that was in another car recording. Shehu roughened the man up, the policeman up, before he landed him a slap. The menacing manner with which even Shehu asked his wife to go back to the car showed exactly the kind of temperament that he possesses.
He's a very violent man. We that much we cannot agree. He's a very violent man. Yeah.
Being said, this argument of we don't know what happened before, we don't happen. If anything happened before that would nail or that could nail the policeman, Shehu has had 2 opportunities in a video he made and broadcast himself to tell us what the policeman did to him. How did he want to kill you? Some people said the man bumped into his car. It's an automobile accident. Insurance will take care of that. But because of the disrespect, the disdain he has for the policeman, he wanted to show. And Shehu said in a video he just released this afternoon, this evening, that do you know how many policemen I have slapped? Maybe I was the only one that had that.
I saw it.
Yes, hold on, Bishop. I saw it and we have played it here. But that clip, it predates this incident. So, but it's still pertinent to it, but it predates, that clip predates this incident.
Okay, so thank you. So I want to leave it at that. The video clip showed my position was called.
We're losing you. We're losing you.
Can you see?
No, you're breaking up heavily. No.
Okay, maybe I just thank you. Then you can go ahead. I'm hearing you. You can go ahead.
All right. So, but I think we get the wider point that you are making that there's no justification for it. I never expected that the opinions would be this divided on that topic. But there it is. Okay, go on.
Okay, someone just accused him of being violent, and the same person a few days ago stood up to a lady on this platform and yelled at that lady to the extent that we didn't see that lady. She was even shaking in her voice after they had to beg the guy to stop talking. And the guy,
thank you, my brother,
passing judgment.
Thank you, my brother.
Hell,
I was offended at that also.
On everyone. The same guy disrespect the lady here, and he has the big mouth to say that.
No. You went too far with that one. Now it's now. They'll carry on.
Well, that's all I have to say.
I second it.
What's Fatai? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but please don't start a fight.
We can hear.
Fatai, the man said,
yes,
he insulted me, and you just said you supported him.
I said, no, I didn't insult you. I don't know what you mean. No, let me have the right to respond.
No, I have to move on now. The thing is spiraling.
Now, why I cannot always respond now? The other time also, Kulata was talking. You didn't let me respond. You went on 5 minutes. Right. Every time people talk, I don't get to respond.
All right, okay.
I was listening. You were you were screaming on Dupsy. You were screaming so hard on Dupsy over what? You were screaming so hard on the lady. That is how do you justify that?
The floor, woman, stop muting me. Why are you doing that?
No, we can't. Look, Guy, firstly, you have to bring the tempo of your voice down. That's the first thing. And we can't have to. Oh, can you do as I just said? Bring the tempo, bring the tonality of your voice down. And then the second thing is we can't have two voices cascading over each other. So if he's making a point, you stay muted. When he lands that point, you get the right to reply. So that's what happened. So let him land the point, and then you wrap it up. So it's not a fight; it's a conversation.
Yeah, it's a conversation. Yeah. My point. I listened to that, and also the next day I listened. Also, I understand Babadala Kuko's point. Like everybody to close it, not to leave it, and let's forget about it. But it doesn't mean Dupsy wasn't totally satisfied. Because it was like, no, I was not violent. It was not violent. It was not, but that was very violent. The girl didn't say nothing. She just started speaking, and you said you wanted to interject. Let me just land. You wanted to interject. You were just screaming, so it was very difficult.
What we are doing is not fair. Let us take each situation in isolation. Why are we not trying to use that one to rubbish just because he has a contrary opinion to what we have this morning? I want to now. The same thing that we are doing for Shane. That's the same thing you are doing against Bishop. I don't like it.
All right, no, we have to move on. It's getting
it's not in isolation.
No, somebody bring something.
Can you? What's going on? Everybody hold. So Bishop. In elegant tones. So don't escalate anything. Have the last word, and then we move on. I don't know where we're going with this, but after this we move on. It's never going to land in a good place. This conversation.
Brother, I'm very sorry. I don't mind. I'm very sorry. I will not take just 1 second just to respond to Simba. Simba, it is Oriola raised the point, and I responded to that. I don't know why you are broadening it. It's this one. I'm not isolating anything. Oriola raised the point. Bishop said, and I expressed to that. I don't know why you are broadening. Thank you, brother. Continue.
Fatai, I don't know what Oriola was saying. He said, I use my big mouth to do something. That's an insult to me. That's one.
I don't support that. I don't support that.
All right, no, please, gentlemen.
Wait. I'm sorry for saying that, but my point is, you were quick to actually say the guy Tim was violent. Well, at the same time, you did the same thing to Dupsy.
You. I don't know you. You have no right to pass a judgment on me.
Oh, but you have the right to pass judgment on Sheung, right?
All right. This is getting tedious.
Please, Anton.
No. There was a conversation. Just bring it home in a couple of sentences, and I'll move on. It's getting tedious. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there, but go ahead. Don't worry.
All right, thank you. So it's just it's not going to land anywhere good. This conversation. So thank you, Bishop. Let's move the conversation on and take it in this direction. You kick this off, Hassan, and then you pick it up, Zita. So you remember, Hassan, we had visited this as a conversational space in the past when we were talking about how the dollar is under threat, and the Americans were up in arms, circling wagon around their currency, telling us about Ajale Koko led them in that instance, telling us about the dominance of their currency and the supremacy of their might. So now the BRICS country now, because remember when we were having that conversation, Hassan, we were asking which of the 5 currencies that forms the core of the BRICS nation was going to be the central currency of that space. But it looks as though they have now come up with a new and totally independent currency. And then you have 30 other countries wanting to join into that space. So what we are seeing now is the beginning of the end of the American dollar, which by extension, the beginning of the end of the American hegemony.
Yes, this is an interesting topic. For one thing, I favor a bipolar world in the sense that there are 2 competing powers just to balance things out. But it seems because of the strength of the American economy and their Federal Reserve and how they have been manipulating currencies, to push people, especially in the third world, they push them, they skim them out of enjoying the benefits of development, of having what is genuinely theirs by manipulating the currency. I think this is long overdue. uh, but I'm not so blinded as to think that this will work. It will work just because they have agreed on the parameters or things like that. I think it's still an experiment because what I was initially expecting is if the yuan will be adopted because the Chinese have the second largest economy in the world, so that at least the regulator, the Chinese will, be some form of regulatory power over the currency. But if a new currency, has now been chosen over adopting one of those currencies, then I think this is the start of something that will become interesting. However, I'm not sure if it will be a success because both China and Russia, along with other countries, have long, resented the hegemony of the US dollar. And the US dollar accounts for almost 90% of, currency trading. And all of those currency reserves that people have that are held in central banks, nearly 100% of them are from oil trade, and some of them 74% is overall. So there is an element to this that is a trade war. I don't think all is done because I don't think the Americans will fold their arms and just continue to watch their
Yes,
power
but Hassan, let me come in for just a microsecond. You see, you were talking about adoption of the Chinese yuan. I think that would have been a bad idea because that would have given the Chinese an undue advantage. So I think going with the new currency, I think it's excellently good. And then if you look at the economies now backing this new currency, it's a real threat to the dollar. The Chinese economy, the second largest in the world, the Saudi economy, the Nigerian economy, the Iranian economy, Turkey, those countries pulled together as economies, they are bigger in might than both the Western Europe and America. And if they pull it through, which they seem intent on, we're seeing the beginning of the end of the American dollar.
What do you mean that they are bigger in might? What is the might that you are talking about?
Not in might, in economy. If you pull the economies are converging under this currency together, they are bigger than both the Western Europe and American economy combined. So a real push to push the dollar out of place is what we're seeing. Have we lost Hassan?
Hassan not there.
Hello, am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Carry on.
Good. So I think it is true that these combined economies are actually bigger because it's Russia, China, some emerging economies too, India, Brazil, and South Africa, right? They form the bulk.
Saudi is joining. Nigeria,
Yes.
Iran.
Saudi is joining, but I don't think they have already joined. But all those countries have expressed their interest in joining. You see, what I think will happen is that at some point the Americans will play their cards, but it has not reached a stage where they intend to intervene. However, there will be positives for developing countries, even if this currency, is actually established and does not, make serious headway. There will be another opportunity for the.
It's a time. Asansa signal is what is
to to have access to capital and much needed resources that will not be the kind we get from IMF and World Bank, which ensure that people will do back-breaking work, and then some people in the United States will be having the benefits of countries that are in the global south, and then they will be reaping off the reward from that. But in reality, one man, you see, all these excesses of the Americans, because they are hegemons, really needs to be, dealt with in some way. But I don't want a situation where the countries who would now control the global, system are, authoritarian, non-democratic countries. However you want to, point finger at America, at least the Americans, even if it is for, looks and the way they portray themselves, at least they are more open. Their kinds of transactions are more open. We are talking of, look at this country, a country that is ruled by Lulu da Silva, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, Mohammed bin Salman. Who again? Who is the name of that guy? These are all dictators. If we are not, if we let control of, our resources to countries like this, then we may come across a time in the future where we would have to, do their bidding.
You know what they are doing.
What I'm trying, yes,
yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that, you see, do you know why majority of the countries in the world today are democracies? It is because of that power of the dollar, and if you go back to the 70s and 80s, before the collapse of the USSR, there was this shift, this balance, almost a balance of communist countries and capitalist countries, because that was a multipolar world. Okay, but now if this group of guys make a comeback and introduce a currency, of course they are going to, with that power, because the person who controls resources, have access to them, will actually shape a lot of the living philosophies of the countries that are not as represented. That is the way I see it too. I want it to succeed to a point where would have options. Okay, that will help developing countries. If we want, we use the dollar. If we want, we use, depending on how it suits us. But I don't want it to succeed too much that it ends up, breaking America, and then America will fall as the world superpower. I think, looking at the neighborhood around Earth now, and the kinds of people who want to, take over and, be the next superpower, I'm not encouraged by, the people I see. I don't trust them enough to have so much control over us, that much. I know it may sound as if I'm patronizing the United States. They say the devil is better than the angel that you do not know. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, well put. You took those words out of my mouth. So,
can I ask a question around that? Because the BRICS we are talking about now, I'm sure many of us, we don't understand. Even me that I'm talking, I don't understand it so much, but I will only say what I think I know about it. You see one thing, because please, if you know about it, I want to learn from it. Because from my understanding, this thing has existed since 1955. And the way I understand it is this. Who is the major driver behind this break? And I will suspect it's China. Now, how do you think China can actually sustain this thing? Because I think it is sustainable. Before, it may not be sustainable. That is when America and the European Union, they used to have great influence on when you come to the international trade, But in this second globalization now, that everybody seems to now focus on China, and China seems to be dominating everyone. And look at most of these countries that are joining now. At the end of the day, most of them are going to depend on China. China is going to be like a one big daddy for them. Then That's where the challenge is. Now, if China will say, okay, I will come and give you some kind of influence to develop your people, but I have already built the capacity to serve you. But I don't want to deal in dollars. I want to deal in this type of currency. And United States is not offering the same type of services. How will this thing not succeed? I still remember, okay, if everybody remember how Union Pay started, people, a MasterCard, everything, this thing. Union Pay today is the largest processor in the global economy today. And that Union Pay is coming from China. Now, these guys now, China, the same thing that American and European Union used to do for countries is what China will now be doing. Now, if you are giving them this, okay, I say, okay, I want my time to be within my currency, the currency that I can control. How is it possible that America will fight back without America doing the same thing? So I want to know more, please, if you can tell me something.
All right, thank you, Ola. So let's bring Zita into the conversation. But the premise that you built that question on, Ola, that China will have the oversight of that space. I'm not sure that is the premise. China is the biggest economy out of all of the composing units. Yes, of course. But there are big, powerful nations within that structure to counterbalance. I don't think Russia is going to be anybody's lucky. No. If Saudi joins, I don't think they're going to be anybody's lucky. No. But Zita come in. So what the narrative that Hassan painted was a better the devil you know sort of thing. We're used to the American system was and all. But what this BRICS space reminds me of is a throwback to the Soviet times when you had a counterbalance of somewhat matching power structures that put a balance on global affairs so that excesses. And when the Soviet Union fell, of course, we saw how the Americans ran amok. So now, is this an attempt to pull the Americans back? And is it a good thing, Zita?
Hey, hello, woman.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. Before I start, I want to apologize to the platform for making your platform very rowdy yesterday. I didn't intend to do that, but it's like what pushed me to do that was like a reaction to what I have never experienced before, more especially in the Nigerian space. We are not used to having this kind of post-election drama, and it's really concerning. For the records, I don't hate AP supporters for their preference and their support. I am really indifferent about that. My problem is the post-election narrative and propaganda they are pushing to destroy our country. Most young ones from the north.
Sorry, Zita. Can I implore you to be brief on that? I don't want us to revisit yesterday.
I'm being brief. I'm just trying to stress the point why I went to Brazil yesterday. So, but the ones in the south are really falling for it, and it is concerning. That was why I reacted the way I reacted yesterday. So, what do you want me to speak on?
The BRICS are threatening the dollar, and this time around, because this is not the first time that the dollar had been threatened. There was even a similar acronym that had Nigeria in it about a decade or so ago. But if you look at the composition of this BRICS now and other nations looking to join, the Saudi. They are already indicating that they want the oil trade denominated. They don't want it denominated anymore in the dollar. So if the Saudis, if they said you have to denominate trade with them in a currency different from the dollar, And then the rest of the oil space, they follow suit. And already this currency in play, because we saw the template of this with how Russia moved when all of that embargo. So essentially, the dollar under threat, and this time the threat has teeth.
One man, I want to ask you a question. What did they do to what are they doing to de-dollarize the dollar?
What they're doing is they are creating a new currency which comes under the banner of this BRICS nation, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But then other nations like Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iran, Nigeria, etc., all the oil bloc nations, a good proportion of them, Angola as well, they are all seeking to come into this currency space. So a lot of world trade defers to the dollar, but they are now looking to rival that dollar with this now new convergence that we're seeing.
Okay, so the dollar became very strong because it was created.
How do you mean?
You see? Yeah, you said they are creating a currency to de-dollarize the dollar. So I'm asking, so in conclusion, what made the dollar strong is that dollar was created. Because they're creating money to de-dollarize it. Maybe you don't understand.
No, I don't, or maybe you don't. What they are to forget the currency. What we're saying is the convergence.
I know why I said what I said. Can I explain, please?
Carry on.
I understand that most people believe that what makes dollar tick is trade. As I said before, and I will say it again, they are actually doing the last thing first. When you talk of de-dollarizing the dollar, you will ask yourself, just like Hassan said, why do they want to do that? How do they want to do that? When are they doing it? And then what? There are a lot of things that is making the dollar tick. There is a lot. But if they think that what makes dollar tick is trade, and therefore they should run around, create another currency, and start trading with it, I wish them luck. I don't want to. If they must have done their research. And if their research and investigation is that all they need to do is to create another currency, bring about 100 countries together and trade with it, and then beat the dollar, that's fine. But dollar is not strong. That trade is one of the dollar had a lot of tiny variables that make it strong. The other day I wanted to speak on the culture, everybody just jumped on me. There are things these countries you called are doing that most human beings, including you, on this platform will never tolerate. Instead, you pack your load and go to Nigeria. Then the question is, why are they doing it? They want to bring down US. They're saying they don't want the world, somebody to police them. Do the world really need police? And the answer is yes. Because of the kind of things, according to Hassan, that happen in those countries. The kind of things US tolerates, United States do, those countries will not do it. You see, when a country shifts from protecting their tradition and culture to protecting their constitution, you dust your cap for them. These countries you are talking about are still in the stage where they are still protecting their tradition and culture. When you go to such countries, you don't see that freedom. You don't feel that free. But America has way long moved from that realm. the realm they are now is protecting their constitution. And when you talk about constitution, it's very broad. Everything and everyone is included.
No. So hold on, Zita. You're taking it outside of the parameters of the conversation.
That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you example why the dollar is strong.
Hold on. You're taking it outside. They can protect their constitution all they like, and a lot of these countries, of course, they have all manners of gremlins underpaid. We're talking about strictly money and what the world wants to see. The world wants to see the hegemony of the dollar broken, and this is what is playing out.
Okay, can I stop?
Carry on.
If you don't want me to explain, I can stop.
No, you can explain. Hold on. We allow interjections now and clarification. So carry on.
That's why I asked you before I start this conversation. I first said, what are they doing to destroy the dollar? You told me they are about gathering themselves together and forming a currency. And I said, that is not how dollar became strong. That's what I said. I said there are tiny variables that make the dollar tick. And I am just giving you one. Protecting tradition and culture and protecting constitution are two different things. You that is one man speaking, I know that you will not be comfortable living in Russia, China, or even Saudi Arabia. So what are we talking about?
No, but what has that got to? Hold on. We're not talking about their human rights record or their democracy or lack thereof. We're talking about how they are converging to form the biggest economy in the world, and then pack all of that under one single currency, and that currency then looking to challenge the hegemony of the dollar. So their human rights record here is a different.
No, I am not taking you to
one man, Madam Zita, sorry, one man, Madam Zita is not saying anything that is out of line, right? So what you are asking her to explain, you are cornering her to discuss an hypothetical situation that is just, as it for now, it's just mouth talk, right? She's telling you how it is going to be impossible for what you are discussing to happen. The free market
it's not hypothetical though. It's emerging. It's an emerging situation, not a hypothetical.
No, it's a proposal. It's a talking. It's not okay. What currency is it going to be? It'll be BRIC. They are going to call. What are they going to call it? Where is the central bank that will be printing it? In which country is going to be? In China. Does Russia really trust China that much? Does all these other countries? Okay. So you think Saudi Arabia is going to is going to put all its existence in the hand of China, where Iran is going to eat Russia, Saudi Arabia up in 2 days, right? These things are very complicated. This narrow thing you are talking about
is a concurrent currency for trade, though. It's not a substituting currency for their domestic currency. It's a concurrent currency for trade.
No, woman. Two countries can sign bilateral agreements. Two countries can sign bilateral agreements to trade with whatever currency they like. That is not interesting, right? But what you are talking about, that all these countries will group themselves together and create a currency. The biggest one that has happened in the history of right now in the history of the modern world is the euro, the eurozone. There is no threat to anybody. Madam Zita, you can continue.
I don't even know. One man said they're coming together to make a trade, to create a currency, and they use it for buying and selling, and they de-dollarize dollar. I mean, I am not getting it. I'm just trying to tell you that I am not saying what that's trying to do is impossible. What I'm telling you is that I'm trying to let you know that there are things they should have handled first. Come together to handle first before creating a currency. You don't just run around and create a currency and start trading with it and say the dollar must fall. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of things they have to do, and then do this one last.
Well, can you mention some of those things, Ms. Zita, for the benefit?
I just mentioned one. I said, when a country is more concerned about their religion and tradition instead of their constitution, it repels people. You wouldn't want to be among them. You wouldn't want to be part of them. People in their country are running away. But America has grown beyond that. I'm not saying they don't have tradition and culture. What I'm saying is that they are their culture and tradition has become their constitution. Such a country is freer, it's more inclusive, it is more welcoming, maybe in quotes, but it is what it is. How many billionaires are in the world? How many is living in America? How many of them will want to look outside of America? These are the little, how many will want their money to change to another currency? These are the very little things I am saying. I said, America worked so hard to get where they are today. It wasn't about just creating the dollar and running around to make it. It's a long journey. It's a hard work. It's with degree and depth. So that's why I don't want to, one man could be telling me it's trade. They want to trade and finish the dollar. Everybody is looking for them to free the, who cares? Finish it if you can. But I'm just saying that they are doing the last thing first. Americans are the highest consumers of everything on earth. Unless it's not what they want. I'm trying to bring out the little. I will just say a few and leave you people to converse. They are the highest buyers of everything on earth. And they're kind of nationalists. If you have happened to be beside a very wealthy American or travel with them, you won't believe the way they behave. They walk into your country with their dollar. They ask you for the price of thing. You tell them the amount in your currency. They don't even want to touch your money. They tell you convert. You can convert, double it. They don't care. They pay you in their dollar. Most of them are so wealthy in America, they don't even know what the Chinese currency look like, and they don't care. So these are the little things that make a currency have strength. But if you guys think it's just coming about to form a currency and start trading with it, and the other currency that worked so hard over hundreds of years will collapse, fine. I think one man, I end my discussion here, please.
Yes, come in, Prince. I think you came in for this space, Prince.
Oh yeah, thanks, Wallman. Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, I just want to make a comment. See, I would say the way Madam Zita is analyzing the dollar strength, okay, it's like using old models to do that. Back in the days when the BRICS country came together to trade amongst themselves or make their currency, they didn't have much to offer in terms of the global power like China right now. So the models changed. The permutation for a stronger currency or a competing currency is not the same as it used to be. See, even American intellectuals, academicians, I think they've agreed in a lot of ways that the dollar is getting weaker every day. Let's put it that way, and that's the reality. I myself, perhaps in the next 5, 10, even 20 years, the dollar will still remain stronger to countries in Africa. But it doesn't mean that the dollar is going to dominate. It doesn't mean that. Just like the British pound sterling, right? The sterling is still strong, even stronger than the dollar in terms of exchange rate. But it's not a dominating global currency. It is not. See, the dollar eventually may turn out to be the same, just on its value. But in terms of global trade amongst bigger countries, bigger economies, like the BRIC countries like India, like Russia and China. It's a reality, and I don't think Madam Zita is considering that at all. I think she's being somewhat dismissive of these countries that they don't have what America has, and that is true. It is true in a lot of ways, but the problem is that we always have to bring politics into it. Now, when Trump was in power, it knew better, and it was doing everything possible to make sure that the dollar remains strong. In energy, in trade, in partnership with countries like Saudi Arabia. I mean, during Trump's era, Saudi Arabia was a really much stronger ally to the United States, but not today at all. They're now aligning with China. We know that it's out there in the media, aligning with Russia, and this is the reality of the dollar. See, eventually the dollar will be a fiat currency in a lot of ways, and just a currency that that maybe not so strong countries or poor countries around the world hold on to. Okay, but the dollar, the term is called managed decline of America's economy. It doesn't have to be that, but there's so much internal turmoil and destruction going on internally in America, and that's why the dollar is going to become weak, and it's getting weaker every day. When you push away your allies, okay, like Saudi Arabia, and make demand of India to do this and that, they don't like it anymore. We are in a world of multipolarity. That's the fact. We have competing economies right now. No matter what you say about China, China came about as a result of United States. United States, they stole the greatest heist in world history was committed by the Chinese against America. They stole all their IP. I know we're making fun of that. They're playing fall out of the sky. They don't make good stuff. Okay, it's all talk, but they are making moves. They have a great economy, and they have a strong economy, and they can compete very well. America, come on. Back in the days when America had a strong currency, right after the Second World War, America has strong manufacturing base. In America right now, we don't have any. Who's lying to themselves? We don't have any manufacturing. Even America's pharmaceuticals are being purchased from China. All the earth minerals are from China. What are we talking about?
Prince, let me just comment.
Can I also? I need to challenge my guy.
Yes, come in, Fatai, and then was that you, Oriola? Yes.
Yes, I have a question for the last speaker.
Yeah, let Fatai go first. Fatai.
Yeah, no. I just didn't get that. A lot of moving parameters. Prince, you are talking about exchange rates. That has nothing to do with the global trade. With the amount of exchange rates of America and of the dollar, it doesn't have to do with the discussion. You said fiat. The dollar is going to become a fiat currency. All the currencies of the world are right now fiat. Anyway, I mean they are all fiat.
Well, Fatah, I agree with you, but we don't put Americans in categories of the currencies. Let's be real. It's not in the same category. America is held much higher in a much higher status than any currency. So when I say fiat, I know what I'm talking about. It's going to be like other currency pretty soon. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, America is in high regard, right? Because it's the currency of global trade. That's why. So it doesn't get into fiat currency. Fiat currency. All the currencies are fiat. On the market, they are not pegged to anything. They are just whatever market forces is. They are just floating. All.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but
yeah, my point. One sentence. I'll just do it. My point is, you are cutting down Madam Zita's argument with argument that are not related to the discussion, right? America is managed decline. The economy of America is not what determines whether America remains. The thing that is happening to America right now, basically has largely to do with with the current administration of America. There's a lot of money printing, right? There's a lot of, you are jailing your president. If I'm a billionaire, how am I going to be able to? This is what Madam Zita is talking about, right? If there is every other thing apart from free market system that is controlling that is behind the economy, the currency, that is what can shake it, right? No, if Russia, if you are not in tune with the oligarchy, right, how can you invest in Russia? If you are not in tune with the CCP, how can you invest in China? If you know all of that, the Europe,
Yeah,
hold on a second.
so there's a whole lot of things.
Okay, Fatai.
It's very complex.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Hold on. Okay, 1 second before Madajita. If you agree, Fatai, it's very complex. Then why do you want to make it so simple that other currencies can come together and compete against the dollar? Yes. Again, America still remains number one
It's not that they can't compete. She's not arguing that they can't compete. She's not arguing that they can't compete. She's saying what they are doing right now is everybody just playing right now. It doesn't mean one day if America continues to go away that can be alternatives are always good. But like what we are seeing right now, it's not going to dislodge American dollar as the world global trade. Maybe if something new comes up.
Well, it's not gonna. I just said it's not gonna happen overnight. It's not gonna happen overnight.
Fatai, can I come in?
Because Hassan was talking about polarity, so it creates another portal, doesn't it, for trade? So which breaks the hegemony?
Essentially, you refuse to say. We are talking about trade, right?
Yes, madam.
And I made mention of how many billionaires are living in America. We are talking about trade. Who's gonna buy it? The same Americans, the same billionaires. Anyway, I wanted to say something. Prince Daddy, there was a time you mentioned it again today. So I said that maybe I have to ship something to it. The other day, you and I think Adewale, right? Adewale was telling you that 200 years ahead, and you were asking example that he should direct you. I hope you remember. It's you, right?
Oh, yes, I do remember. Yes.
And you made comment towards that just now, that China has taken a lot, right? That behind stuff. Adewale don't really, I told him that day that whatever he can lay his hands to show you is already in the public domain. That they have a lot. Those 200 years ahead is not for public consumption. But still, I would like to give you an example. Maybe you can go and read what is turning the world around today, called AI. That's me. But I'm just kidding anyway. Find out I'm going to use engineering terms, the conceptual, the front end, the detailed, the construction, fabrication, and then the construction of that AI. When it started as far back as 1863. And then you check when American military used it for the first time. And then you read about the concern they showed about it. And you read about the first time they threw it to the public and who first produced the one for the public. And the time they took the whole of the detailed design back to America. So when you find out, you know how far they are, how many years ahead they are. So I don't want to continue with this argument because as one man said, he said that the whole world is excited to see the dollar drop. So let's wait.
Actually, I'm not really excited about it. I'm not actually. We have to lay the fact out. But to your point about AI, I mean, the Chinese also, they have really robust AI industry, if you want to say that. They do in a lot of ways. I mean, and there's something also called
wait now, Prince Daddy, wait. We are learning. I said, when did it start? Where did it start? Who first used it? Who said the public can use it?
Let's not go too deeply into. Let's not go too deeply into AI. Let's keep it with the Prince Daddy. What I am suggesting is that these economies that are converging because Zita made a lot of reference to trade. That who are the consumers of Chinese products, etc., etc. But with the consumer also comes the producer, so it's an equibalanced relationship because the America, like the rest of the world, they've they've surrendered production to China. So it's not as though America has the leverage not to buy, because they need to buy from China and China. So it's a symbiotic relationship. But what this currency could do, Prince, which I think, what it could do is, if they decide to denominate trade in this currency, then what can America do to stop it? If you go to Saudi Arabia and you say you want to buy their oil, and they say they are only going to sell it to you in this currency, are you going to blow up Saudi Arabia and get 1.5 billion Muslims after you? If China says they want to equal dollar to this currency trade as going forward, are you going to stop buying from China? Are you going to stop buying oil from Iran? We saw what the Russians did when they put this trade embargo on them. They domesticated trade to their currency, and then for you to then buy their gas, you have to use the ruble, and then you have to buy the ruble in your hard currency, which continues to strengthen their currency. So it's not as though, and America doesn't have the gun option. They don't, because that's usually their first go-to, to just go and blow up the space. So they don't have the gun option. So the only thing they have is to yield space.
To your point. Quickly. They did that with the help of Russia, right?
They did what
with the help of, I mean, China. That's how they were able to do what they're doing.
No, not really. Not initially. Initially,
so Russia is doing everything by themselves as of right now. You think they're
well, okay. Remaining the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia war, right? See, the what they call the blitzkrieg that United States perpetrated towards Russia in order to crumble the economy and make the ruble useless and all those things.
But they did. They're only able to stand because the only way you can trade with them, you need a SWIFT, and they take them out of SWIFT. And the only way they're trading now is with China, because China won't support the rest of the Western countries. So
they switch over to the Chinese Swiss equivalent.
You have to extend the money. But what I'm saying is, Russia is only able to do what they do. They're able to stand now, like they think they're still standing.
Well, okay, let me say one. I just like see, Russia economy is not big. Russia economy is not even as big as California. So I'm not here to debate you about.
We know, but to the point that he was making, that anybody can just leave America and just do whatever they want, which I believe you can do that. But I'm just saying that you are still going to need help of some other big nation, which in this case, Russia ran to China for help, which is why they're not in the same. That's why they want the new currency. And to be to top it off, they've tried this before. The only thing that
I know they tried it, but answer this question if you could. Answer this question if you could.
Do you think it's going to work this time around?
Well, exactly. We have to look at some of the variables or the parameters that were there before, or that are there now that were not there before. Okay.
Like what? Give an example. That was there now.
A good example would be obviously the huge trade deficit between United States and China. And the fact that
that's not a parameter.
To that point, let me ask you a question. To that point, did you realize that China, they're only just a factory? They just manufacture. They didn't create what they're manufacturing. Majority of what they're manufacturing, they do not create them. Let me give you an example. Good example. Your iPhone that you're using,
Apple,
it was designed by Apple, which is an American company. All they do is just put it together in China. That's number one.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Listen. Let me give you more example, because everybody's like saying that China can stand on their own. Yes, and it's currently going on now. Everybody is moving out of China. So in the next 5 years, I don't even think China will be where they currently have right now. So that's just one. Your laptop, majority of laptops, like HP, for example, Dell, are they China company? But if you look at the back of it, they are put together in China, but China doesn't.
I mean, I'm not sure the argument. See, one second, please. 1 second. 1 second. Well, to respond to him, we all know like all the creativity in the world pretty much comes from the United States. You can name from Google to Apple, everything. We all know that. But the manufacturing base obviously is not in the
That's
United
not
States.
true.
Yeah, but you can move it somewhere else, which they're already doing.
Well,
That's not true.
The
Though.
Apple phone
somewhere
that's
else
coming
like
out now is going to be manufactured in India.
One voice, yeah.
The new Apple phone, I think the 15 or 14, whatever it is, they already shipped to India. And so like every other things, like, okay, for example, the United States already blocked them from getting all the little microchips technology that go into anything that China has to do because they don't have the knowledge, the innovation to be able to create those things. They already blocked them. That's the reason why they're fighting for Taiwan right now.
Sir, the gap that you see, we just said it. I just said it earlier. The greatest heist in the world was perpetrated by China against the United States. They stole all the intellectual properties, including with the assistance or the help with American.
All day long, everybody do that.
Okay.
Remember that there was a point when Japan was going to be like the one that dethroned US. You know what they did? They did the same thing. They had to stop them from getting their technology.
You guys are you're talking in isolation. See, back in the days, in America, when the Republicans and the Democrats really were on the same page, different parties.
Hold on, Oriola. You can't cascade your voice so that yield space and then so that we have we have a better experience of it. Carry on. Land the point.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Prince Daddy is still talking, please.
Land the point, Prince Daddy, and then I want to bring Ogbeni into the conversation because I think this excites him, and then we can Prince Daddy.
Okay. Good, thanks, Mom. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and I think we all agree. And my point is, back in the days, the Republican parties and the Democratic parties, they were pretty much on the same page in most things when it comes to international, maybe trade or global affairs. But now there's so much internal turmoil in America. I know you guys don't see that. You see all the fluffy stuff, but there's so much stuff going on in America right now that okay, great. But so there's the best way. Okay, yeah. Quickly, so there's so much dynamic going on right now internally in America, and there's no great way for a person or a nation to crumble so fast apart from the attack or internal destruction. So I know everything seems like it's so nice, jolly, and in outward appearance, but there's so much stuff going on right now, and you can't just dismiss of China and these other countries as well. If Apple doesn't want to manufacture in China anymore, they can just go to Vietnam or India. Well, fine, but it's beyond that. China's rich with its Belt and Road Initiative and so many things. Even the United Kingdom, England, is somewhat kowtowing to China, because their backbone for many of their network, because Huawei was trying to not interfere, but trying to establish itself in UK. And I think with the help of Trump, I think that deal may have died. But China has its reach, not just in Africa. Mind you guys, all the way to Australia. They have their tentacles all the way extended to this point. They are much stronger and much more influential than you guys are trying to give them credit for. That's my point here. But I submit my case.
Nobody's underplaying China. Can I just one sentence, brother? Nobody's underplaying China. Nobody's underplaying China. Nobody's underplaying China. China is emerging. It's all right. Nobody's underplaying China. The point is, what is being put together now? Does it even have any? Does it have the muscle to threaten them in America, the dollar in any?
It does.
But why? How? One man.
Because what is coming together?
What you laid out before is what goes on every day. Wait, can I finish? What you laid down before, it goes on every day, right? India and China, they have bilateral agreement. They trade in their currencies. It doesn't really, that's not the interesting point. You know, the culture that as Madam Zita said, the culture that underlies global trade. For example, the free market economy, the free market system of America, whatever, have this been reproduced or been bettered by these other countries or by these coalitions? Where is the central bank is China going to host the central bank, or Russia? There's a whole lot of things that still needs to be sorted out. Where is the money going to be printed?
Yes,
It's
but
okay. Alternatives are good. Alternatives are good. It's fine. If this thing is evolving, we'll see what is evolving. Alternatives are good. If it's okay, I mean, alternatives are good, but
Fatai, those things you are saying, they are just administrative stuff. They're not the clincher. Hold on. Let me make the point. Wherever the currency is going to be printed will be agreed amongst them. I think
really?
Yes, of course. I mean, hold on. If they are birthing the idea of creating a rival currency to the dollar, then they must have discussed then how that currency is going to be printed, the security features, and all of that. So these are not, they are not idiots. I think we can all, these are supremely clever countries. So
that's the point.
Yeah. So I don't really think that is what will stymie it. No.
The meat of the market.
Ola, I want to bring Ogbeni into the conversation, but
I will leave it for them to. You can't factor in who is going to be printing the money. You can't factor it out. It's the meat of it. It's not that administrative. They will not agree easily with that one. That one will not be easy to agree. Come in, brother.
All right. Let's bring Ogbeni. Ogbeni, come in.
Good morning from Scotland. Good morning to you, Fatai, and everybody on the panel.
Ogbeni Padini, kilo shele.
So, I'm not an economist. I'm just a lawyer, but I like using. I like making comparative analysis. You see, I know several renowned economists over the years have predicted, and sometimes, in fact, most times they will give you exact time when it's going to happen, about what will happen to the United States. Several, I think I posted one or two in my comments. This man, Peter Schoolidge predicted in 1999 that sometimes around 1999. I quoted his book also. I've not read that book before, but I remember one of my lecturers during master's program talked about that book. And he gave a prediction of 10 years. US is still standing. Was still standing. He gave a prediction of around 15 years. US is still standing till now. A very renowned economist. You see, one thing you can't explain US position in the world power and economic power in the world by being too simplistic about it, like the man who was talking about China taking over. Let me give a simple example. Every creativity we should accept, that is what pushed the world, is creativity. It's not where you're producing. It is where the brain is coming from. And much of the creativity you get in the world now, you get it from the United States. Take it or leave it. Much. Like Madam Sita talked about AI. Do you know years back that American has been working on AI? Years back. And let me tell you one thing about America that I know is that you hardly can see what exactly is the intellectual property that they are making. You hardly can see it in the news. Even in the research world, there are some researches that are highly classified. They don't bring it out at all. You see them for decades. They've been using it before they release it out and allow you to commercialize it. American has had it for decades. Take it. They look at internet. Look at a lot of things they've made. Now, I like giving this example. When you have your intellectual property,
the Americans, they don't make the internet. By the way, it was made in Oxford. You should know that. Been a Brit.
No. What do you mean by that? American military were
The Brit, one man, the Brit
Well,
lover.
yeah, one man is right, but the U.S. military perfected it. Yeah.
The Brit
US
lover.
military was very first to use that thing. Even though they said a research from Oxford and but US military very first to have it. They developed it and they enclosed it within US military for years before they allowed commercialization of that technology. See, for them to allow commercialization, there's an alternative they have already. You don't know about it. I don't know about it. They have their own alternative. If you shut down internet today, American military stands because they have an alternative. They don't allow things out without having an alternative. And I like giving Nick's example. If you go to Germany today, I've traveled to Germany before. There are a lot of former spaces in Germany today that are completely abandoned. If you go to those spaces, they are like China of then. Germany was the breeding ground for every manufacturing things. All right? American go there, British go there, everybody in Europe go there. You go and manufacture because you get your aluminum, get your iron, get everything to manufacture there. But the intellectual property was not coming from the place. It was just a breeding ground. It was just a ground for them to manufacture. But where are they today? I visit one, they call it Bozegwerk. If you go to that town, very big town, and you see massive factory buildings now collapsing. It used to be former locomotive factory in Berlin. And a lot of them, if you go to Germany today, right?
Sorry to interject. What you described right there is also all across the United States. It's not unique.
I know I'm coming. This is what I'm saying. Don't forget where I start from. Who owns the intellectual property have the power, not where you produce it. That is what I'm telling you now. Now, most of those locomotive engines, most of those things they produced back then in Germany, what happened to them? America moved its intellectual property out from the place. And they all collapsed. And they moved site to another place. Today is China. Now, have you asked yourself why we don't see made in Taiwan like before? In the 60s and 70s, made in Taiwan was everywhere, like what you have in made in China today. Because everybody was going to Taiwan to go and produce, because you could have a cheap labor, right? Back then, because Taiwan became a major manufacturing hub due to its cheap labor costs, government policies, and others. But what happened?
I'm sorry. Before, what about Japan too? Used to be there too, right? Japan was there.
Japan was not a manufacturing hub for international producers. Japan has its own international intellectual properties, and they were producing.
Not so quick. They get a lot from the United States and Germany also. But anyway, I was going to say the ambition of China is not the same as Taiwan or Japan. Maybe someone close to Japan. They don't have the same ambition.
Let's give
us the world.
Let's pick an instance. Okay, pick HP, Dell, and Apple. These companies are major companies that are not owned by China. But if you pull out those three companies from China economy will know that something has actually happened to it, right or wrong.
So where does Lenovo come in with HP?
They
what do you say?
Benny, they won't.
Yeah.
I was asking, where does Lenovo come in with HP?
Lenovo cannot compete with HP now. You know that because one of the major reasons is this.
See, the Chinese, they have their way. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Lenovo actually owns part of HP right now.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying. See, I've used example.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. And I said earlier, all the creativity in the world for the past, 30 years or more, coming from the United States. And that's why actually I would also make an argument all the time when people say, well, United States is the bottom of global math and all these sciences. I said, well, but what drives a country or an economy is the creativity, and that's why United States keeps growing.
And that's what I want to tell you. For instance, if you come to the United Kingdom, for instance, you see all those towns they call university towns where you see researchers. Those are the towns that will keep bubbling for life, because that is where creativity comes from. But you see all those industrial areas, if the policy doesn't favor the industrial area, they will all die and become empty, because they are simply industrial areas, empty head. But you see the research centers, the university towns, those are the places that you have for life, because that is where life is. That is where they keep producing things. Okay, somebody just mentioned Oxford. During COVID-19, the researchers in Oxford, many researchers that their work has been abandoned over years, see what happened to them. They had to revisit those guys. There was a guy that they said the guy left. He left United Kingdom, I think about 15 years ago. The guy left for somewhere in India or so. They recalled that guy back to their research institute to continue making research on COVID-19. And they got their own vaccine out from it. Tell me how many vaccines you get from China during COVID-19.
Hello, Benny. Please, can I say something?
All right.
I think we are technically discussing international politics and economics here. And I think we are looking away from one major part. The West, I mean Europe and America, they're the one that took their industries to China because of cheap labor.
Yeah.
However, over time, their energy security was not taken care of. If the West, I mean probably Europe generally, can secure their energy security, energy sources, they will move their industries back to another convenient place, which is not going to be a threat to them. And that will have severe implications on the Chinese economy. Let us look at probably just 5-6 years ago when Donald Trump was there. The Chinese were practically begging. So that shows clearly where the power really lies. So I think those are the parts we are not considering: energy security. And also, I was writing in the comments that America can fight dirty when their interest is being threatened. Look at China, they have beside them Taiwan. Look at Russia, and then Ukraine. And they do that anywhere where that security or their interest is being threatened. So, in my own summation, I don't want Nigeria to jump into this battle of the Titans. Let's really see where the thing is going and who is really having the upper hand before we make our move. Otherwise, we're going to be crushed in between. Look at countries like this neighboring country beside Nigeria, beside United States.
Sorry, can I quickly say something?
Please, can I just end this?
Let Prime land. Yeah, Prime, carry on.
Okay, all right.
Look at this country beside towards Florida, the Cuban, just because of their alliance with the Soviet Union, despite less than 200 kilometers from the state, they are not developed. They are still like stuck in the 80s. So I would suggest if Nigeria can just really look well, let there be a clear winner in this battle before we pick side. Otherwise, we're going to be crushed. That's my summation.
All right, brilliant. Before you have that insertion, Prince, let me insert Kulata's super chat into the conversation. It says, BRICS must have a central bank. The differences in the economies of each country are so vast. It will create arbitrage opportunities. The local currency will fluctuate wildly. Limited use outside BRICS. So yes, he's speaking to the lack of the economies don't converge is essentially what he's saying, and
no, one man. So have you agreed now that the central bank is not just administrative?
No, I didn't say it was just administrative.
You were saying just administrative before.
No, I'm saying the creation of one. The creation, because we were saying who will host the central bank, who will print the currency, and I'm saying
central bank.
No, and I'm saying those are decisions that would have been pre-agreed at this announcement.
No.
You know,
not at all.
Those are the kinks they would have ironed out before they come into the public space.
Those are things that cannot be. Those are not easy situations, right? They must have a central bank or whatever. Where it's going to be? If you're going to have a central bank, of course, part of having a central bank is where it's going to be. My point is, I saw your tone softer now with the central bank. The other time you were dismissive, but I see that now that you found
No,
your dictionary,
I am still
now you found your
dismissive. No, I don't
you found
agree
your
with you.
dictionary. Now
No,
that you found your dictionary, now you agree with it.
You know, Kulata is my dictionary. I mean, look at that.
One man.
It's not even
One man, I want to
about
ask a question.
the point about central bank is not even about arbitrage or whatever.
Before you ask a question, can I quickly
can I just land it one sentence?
One man, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
can I just land one sentence?
Let Fatai and let Ogbeni carry on before he loses his train of thought, and then we push on.
No, just it's Ogbeni that there is Ogbeni that actually want to ask a question.
Oh, is Ogbeni asking a question? Okay, land first.
Yes.
Let Fatai land, and then we take it from there. Fatai land.
Okay. So it's not really even about arbitrage or the local currency. If they are great, like the Eurozone, like when they have Central Bank of Europe, and they are spending euro, right? The local currencies are not effectively in use. So there is no, there is no issue of when they are talking about this trading and the currency of trade, it's not the question of arbitrage. The question of arbitrage, all these things, just investment matters, like whatever market. So that's not really the point. But I'm just glad that one man that you finally softened your tone when your dictionary super chatted.
No, I did soften my tone, and thank you to my dictionary for the super chat.
That will never be my dictionary.
We've not been saying the super chats. I thought everybody was broke, but Kulata never broke. It's a billionaire. So thank you, Kulata. And then back to you, whoever was wanted to say, carry on. So,
okay. Well, sorry, Ogbeni. So, because I just want to reshape our discussion about this BRICS of 18. The question I want to ask, because now what we are discussing is about, we are just looking at, okay, which one has more power, which country has more power, which one is. I want to just let us look at it this way. If BRICS comes to place, and is there any benefit to the world? Is it possible for us to have another superpower or like a multipolar currency? What is the advantage? I'm just asking.
No. Let me answer briefly, and then you pick it up, Ogbeni, to expand on it. There is an advantage.
Then what will be the advantage to the what the present status quo, if you maintain it? What is the advantage to at least we are all African, we are Nigerians. So what is the advantage to the third world?
I said
and what is the advantage of having BRIC also to the third world? I think that's what we're supposed to. It's not which one. We are not the US. We are not Chinese. We should be talking about the advantage of this thing to us.
Yes, the advantage to us. Let me take you back a couple of decades, and then when you pick it up after just my low wit insertion. But if you go back a couple of decades, the world was a safer, more balanced space because you had two power blocks, which was the Russians, which was the Soviet Union then, and the United States and the Western powers. And because they were both nuclear armed, they sort of counterbalanced, and the world was able to leverage that polarity for a balanced world. But when the Soviet Union collapsed, we had the American hegemony, which just devoured everything. So the world is fed up of that American hegemony because the Americans, they just tell you you don't have the wiggle room for negotiation. So you need the counterbalance of another space to equal weight that. So that is what advantages it. But that's just my law. Let's have an academician tell us all about it, Ogbeni.
As I've said before, I'm not an economist. Maybe Kulata and others can speak better to that. But this is my just understanding from my understanding. But please, before I go to that question, somebody talked about energy security. Let me just use 1 second to answer that. Now, when you say energy security and you point your finger to America, see there's a deficit for America in that regard. I say no. If you read the latest report from Energy Information Administration in America, they will tell you that at, I think last year, 2022, 66% of the total energy that's oil they are producing is now in shale, and they have it in abundance. So if you think America relies so much on the energy coming from other space, you're getting it wrong. Now, America is still going outside there to buy and to ensure that they play politics in the energy sector or the energy industry in the world because they need to be in control, not because they are relying solely on it. 66% of the energy they are consuming, they are producing it now by themselves, and they are increasing it. They are increasing their technology so fast on shale production. And the moment they get that done, if they decide to unplug any country, that country is in trouble, unless BRICS save them. And let me now go to this question. See, I don't see how BRICS is going to really save people. Don't think that BRICS is the only group that have ever been formed in order to break American monopoly. And by the way, I don't know why people call it American monopoly. Under this America, a lot of empires, I call them empires, have risen, right? Under the monopoly we talked about, China has been able to rise under that monopoly. India is getting its way under that monopoly. So why do you still call it monopoly? If those ones, and if you go back to the blocks we have back then, how many empires actually rose under them? They crushed almost all empires. So why do you still keep blaming America? But that's by the way. Now, one of the major advantages, I think,
it's not a monopoly, it's a hegemony. So it's a difference. It's a hegemony.
Oh, okay. If it is hegemony, what I'm just saying is that with even the power play within the hegemony, they still allow, or whether accidentally or incidentally, some powers still rose under them, right? Now, this is why I think about BRICS. First and foremost, don't think BRICS is the only that kind of group that want to break American hegemony that have emerged. So many have emerged. I remember the one they call G8 Plot 5. They call it Outreach 5, if you remember, if anybody remembers back then. It was formed around 2004, 5, that around. And the purpose also back then was very close to these BRICS, just to create a platform, for dialogue between the G8 nations and then the emerging economies. And this same Brazil, China, India, Mexico, South Africa, they were all part of it. And they met annually and did all these things, Naira, dollar thing, de-dollarization and everything. But eventually, I think sometimes maybe around 2009, it fell later and they failed. And there are a lot of groups they formed, After then, there was a one they call basic countries. There was a one, I remember they call IPSA Dialogue Forum. It was the same, that one was India, Brazil, and I think South Africa. I'm not sure China was part of that. Then there was G4. So they've been forming a lot of groups. Yes, they are trying to refine it. Now, come on, what advantage can we have in that? For me, I think an advantage we from third world country, developing country like Nigeria can gain from this is we have an alternative. If we have an alternative, it increases our bargaining strength. It means you won't tell me, hey, then I must get a hook, line, and sinker. If you tell me, hey, and then I can look on the other side, I have more people to come and negotiate with me and say, okay, this is your hey, okay, let's look at it. What exactly do you need? Okay, this is what these people is they're offering me. Okay, I will do this for you. Then, okay, if you can do it for me, then I leave them and go this way. That's the way I see it. So it's going to benefit us if we don't pitch our tent completely to one side and we try to play our politics perfect in such a way that will favor us. There are countries that do that in the world. So I wonder why we are not doing it. Norway, Finland, all those guys, all those Scandinavian guys, they don't really pin tents really. They look at which one favors them and they go for it. But the danger in it is this. You see, I don't see, when enemies come together, it's just like, sorry for using obedient thing sometimes. When you see, enemies come together because you have one enemy and you think, oh, let's push that enemy away from the road. Therefore, we're going to be able to dominate the place. You will scatter the place yourself. Because when you look at BRICS and you look at the socioeconomic policies of every countries that are in BRICS, there is no common denominator in it. a communist state like in China come together with a capitalist state like India, and you want to, or a Brazil, and you're coming together. On what basis? A socialist state like Russia, and you're now coming to a pure capitalist state like Brazil, and even South Africa that is nowhere. That one you can't even say it's capitalist, you can't say it's welfare, it's nowhere. South Africa is practically a third world country, right?
So, what exactly are you insinuating there?
So there will be tension. One will want to dominate one. It's a matter of time. And somebody mentioned something. I said they are not threatening America yet. If they are threatening America, it's a simple one button. So America
what the way they want to do it, they want it in regions. Okay, let's say Brazil in South America, South Africa in Africa, then India in Asia, and all those things. Each one of them want to form a regional bloc where they can now export their commodities. Okay, now if you want to buy something from China, we don't need to go to China. If South Africa is there, we can get whatever we want to get within Africa and South Africa. Then the same thing for the South America, the same thing for the Indians, and like that. I think that's what they want to do. I think the difference between what they are doing before now, because if you look at what they are contributing to the GDP of the world now, they are contributing about 31% to the GDP, and US and Europe combined, they are just 24%. The last year alone, they have a trade surplus of almost $1 trillion. And the Eurozone,
I think G7 is contributing 60-something% to the global economy. About 67, the G7.
No, it's not true. Just check.
Okay.
Check.
Okay.
Check. And the last year, they have the Eurozone, they have a trade deficit of about $472 million. $1 billion.
Wait before you roll out all those figures. You know, I'm not starting from that point. I start from the point of their socio-economic policies. It doesn't
it's not the same.
It's dramatically, yes. And when you look at that matters a lot. So okay, you said okay, everybody wants to dominate its own region. So China and India are from the same region. In fact, they share border and they fight on borders every day. So who dominate that region now? That's the first question we should ask ourselves. So who dominates between China and India? Why do you think India is not really fighting Russia on the Ukraine issue? India is an American ally, right? But they are not fighting Russia because they are looking at China. They are looking at China's relationship with Russia. And they know that if they go directly against Russia, they become an enemy. And then they have an enemy beside them, with China. So they need Russia beside them. Right? Now,
that's a misreading, by the way, but carry on.
Oh, why do you call it misreading? Let me give you some instance. Where do you put the Doklam standoff of 2017? India and China, they fought to a standstill, and they are still there. When do you put the Gulwan Valley clash 2020? India and China, the Pangon So incidents, Nakula incident, Depsang plains, they are still fighting on all those areas. And you think those two countries will just come together and easily, you're just okay, whose currency do they want to even adopt in that? India or China?
They are forming their own. They're forming a central currency.
BRIC currency. BRIC currency. That's the name of the currency. BRIC currency.
My brother, that thing cannot work. For me, I'm not an economist, but I've looked at it. I've looked at the reason why USSR fell. And I see the same thing. Yes, Madam Sita.
Let them form it first. We have a plan. Let them form it first. China will leave you on and be using it, right? No wahala.
Can I say something, Ogbeni? See, this thing, to me, if you ask me personally, do you think China really want its currency to be as strong as the US? Definitely no. If they want it that way, they won't be fighting to further devalue their currency. If you got that, because America and the European Union, they will still remain their consumer, so they don't want to kill their consumer now. But the little that Donald Trump did that time sent a serious signal.
don't forget that there is an almost 10 decades or 10th century history between the Western and the Chinese environment, whereby the Western world destroy the Chinese economy. You know this irony that America was ahead of China. If you really go back into the history, it's a lie. America stole technology, they stole a lot of intellectual property from China, and China now retaliated again. So they were stealing from themselves. So it was never one-sided. And as a matter of fact, for almost 900 years, China was far ahead of any part of the Western world. Now, it was still this American that made the reemergence of the Chinese economy possible. Because the simple policy, the mistake they made. Like people said that, okay, America will develop their intellectual property, they will develop their products, they will go to China to produce. But the government in America will say, okay, when you are coming, you have to pay corporation tax. When those people, average investor is greedy. When they know that, okay, what do? The China government said, don't worry, I give you subsidy. Just stay here. They kept expanding the manufacturing base in China. So with what Trump did, this guy now says something. What are we going to do? You will see that recession didn't affect them so much because they are experienced. Instead, because they now manage to, because the major industry where China thrives today is the heavy industry. Even you will see America relying on China to help develop their rail, Canada relying on them, United Kingdom relying on them, and African country relying on them. So they have their own foreign policy and they have a ban to target foreign investment. Now, they know that Kasala can burst from America at any time, and they are now targeting some countries, Africa, and where America they've not really penetrated so much other than their military power. So ask me, China is only interested in sustaining its population because right from time they focus on trade. They don't want to do much about military. It is now they're beginning to think of the military because what the United Kingdom and the Western world, what they did to them.
China is not just interested in sustaining its population because it already started. It's already perfected that, I think, some 20 years ago. I think what China wants is where America occupies. They want to take America's port.
It doesn't pay them now. They can easily
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Ola.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks.
Now, see, that is not what they want immediately. In the long run, they may be fighting for that.
No, but hold on. That long run is now. But I think it is so. If you look at
the economy will die if they try it now. See, don't forget that when I saw Madam AI that was talking that America is stronger than China in AI. That's just mythology, it's an assumption. See, China is very advanced when it comes to AI. Don't forget that this AI we are talking about today is just a component of one single thing that started by Germany when this China almost killed the German economy. It was China reemergence that killed European Union economy, and it was that China reemergence that reconfigured the economic sector in the United States. Now, the economic sector that used to be like 40-something% manufacturing, somehow the emergence of China slashed it down to 12%. Manufacturing in the US today is 12%, and it's in Canada it's like about 10%. That is why the war of this interest rate you see among them. So that's another story for another day. Now, when China discovered that, Trump is about to kill our economy, you know what they did? They went to the United States immediately. They started making sure they turned some manufacturing into robotic. I can give you some example of America, the Chinese factory now that are robotic in the United States. They say, okay, no problem. You want to kill us? We are going to your country. We established fully robotic functional factory there. That is how they quickly reposition themselves. So to me,
quick question. Whose technology did they use to develop their robots?
Some few seconds. So by targeting all these South African, Brazil, now using South African in Africa, for example, we are still developing continent, and everybody is fighting for the soul of our planet, of our continent. So they want to establish the influence there. Just imagine them moving to that place, and it's going to take a very long time for us to catch up. So before we even think of catching up, what happened when America went to China to establish their factory will happen soon in Africa, where China will dominate Africa. So instead, okay, why will I be looking for dollars if I want to have a strong economic presence somewhere when I can use my country? So why should I make the cost? Because using dollars is going to be more, they are going to lose their cost leadership, because what China thrives on is cost leadership. In this globalization, they bring the economy down. They bring the cost of production down. And everywhere, whether you're in America, everyone is greedy to get something at a cheaper rate. And it is one of those things that is difficult for government to control. The only way you can stop China as it is now is to stop globalization. Exactly, you start using the protectionism, what Trump was doing. That's the only way to stop China. If you don't do that, no way. So they know that. That's why they are quickly forming alliance with those people to capture where America cannot capture for now. So if America want to establish in my country,
Can I quickly say something about that Africa space?
Okay.
Sorry.
Someone wanted to ask question before. I don't know. Maybe you let him ask then.
Okay. My own is just comments.
Okay.
Just 1 minute comment before the question. See, when we keep talking about China, Africa is gaining ground. China is not gaining any ground. China is not threatening American interests in Africa. If China is actually threatening American interests in Africa, it's very
what's playing out in Sudan? Is that not what is playing out in Sudan?
Yeah, I'm coming. I will tell you why. See,
no, Ben, it's not that China is not gaining ground. That's not even.
It's not threatening China interest in Africa is not yet threatening American interest. I tell you that for fact. See,
no, you can't state that categorically.
Let me tell you, around 20.
That's correct. You're right, Ogbeni.
Around 2021, 2022 alone or so, I think, American humanitarian assistance to Africa alone is about $10 billion. See, China can never give you that.
You are too much.
No, see, Ogbeni, you are talking about consumption. And China is going. Wait now, Ogbeni, wait.
Sorry, Ola, let him land. I think Prince wanted to come in as well. So Ola,
let me land. See, if America unplug just malaria vaccine alone in Africa, you are gone. What are you? See, polio. Who do you think is bankrolling all these things for you?
What do you mean, Ogbeni, by that?
My brother, I have a brother that works in USAID. America is practically giving you most of the vaccines that you take for your little baby in Africa almost free of charge. China will not do that. China is a communist nation. China's money is for China. China is not giving you money on humanitarian assistance. So
let me
now round it off. Let me round it off where I'm going. If you look at the combined money China has given to Africa as humanitarian service, because you may want to argue, they've given money. The research shows back then, in the space of about 10 or 11 years, China had never spent the money the Americans spend in just a year with all their critical vaccines that they sent to Africa.
You are still backing up my thing, Ogbeni. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's your point.
You are backing my point. America, China is not interested in giving you some kind of aid. They want to establish want to establish themselves in the business there. So the same money that America is bringing there, they will be the one. Wait now, the same money that America is still bringing to Africa, China will still slash part of it. That's all they after.
See, if it threatens American interest, see my point. It's not threatening American interest. Trust them. Americans are mafia. If it's threatening American interest today, they unplug one or two critical things and your brain resets in Africa. Well, because it's not threatening, I'm telling you. See,
it's not that
Ola, hold on. Let's bring Prince Daddy in. Land that point, Ogbeni, and then let's bring Prince Daddy in.
Yeah, was a Prince for me.
When you have a baby,
Oriola, yeah, your voice is similar. Are you sorry,
No, it was Prince, so I was here. I'm here.
Yeah, you know, if we ever have Prince, Oriola, and Babati on the platform at the same time, we will all be confused. Same voice. But carry on, Ogbeni.
See, when you have a child in Nigeria, for instance, you see all those vaccines you go to get for your child. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 6 months. Who do you think is supplying all those vaccines? And do you know how much they are worth? America is bankrolling it. And they are doing it for a reason. Because they want to be in control. The moment their interest
Ogbani, do you think it's free?
It's not free in the real sense. The reason why it's
so
not
they are
free,
doing it for a purpose.
Yes, the purpose is to keep controlling your policies. Not the money. They are not collecting money from you. But they want to maintain, to ensure that their interest is ascertained. The moment an external body threatens...
Yeah, collecting money, you just don't know.
The moment... My brother, do you know how many vaccines they give you free of charge?
So
in Africa, you don't produce and you don't even have money to
It's
buy.
not free, Ogbeni, in the real sense of it. It's not free. Those things are not free.
Ogbeni is correct. Ogbeni, you are correct, but it's just the perception. What I'm telling you is this.
It's not either correct
just a
or
minute.
wrong. It is just unknown.
Just a minute.
It is just unknown.
No, just a minute. See, Ogbeni, you are still not getting me. America is interested in introducing consumption policies in Africa. So, but China, they are trying to move production strategy to Africa. So at the end of the day, whatever America will be bringing to that place in the future will just be like they will be the beneficiary of those things. That's what I want you to get. No, okay, this guy now, they come today, they give Africa money, they supply, right? China say, okay, don't worry. We are going to build a capacity there. Nigeria, please listen, because this thing, America is not giving you for free. Maybe they are giving you for 20 billion, right? But don't worry, we give you this factory, even your children will work here. We now produce, we give you money to develop it. But instead of 20 billion, we do it for you for 3 billion. So see, it's just a way. Okay, look at all their rail, all their this facility infrastructure we are giving to them. Who is going to be the maintenance partner? Look at it from that angle. So this thing where I say, see, it's not as easy as you talk that, if they threaten American interests, that they will. It's not that easy. The world has changed beyond what it used to be like 20 years ago. So if they threaten China threaten American interests in Nigeria, what will they do? They will now import jet fighter. Now, so
they don't fight you. You don't get my point.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. Sorry, Ola, take Ogbeni's point, and then after that, let's bring Prince Daddy's voice into it. Ogbeni, to you.
See, my point is this. There are little policies. One of it is to unplug some of their vaccines. Polio, they have a lot of vaccines, they bankroll. There's a medical doctor on this platform, right? If you understand what I'm saying. My younger brother is a director on USAID. And he tells me something. He said, you see, if America unplugs 1 or 2 vaccines from Nigeria, you are in trouble because you don't have the funding to buy them. And China is a communist economy. China things are for China. They are for Chinese men. That is their economy. Any Chinese leader that tries to take their money out on humanitarian service, you go for it. That is their law. So, but America, if you threaten America's interest, it's simple. They unplug 1 or 2 things. It resets your brain. You find a way back to beg. What did America do during Jonathan's time? They stopped supplying guns and all this. Did China supply you anything? No. The answer is no. And you had to rush back to that America, right? During Buhari time to still go and get more ammunition, right? And they open border for you. They open their store for you again to start supplying you. So that's just my point. And where I'm nosediving, I'm not really saying, then we should be attached to them so much that for life it will be. We are just explaining things here and what American does, and then we find a way how we can find a way around it. But for us to just explain American interests in Africa just simplicity, my brother, it's not that simple.
All right. So sorry. Let me bring Prince in now. But on my way to Prince, let me bring Kulata into the conversation. Since
Oriola.
Oriola then. So let me bring Oriola in. But on my way to Oriola, let me bring Kulata in since Kulata seems to be the only one with the wallet today. He super chat to the conversation. He says, China won't let go of its control of the yuan. I doubt it will adopt BRICS as a local currency. Massive wealth disparity between BRICS will make it a problem. So thank you for that, Kulata. But I think you may be missing a step in there because nobody is having the anticipation that any of the composing countries will abandon their domestic currency. It will be somewhat a super currency for trade, just really for international trade and to provide an alternative for the dollar. So I don't think it'll be I'm not even sure if the currency will even come in physical form. And that is what I think the direction of travel is. Kulata continues with the super chat. Trump wasn't about to kill China; they devalued. So yeah, that's to whatever part of that conversation that came into. Oriola, to you.
All right. So I was just going to add, and I have some other questions for some people. I mean, I heard some stuff, so I was just gonna chip in on that. So I mean, Trump did try it, but I don't think Trump was not the only person that actually um fought China. I mean, they're still fighting them. I believe that because like in US, for example, both the Democrat and the Republican, the only thing they actually agree on is China. Like I know like somebody said that they're not on the same page, but the thing is they're actually on the same page when it comes to China. So that's why they've been able to fight them and not having them have any type of upper hand, which they, to be honest, I don't think they will. The new currency, I don't think it would be a factor of actually go to anything. And actually, I actually believe that if to say that the TTP, I believe is the TPP that Obama was trying to do then, because basically China manipulate their currency. And the fact that they're like the world factory, which is the main reason why I don't think they can become a superpower. They can't become what they Russia is just using them. India does not really like them. So it will never go anywhere. I think that everybody thinking they will actually get to somewhere. I don't believe so. I feel like it's just a matter of time. We would understand that China, I mean, for example, do we actually think, does anyone actually believe they will use yuan as a, like the most popular currency to do anything? I don't think anybody believed that. So I would just, so to someone saying Trump was the one, no, Trump actually stood up, but I think Biden actually have done more than what Trump did during his own time. And yeah, and also I think we were talking about the AIDS. I feel like the AIDS is just a way for US to for us to have a job in the United States. That's what pretty much AIDS is. Because when you give AIDS, they don't give the money. They just give it to a company to actually create jobs to be able to.
My guy, you be sharp guy now.
That's what the aid is. Like they give everybody. I mean, they give Ukraine aid. It's not like they're giving them physical money. They just invest that money in a company here. And we have jobs. That's what the aid is. So I feel like they know the game. And also someone mentioned that China is taking their place. Oh, come on, man. Okay, we're all proud that Nigeria have like this big what is it? The financial company that they have that they're like raising money. Where do you think they raise their money from? Majority of them, they're actually in partner with majority of investors in US. Like, can we look up like how much has China invested? I'm not saying that borrow money or help them create help them create bridge. I'm not saying that. Investing into how many? I mean, majority of the startups in Nigeria or other African countries, the investors that back them, majority are from the US, just like majority of startups in China. They're backed up by a majority of investors from US. So, I mean, I don't think that country can stand alone. I mean, they already start decoupling, like everybody is trying to move out and look for other Asian country to manufacture from. I mean, it's just a matter of time. Within 5 years, I feel like this China thing will be put to sleep, just like they put Japan to sleep, because Japan was about to, everybody was saying Japan was a big deal. What did they do? Stop microchips.
How come Japan is not even in this mix? It's another question.
They already shut them.
Why are they not in the mix? Yeah.
But they shut them up already. They already shut them up because they were about to take over US then. Everybody was crying, oh, yeah, Japan will be the next superpower. What did they do? They stopped all the technology that they supplied them to be able to become who they want to be. This will be the same thing.
That's not the situation, though.
It is.
That's not the situation.
Well, what's the situation? What is the situation?
I was opportune. Wait, I was opportune to have a class in that while dealing with Professor Estefani. You see, this man was giving what happened during that time. It was negligence on the part of Japan. They focused so much on manufacturing that they neglected the services. So whatever they got in the manufacturing, the competition for the little services they have was, too many demands. So at the end of the day, the cost of the product now went up, and whatever they were manufacturing in Japan become non-tradable. So they could not push it. They could not compete at the international market. Just like you can't be manufacturing in the USD now. You say you want to push to a country like Nigeria where Shannon is there. That is exactly what happened to Japan. So it's not as if they shut them up. It was Japan that neglected a particular sector of the economy. See, as a matter of fact,
that's not true.
The thing I'm talking about,
but that's not true.
Okay, can I step in now?
Wait now. The thing I'm talking about, if you go to HBS, you can find a document. If I go there, if I find it, I will post it there before we go. So I'm talking of academic, something that is academically confirmed. I'm not just making anything up. So this thing that they shut them up, nobody shut Japan up. Japan shot themselves in the foot. That's not the fact.
So this was
okay. To the point.
Hold on. Let's hear from Prince. Prince has been. Yeah. Sorry, Oriola. Let Prince come in, and then you continue. Prince.
Yeah. Thanks, Moment. Okay. About Japan shutting itself up, I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing. China's blueprint or the plan is basically United States plan in a more improved version, I would say. I don't think Japan had the same ambition as do China right now. I don't think they had the same. But anyways, again, somebody made a spurious comment earlier that Biden's done more for United States against China. I don't know what that means. Like what?
That was Oriola. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, that was from the left field. That don't make sense to me. But Biden has done nothing, so you can't even compare Biden doesn't even have a policy. Just leave it as that. Compared to Trump, he has no policy. But to move on, and in terms of United States, the U.S.
With you, and I just don't know where your fact comes from, because during Trump, you can't tell me exactly what he did during his time.
What during Trump? Okay, the manufacturing hubs or the manufacturing what you call small counties or cities across the country were coming back up. Maytag, for example, started producing what you call it washing machine and other things in this country. Trump imposed a tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States, and in so doing, collected billions of dollars from the Chinese because they're trying to usurp Americans' domestic economy. It did so many. So you can't even name one. China. See, that's just a spurious comment. Biden's not even doing anything. But let's move to Africa. Look, when China's plan in Africa is not.
I think it's not true. You
that's fine.
biased. It's good to be biased, but when some things is not true, I mean, you
Okay,
have to
okay. I give you the floor. Name one or two things. Name one or two things.
No, but
one
we
or
all
two
know
things
that
like
foreign policy,
a big one.
One
Huawei
voice.
is a good one. Who did that?
Name one or two things.
I just named one. Huawei.
I didn't hear. I'm
Who
sorry.
did that? Who did Huawei?
What did Biden do about Huawei? I'm sorry.
Wait, you know about politics. Remember, they stopped. What is it? They stopped them from having their technology. First, they stopped them from having their technology in the U.S. or Canada. Even what is it?
And
Europe.
Biden did that.
Trump started it. Trump started it, but who actually make it happen? The person that make it happen is Biden. That's number one. They arrested some of their I mean, the dates are there. There's no need
Okay.
Both of you guys have same voice. I don't know who is talking. Can somebody?
It's Babati. They're all the same. But the three of them, we are looking forward to
Your
the day
voice,
they
I
are
don't
all
know, is
here.
Reala, is this guy? I don't know. I'm trying to picture who is talking. I'm not what you guys have been saying. You know, but
Gorilla is
can
more
you tell me who's talking now?
Gorilla is more laid back. Gorilla is more laid back.
No, Gorilla.
No, this is Fatai. This is Fatai right now. Gorilla is more laid
I know
back.
you now.
You more laid back. And
Fatai, I know you now. Agbero will come over for Island, can't go jazz, can't get money. So we know your voice when they talk.
I don't know what you mean by.
I actually don't think.
I don't know what you mean by.
Fatai, what should they say?
Guys, one voice. Yeah, carry on.
Wait.
Fatai is a joke or is a joke? Not joke.
Yeah, okay,
just like to show so I know your voice, even though I sleep I did. But these two guys, I cannot really differentiate who is speaking. True.
Okay. Now, Prince Daddy now. So
this is Oriola. I'm not even sure we sound alike.
You do sound alike. Carry on. You do. Well, carry on.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Prince Daddy put you a question that you should give him an example of whatever it is that he was working on.
Yeah, I was just saying that Huawei. So for example, Huawei was one of it, and also there was this microchip and stuff that go into some of the military stuff that was being produced in the US. During Biden's time, they had to stop them. Actually, I think some of them in New York, companies that actually provide this type of technology to them. So I was just saying that.
No, okay, I hear what you're saying, but those are just media spins. That's not true, by anyways. I mean, that's bogus. Okay, but that's fine. That's fine.
It is true. You're saying that Trump did something. Trump that has no idea how economic works. That's the guy you're talking about.
Well,
we can't even.
What do you mean? What do you mean doesn't have an idea? What are you talking about?
Bankrupt like 4 times. What are you talking about? The guy just talk. If the guy was so relaxed and patient and know what he's doing, he wouldn't have ended TPP, because TPP is actually doing the same thing he's trying to come back with.
Don't make it to American. You confuse us. We are not Americans, so we are Nigerians. But carry on.
Okay. Is it Gorilla? It sounds like you have the liberal talking points.
It's Oriola.
You sound like you have a liberal talking point. So let's just move to Nigeria.
Talking point. I'm actually independent, so I can go.
If you were independent, you would say Trump doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're just coming up with talking points that have it doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know how you came up with that. And I have seen people talk exactly the way you talk. It's more like you just came up with random stuff.
No, I'm not coming up with random stuff. I'm actually talking about things that actually happened.
Trump was the one who, and I'm asking you, what exactly did he do during his time? Just say one. I just named Huawei, and I named the other.
Okay,
technology.
That's true. Huawei, number one.
The technology that make microchips that they just stop. They cooperate with Netherlands to start manufacturing the machine that will produce it for China. They just did that. And under who? Under Biden. What are you talking about? Biden didn't do anything. What the hell?
All right. Let's slowly navigate the conversation back to where we were and start to round up that as a topic. The impact of the BRICS currency on the American dollar hegemony.
Yeah. Okay. So I was going to say, China's plan for Africa is completely different from that of the United States, and it's quite clear when somebody said earlier that they have a brother that works with USAID. Exactly to the point. USAID does not create wealth for Africa. It's an NGO partnership that they have that they use to corrupt African leaders, and they bring their own expatriates into the country to work. It has no real benefit to Africa in the long run. But China is actually, you said what, US spent $10 billion in Africa. Well, China's investment in Africa, I can guarantee, is way more than that, and they're more in a real partnership in order to get things done in Africa, be it manufacturing or other things actually that actually improves the American state. What is the benefit of, you talk about trying to cure malaria that they actually have medicine for? That's what US pumps its money into Africa for. What is that really doing for the economy? What is that really doing for the economy? It's,
Can I respond?
but before you do that, let me move on.
I made that point. If I can respond to that point.
The guy just mentioned USAID. Do you really understand how the USAID works? Because I know like a lot of even like agricultural company or anybody that wants to do this little non-profit organization, they actually request the money from them. The thing is, they do a lot of stuff. That's number one. But what would I say? The colonialism.
Well, see, let's put it. Listen, listen. US always done a lot of stuff here in Africa and in South America and around the world. But if you want to go back to the real to what the US purpose is, I mean, if you know this guy Noam Chomsky, he said the goal of the West, especially United States in Africa, would be to make Africa a source for raw materials and also the end product of the manufactured goods. So that's the point here.
Is it the US or majority of non-African countries?
Well, you can say that, but US and European, this
No. The facts.
All right. Oriola, give me a microsecond just to do a bit of advertising. So as I've been highlighting all the way through, we've got an eminent guest joining us tomorrow, the SDP presidential candidate in the just concluded Nigerian elections. He is coming to tell us exactly what happened on the 25th of February, and then what is happening now and what the future is going to look like. So I'm asking everybody listening to try and book that space, because he's given us the commitment to come and spend time with us. So let's take advantage of it to put to him then a lot of things that we discuss here all of the time. So we have the benefit of an expert and a senior voice. So he comes to join us. So everybody document it. I'll put the link in the comment section so you can all bookmark it. Back to you, Oriola.
Hey, I'm actually losing my talk. Okay, yeah. So just like I was saying, I feel like even with us, like some people trying to back China, like what have they done? Like compared to like other, let's say European and US, for example, they've done so much. But the thing is, colonialism actually blind majority of our eye, like to see, like, because here's the thing, nobody can control you. Once you have a goal and you have objectivity, like this is what I want to do, you're able to understand what someone is bringing to you, if it's going to be valuable to you or not. So that's what I think. But with the China thing, that they will create BRICS and all of that, I mean, for someone to dethrone the mighty dollar, I think we have to give them at least maybe 20 to 30 years to be able to do that. Because remember, after gold started backing the gold, when gold started backing dollar, nobody tell anyone to continue to use dollar as their own for their trading purposes. Nobody told them to do that. But everybody, I feel like they know like US economy is a little bit stable compared to a lot of other countries, and not just, and their political system is also stable. I believe maybe that's the reason why a lot of people just decide to just stick to dollar. If we compare that to China or Russia, Russia is now not a capitalist system. I mean, they have a communist system. So you don't know, they might happen today. what's the president, uncle, whatever his name is, he might decide that this is what I want to do while nobody can debate him. So I feel like that's some of the reason why you can't really depend on China, for example, like political system. They only depend on manufacturing, to be honest with you. It's not a service nation like that. Like they don't, I mean, does anybody in the world actually drive a China car? Maybe Chinese car, I mean, maybe in Africa. Does anybody actually use something that's created by China? I mean, Nike,
Well, that's interesting.
but they manufacture
Well,
them.
yeah, maybe not you, but the rest of the world pretty much uses everything that comes from China.
Like what? Like the for mobile phone that African uses in US, what's their percentage? In majority of South America, what's the percentage of those phones? I mean, you just before we actually think they can dethrone it, let's give them some time. I mean, with their military
Okay,
already scrap like technology for their all their military machines.
I said that earlier. It's a factor of time, but you're comment about who uses Chinese product. Why would you say that?
Yeah, who uses it? Tell me who uses it.
Yeah, everyone in America does. Let's start with that.
Wait. But the American companies that actually take they can decide tomorrow, like we're gonna have African country, maybe Nigeria, for example, to start manufacturing for us.
Right. Like you guys, you just talk like it's so easy to do. It's so simplistic.
One voice, Oriola, one voice. Yeah.
Okay, so
can I
you put together something, assemble it. Doesn't mean you manufacture, you create it.
Okay, let me step in. So, okay, number one, okay. When it comes to China, I'm America first, and I recognize the enemy. In this case, let's put it to be China. But to this country enemy and think that they mean nothing. That's a problem a lot of people face. Simply, China does a lot of things. Now you're talking about the creativity or perhaps the intellectual property that comes from the U.S. But China is the base for most manufacturing in the world. Most of the things that are in the United States go to Walmart. Well, where the heck does Walmart get all these products from? You make it sound like China. Even when it comes to American pharmaceuticals, China produces a majority of American pharmaceuticals. So when you say what China is nothing, they don't do anything. U.S. can just move their manufacturing OME to a different country like it's so easy. They can move it to Nigeria overnight. Is that the way it works? So let's just keep it real. Let's keep it real and just respect who's at it. Okay, China is not Nigeria, it's not Ghana or these other countries. They are a real country and they are competing. Give them that at least.
It's not only in China. Walmart produce their things. If you use it very well, check their product. You see Vietnam, you see Bangladesh.
Right, but that's not even what I'm saying. Like just because you can manufacture stuff does not mean that you have the idea to create it.
Well, they do have that. By the way, they do have the idea. They have a lot of ideas too. They do have a lot of ideas.
Prince,
like what?
All right. All right, gentlemen. This back and forth is not. You're never going to converge. But let Ogbeni have the final word on that space, and then we'll move the conversation.
I'm actually using my Nigerian accent, so I don't understand why someone is telling me. I mean,
it's Kulata now. You're Americaning us out of the conversation with your
accent. That's what this is how
don't mind Kulata.
You don't need to put doesn't make it sound Nigeria.
Look at that.
One man. Yeah. I wanted to interject, but I didn't want to talk. You're talking over each other, or do you want to interject and talk over them?
No, that's why I've been trying to pull them back. Because we don't hear much if two people are talking. Yeah.
You have the floor.
You have.
Yeah.
Let Adale come in. Yeah.
Okay, Baba.
Let me correct. This is making. He's saying on pharmaceutical, China is producing it, and products in China, in Walmart, China are producing it. Most of these things that are producing in China that come to America are outsourced American.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In China, they are not China.
And sorry, where does the labor come from? Where does the labor come from? Where did they pay taxes? Where did they?
No, forget
Stop.
that secondary. But the companies that are producing these are American companies that are sourced to China for cheap labor. So if those American companies should pull their resources out of China to another country, China economy will suffer. So don't say it categorically as if American, it doesn't have any supply at all, but we are totally dependent on China.
Just some seconds.
Yes.
You know, this company we are talking about, you know, China, they bought many, if not most of them. You know that they bought their shares. See,
Exactly.
America
Good
got
point.
themselves into that deeply.
Exactly.
And these people, they've hijacked those companies. So the question is this, that America will retrieve this. See, we are talking of global economy. Except America want to isolate itself from the global economy.
Give us
It is just too late for them. They just have to play along. And you have to play ethically.
Exactly.
If you misplay, you will lose your advantage.
Give us an example of one.
And quickly, it's not just basic outsourcing. They have OEM manufacturers in China. It's not just outsourcing to some small Vietnam.
They have OEM, they have OPM.
It's much deeper than you guys make it sound like. That's the problem.
Give us an example of one company that Chinese has taken over. American company that Chinese has taken over. Please give us.
80% of American debt, 80% of American law firm, 80% of America, anything in America is being owned.
Give me an instance. I don't want.
I will only remove the CNN from your Lord's Bank to down. Chinese control almost 80% of it. See, the problem.
Companies that are producing. Give me an example
How
of
many
one.
I said for Lloyd Bank down.
The Chinese are taking.
There are so many. There are so many. They are all in China. You know, Chinese have policy. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me quickly run through this. You know, there's a Chinese policy. When you are bringing something to China, either you go own it to Chinese or you give Chinese the blueprint.
Exactly. My point I was going to make. Thank you.
So people don't get that. Hold on. From your Ford, everything you hold down, Chinese have a bigger stake in almost American producing company. From your Walmart, you don't even know China own most of the stake in Walmart. Chinese own almost everything. Almost American producing stuff in America, Chinese own a bigger stake in it.
Do you say
but
Walmart?
That's not the issue.
Chinese owns Walmart now.
I say have a bigger stake. I say have a bigger stake in it. Now I'm not even saying that now.
My bigger stake. I didn't control.
What do you mean by bigger?
The controlling shares is what.
The controlling shares now.
You are wrong if you say they are controlling shareholding of Walmart.
Hold on. Let me just quickly run this. I put some list down. But you were saying your brother works in the USA one, which I agree. My ex-wife used to work with Jaiga. He did. Let me tell you her name. Probably they'll pull out from Google. Dr. Yuko Yamamoto. She did the research for mental diseases way back 2007. It was there. Now, these ages guys you are talking about, we don't need it in Africa. We don't need it in Nigeria. They are actually using it as a test lab. If there was a declassified information in Nigeria that they declassified like far back 2012, and I believe anybody visitor will know the drugs they use. Asa will know in the north. I don't want to call the company. They used to do guinea pig. They use our Nigerian children as guinea pig in the north. What came out of those children? They deformed, so turned to like an animal, working like an animal, became paralyzed, creeper, and all that. What happened after that? They started giving us aid to suppress it. You don't give people aid when you destroy them. I don't give people aid from what you take from them. We don't need Nigerian aid. During Abacha time, we were not getting aid. You will know. Where I know is there now. Go check it out. Hold on. But I just let me quickly run through what Fataya. You can hear me. I've been asking this thing for 3 months now. This BRICS of a thing. and I would like to speak on it later. We must avoid American aid. We don't need American aid or the Western aid. The aid they give to us lead to corruption in Nigeria. The aid Chinese is going to give to us, not even aid. The aid Chinese and Russians are bringing to us is infrastructure, technology, and which other one? These what three things you need to build any country. But America keep giving you aid and loan. That will not build anything. That is just one. The monopoly in Africa, we must stop it from the Western. They control our uranium, our cobalt, our gold, and everything, and we have no say. We can't even fix our own price. That is not good for us. We must stop that from them. This BRICS of a thing is not to control the world like American dollar. The BRIC is for trade. Japan is already buying crude oil from yuan. And I don't know the TV. I don't know if you don't see on your national TV, but there's someone going on that America is suppressing that people don't hear. Japan, France, Saudi is accepting yuan on oil, on trade. People don't even know that Nigeria have a trade agreement between Nigeria and China to buy in yuan, naira to yuan. China has made all these big moves just to at least reduce the power of America. They control the monopoly in the world is too much. They will tell you, don't worry, dollar is very safe. We cannot use that against you. But as soon as anything goes on, they will sanction you with dollar first thing first, like just the SWIFT system. It's not good.
Is your country Nigeria economy dollarized or yuanized?
Hold on. I'm just running through. No. I don't want to. I want to use the floor for the next person. I just want. You can take it on later. Hold on, please. I just need run.
Economy, a dollarized economy or yuanized economy, with all you are claiming that China is doing to take over.
No, see, China is trying to break that.
Hold on. It's a mixed blend economy. Is the answer to that? It's a mixed blend economy.
No,
okay.
I mean, one man. What do you mean by mixed blend? What is
because the adaptation of the yuan was actually announced about 18 months ago.
Yuan is not you know that it's not known in Nigeria when it comes to business transaction or international. Yuan is nothing to Nigeria. Who is trading yuan?
They have signed it with the
do you know how much Nigeria trade in dollars every day? Where do you hear of yuan when it comes to trading in Nigeria?
You
guys should just
actually that dollar trade is bad for us. You are in, America is in their house. Hold on.
One piece. Nisuru, we've been saying all the way through voices.
Even your Japan, it was American. What do you call it? Loan, grant, and aid that developed Japan to what it is today. And other Asia, Korea, and even your China, and even the China that is second largest economy today. What are you guys talking about? You think America sleep? You think American, with all this shenanigans that is BRICS are doing, you think American doesn't have the plug whether to downgrade them or to destroy them? You think America doesn't have it? They are just trying to experiment something. They don't know yet. They are just trying
that's mythology.
Please, can I just run through my list?
Don't worry about your list now. Okay, run through your okay. Everybody, let Warpace run through his list, and then we can.
Sorry, please. Yeah. Then you put this China Wahala. People shouting China. The 5G developed by Chinese. Specifically developed by China. That's the problem in the world. Whoever controls 5G controls the information of the world. And Chinese only have the technology. America cannot even develop 5G yet. The 4G is not even working properly. China owns 5G technology. And that's what everybody's connected to. So we should not be downgrading China like that. Of course, America cannot have it all. Now, the other one, the Trump policy was a very good policy. Chinese... and I would say Chinese, this BRICS is for trade only. They want to reduce the monopoly of America, not to stop it. Nobody's saying they should stop it. Chinese want to reduce the monopoly. That's Russia and China. Then the last one before I leave this place. Japan. Okay, sorry. Okay, Wama, let me leave the floor. I'm driving. I'm driving. I cannot.
All right. Thank you. When the round of that space, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. First and foremost, you shouldn't leave. You should wait to get our response on the list he has run for us. Now, first and foremost, you see, when they talk about hate that you don't need it in Africa, sometimes I just laugh. What's your alternative? Do you really have alternative when I say you don't need hate? Do you know your birth rate in Nigeria? Do you know vaccines that you need in Nigeria? Can your government afford those vaccines?
I'm sorry. I don't want to bump it.
No. Let him run through.
Wait,
there are too many
I'll give you a few ones.
Yeah.
When you have, you see, so many of us have left the country. We've lost touch with Nigeria. When you have a baby in Nigeria, you see that your rotavirus vaccine that you are getting, that rota that you are getting, you don't buy it. Even when you are paying, if they ask you to really pay, and average Nigerian cannot pay, a country is giving you your what do you call this one? HPV vaccine, your meningitis, tetanus vaccine, yellow fever, measles, polio, hepatitis, all those vaccines that you see in your country, they are bringing, and you are saying you don't need it. Then you don't want LD population. How do you want to survive as a country? And you are saying you don't need it. Yes,
hello, Thomas.
I agree that, you see, most of all these AIDS and co, America use that to control. But don't downplay the impact of those vaccines. They have their impact to make your population healthy. And I think World Peace came and just gave us a scenario that is not even, no press even picked that scenario. That people started turning to animals or that. Wow, this is an intellectual platform, for God's sake. What some people turn to animal to, and in the entire country, nobody take the picture. We can't see it.
It's on NTA. It's on news now. It's on news now. I will find it and send it to you.
If you can send it to me, I'll really appreciate it. I want to believe.
I will send it to you privately. Like you are saying, I'll send it to you. I'll bring it to you. It's on news everywhere.
For now, I believe it's one of those conspiracy theories of the marketing things. Now, where am I going? This is where I'm going. I've told you some few important vaccines that we get in Nigeria. Now, if China is really serious, supply us all these vaccines and come and compete in our space. But they won't bring these vaccines to your space. They won't give all this kind of aid because it's a communist country. They don't bring out their money to come and give you. It's a capitalist country that will be doing this. Yes, they all are. And let me tell you, when we come and paint China as evil, China is the saint, America is evil. Let me tell you, they are all expanding their empires. China is not coming to you because China wants to do you well. If you want to understand who China is, go and check Hong Kong. How is China relating with Hong Kong? Go and check Taiwan. How is China relating with Taiwan? Check Macau, check Tibet, check South China Sea Island, and their Xinjiang. These are autonomous regions on their own. The Xinjiang, or what do you call it, is an autonomous region in the Western China. How is China treating those countries? And you think, oh, you China have a good... See, if you stay in Nigeria, go to those Chinese projects, CCCP, or what do you call those countries? Go and compare it with what the Western companies build. You will see the difference is always very clear. You don't even need to be blind to get... You don't need... A blind man will know. You compare a Chinese...
Ogbeni, to back you up, the last time I traveled to Nigeria, I went to a place and I saw the elevator built by China company. I decided not to go through the elevator. I walk up through the stairs because I'm scared to death that this is not. It doesn't the standard. I mean, me looking at it, you can know that this is a substandard. I mean, just forget it, man. China.
All these Americans. You forget that the same Chinese build the same product for Americans too. See, it's just
No.
That's
Hold
what
on,
you
Ola.
say.
Hold on. You see, when you make
Ajale Coco, Ejo, please. Baba, let me say something.
Yeah.
Please, just more and break. Break. Let me just say this 1 minute. Is purposely to you, Baba Ajale Coco. Before I left Nigeria, I'm an engineer. I work with electronics, phones, and all those sort of stuff. So the last time I spoke with one Chinese what they call it, phone manufacturer, do you know what he told me? He said our brothers from one side of that country, I will not mention that side, you can detect it from your side. Our brothers from one side of the country, they will come to China, they will tell them, produce us a inferior phones that will last Nigerians for just 6 months, and the phone can even blow up or just spoil, and they will produce them substantial things. Do you know America went to American China produced for Americans? All those phones you are carrying in your hands, my brother, is made in China. I just got, I'm not proud in, my wife got an accident like 2 months ago. We just got a car, a vow. I don't know, maybe you guys know that. It's made in China. It's the function is like you are buying a 100,000 Australian dollar car. The function is the car is hybrid. It drives very well. So you can't condemn China, my brother. The world cannot do without China for now.
That's not true.
That's
But
just
One man,
that's all right.
please let me
You are
come in.
correct, engineer.
Hold
Please
on.
let me come in.
Let Hassan come in. Then Ajale Koko, if you don't mind. I think he ran back specifically for this conversation.
Yes. I have been hearing the conversations all through, and it seems to me that the way those who are supporting China is as if China is indispensable. China is not indispensable in the scheme of things and how the structure of this global world is. What China does is only manufacturing. Vietnam is a viable place for manufacturing. India is a viable place for. In fact, India is trying to position itself such that it's going to take over the manufacturing of China. And one other thing that nobody has talked about is the monopoly of the Americans on microchip processors. You see, every electronic device that you know in this world, the sophisticated ones, from military hardware to the ones you use in labs to the ones that are used in any kind of electronic device, is produced. The design, the secret of its production is domiciled in the United States. What they do in South Korea is just to assemble them. You see, if the Americans decide to limit access to this microchip technology, the Chinese military will ground down. They will not be able to, manufacture new military vehicles. They will not be able to sustain their satellites. They will not be able to, sustain even their power grids. Somebody should check. So this is just one thing that America holds control over. Imagine all the phones that they are producing in China. If the Americans decide to cut their supply of microchips processors, that country will come to a stop. So there are so many cards yet to be played by the United States. China has not done anything extraordinary apart from raising a lot of money and then picking people out of poverty. Everybody must acknowledge that yes, it's a good thing that China has done and they have tried. But even that came at the deliberate policy of the United States, because the way I see the United States is just like a giant corporation. America functions like a giant corporation. It's always looking for efficiency, effectiveness, and that kind of mirrors its foreign policy sometimes. And because their investors in America wants to get more profit, therefore they shift manufacture to China. But that is all that they do. It's manufacture. If that manufacturing is pushed somewhere else, then game over. And one thing too, China has an aging population. You know, this one child policy that they did is already biting them in the behind. So they know that in the next 10, 20 years, if they do not do something about their population, they'll just have old people wearing pampers all over the country. So there are a lot of things that is structurally wrong with China. They just have this poker face. China, they look like giants, but the only thing that they have is that economy that is fueled by manufacture. Apart from that, China does not have the standing to challenge the United States in any shape or form. We must talk about these things too. That's what I want to say. Somebody should
Hassan,
just
sorry.
try and see about these processors and see.
Hassan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Biden already pulled out of that microchip semiconductor, and
we've lost you, Warpace. But Ajande Koko had the floor. He just yielded a little bit to Hassan. Ajande Koko, back to you.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We've lost you, but Ajande Koko has the floor now. Let Ajande Koko.
Let him go. Let him go.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that semiconductor space microchip is exclusive to Taiwan. That's why America is protecting that space. Now, the other thing you said about China manufacturing. Yeah. The other thing you said about China manufacturing. Do you know it's not only America has the technology in order to pull microconductor chip. Russia has pulled their rocket engines. America don't have rocket engines. Do you hear that Elon Musk rocket is falling from the sky? American rockets are falling from the sky. They don't have things to replace. They don't have parts to replace them. Not only America has monopoly about these things. Other countries have their own monopoly. Hold on.
That's not true.
Hold on. Check. Hold on. Do your research, please. Hold on. Do your research.
No, Russia. That's not true.
Hold on. Hold on.
America imports.
That's not true. People like giving things that are not true.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Russia, I don't get people. Russia control the technology. Jet rocket. I did not say jet. Jet rocket they used to go to space is controlled by Russia. They have that technology. Go check USA. What's it called? NASA. All their jet rocket is from Russia. They're partner with Russia for jet rocket. Since they put sanction on Russia.
That's true. You are talking about the engine that fired.
Since the engine I'm talking about, yeah. Yes. Since they put sanction on Russia, Russia puts sanction on them too on jet engines. So it's a big problem. So in amount America had things to pull China back, other countries have other things to pull American back too. Like Angelico was saying, I agree to a certain extent, but it's not to the full totality extent that America has one button or super that we just push that China will go down. If China go down, America go down. American specialists have come to analyze this thing. Yes, America will take on China, but that would reduce America drastically from the world power because it will affect America more than 90% of its resource, manpower, everything to deal with China, and that will reduce them from world power to they will downgrade, then the new world order will come up. But anyway, let me use the floor for Angelico.
Okay, so no, wait. So you think America is dumb enough to just pull out one day and then lose money like that? It's going to be. It may take a decade. The pullout they have to have mitigation measures to control it, and those rockets you were talking about, it was a test rocket. When Russia even before they put the sanctions, Elon Musk has already, supplied the ISS, the International Space Station. He has done round trips, taking astronauts, taking equipment there. So America do not really need Russia's engine as of now. In fact, the Falcon 9 that SpaceX was trying was using, they are now upgrading it, and that was what blew up. It's an experiment. It's the largest ever, rocket ship to be, tried because he wanted to, perfect that technology. Elon Musk wanted to perfect it because, Elon Musk is doing one thing even better than what Russia was doing with their rocket engines, because he was coming back with his own rockets in one piece. Those rockets will come back in one piece. That is a step further in the technology. I quite know what is happening in the space industry. That's one of the places that I have interest in. So America do not need Russia on those things any longer. They are doing quite well by themselves. And it was Cosmos. If you remember, in the beginning of the Ukrainian war, the person that's leading Roscosmos had a spat with Elon Musk on Twitter, and they went back and forth. In fact, because that was one of the reasons why Elon Musk provided free internet to the people of Ukraine using his Starlink. And Elon Musk, actually gave an interview on Joe Rogan when he was talking about that he went to Russia like 7 times trying to get that is in the early 2000s, trying to get to know more about how they did their rocket engines, but he was rebuffed each and every time until he decided to take a different approach, and then he came up with SpaceX and how they are doing things. There is no reason that America will need Russian rockets right now to take anything to anywhere, not on low Earth orbit, not to the moon, nowhere else. They are self-sufficient with SpaceX. And that is to say, Russia's dominance in the space sector has already faded. Is fading day by day. Is fading day by day. And as far as China is concerned, China is just a baby on the blocks. China is just coming up as far as space exploration is concerned. So this overhyping of China and Russia over their real capabilities is something that strikes me as odd, especially on platforms like this where people are supposed to know. People will say it's fact. Maybe one man, please let me ask you a favor. I don't know whether this has financial implications, things like that, but if we must keep discussing on this platform, we should have somebody at ready, like a fact checker, because everybody presents his point of view as fact, which is not necessarily
We
the case.
we have a fact checker, and his name is Kulata. We have one.
Yes, maybe we should incorporate it somehow, so that before we leave, everybody will leave knowing if your position is not true, at least you get the facts, and you have learned something. And if your position is right, at least then you get that affirmation. But this way, I don't know.
Let me tell you about that fact checking. See, when you can be logical and you are not totally wrong, there's tendency that to some degree you are correct.
Yes. There's
some of those things you go and search on Google, maybe Fabu too. The best places to get all those fact checks is when you log on to research site to see what those researchers are doing. You see something on Google
money.
Today, they are lies, even up to 90%. Not everything, but politics. You can easily fact check.
But those spaces, they put them behind a paywall. Those when you want to log into those research spaces, they put them behind it. You have to bring out your card.
That was why I was talking about financial implications.
I can fact check for you if you just want to give me some money. So because there are some documents that we place there that you will never get on internet. So the thing is this. You see when War Peace was talking the other time and someone said it's staying taboo. Not totally, that's the word, not totally wrong. Because see, it's not as if someone is over. It's not that I know now. I know I'm saying that you now. It's not as if those people talking about China, it's not as if they're totally wrong. But what we are saying is this: we are in a globalized economy. Don't underrate anybody. Look at how automobile is very costly now. What is causing it? We are talking of disruption in supply chain. From where you can see how those components of that globalized economy, how they depend upon one another. So the thing is, nobody is overrating China. We are trying to understand exactly what they are doing and what is the long-term implication. Because it's too early now. It is too early now to say, China will dominate. But gradually, when China was reimagining in the 80s, who knew that time that America will just be China will now be the point of
sorry, Ola, take over for 5 minutes. Carry on.
Okay. So nobody knows that China will be where they are now. That as a matter of fact, like I was saying the other time, Germany responded. It was an intense research, a global conference to make sure that they responded to Chinese dominance through Industrial 4.0. Because people just talk of big data. Big data have been there always, but the capability was never developed. It was when China started crashing economy. They crashed. Germany is very strong in manufacturing. They crashed the economy of Germany. That Germany moved some of their production plants. They moved into to China immediately. So now, how would they respond? They look at, it's low cost. Okay, now even if I'm bringing my good from China, I'm still going to incur costs on the ocean. You know, they call that on cost in transit, or what do they call it? Supply chain, that in transit cost, inventory, in transit inventory. So those things alone is billion. Okay, then okay, how do we limit? Because people are going to China because things are cheaper there, but the cost of inventory from China to Germany too is a cost on its own. Okay, can we find a way to eliminate that cost of inventory in transit? Okay, they say, okay, we can bring a concept that will be like almost just in time, that a customer will need something tomorrow, we quickly produce it today, instead of filling our inventory for 3 months in anticipation of customer that will buy in 3 months. So you reduce cost of borrowing, cost of inventory. They now brought this idea of 4.0. That 4.0, big data, all these 4G, 5G, they are big components because you need you need good speed to integrate all those things. You need good speed for robotic. So when you produce your things locally and you supply customer today, you've reduced cost. So instead of you shipping from America, from China, and now put cost of inventory for like 30-40 days or on the sea, you have already eliminated that. You only incur the cost for just 1 or 2 days and supply. That's what brought this 4.0. So look at how everybody is responding to the threat brought about by China. So it means that China is so important. If it is that easy for them to go and say, okay, China, like we destroy you like about 150 years ago, we are going to carry what you and destroy your economy, they would have done that. But in the world has gone beyond that place now. So whatever you want to do, you want to be strategic, you want to use the combination of technology and the way you attract investment and development to economy. You won't just go and do what Trump did, because what Trump did that time, it's just a matter of time. If Trump is still there, the global economy will respond to Trump. You should be asking, why is it that Saudi is so in a hurry to join BRICS or whatever we are talking about? Because America is finding solution to Saudi oil already. I don't think that Saudi will wait till tomorrow, that when the oil will become useless. So they have to look for someone to partner with. That is exactly the way it is. Even as small as Nigeria is, in the globalized economy, you cannot just overlook Nigeria, honestly. So that's just the way I see it. So everything is South America. I know that Americans say, they like to, I like you like your countries, it's good, but don't overrate yourself and ignore others. Others are equally important. So China, my brother, don't let us look down on those guys. Their strategy. That's my point. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. No. Let Ajanle we've not heard from Ajanle Koko at all today, and people come here to hear from Ajanle Koko. But
sorry, I wanted to tell me to go what drugs I talk about. Not. I just brought it out now. Some space. I hope you can. I want to give you titles you could check on YouTube. Check Nigeria Pfizer written conversation. But please check on more links that you see the full caption, like 15 minutes play. You watch it 15 years ago, like I said, 207, and now is about 15 years.
I know that one now. Was the Vice
just try
one that keep people?
No, just try and open. Just try and go far. There was one Japanese did Jaiga. My wife was in that research. My ex-wife, and Japan to pay 515 million to Nigeria. So use Nigeria to do as guinea pig. So we don't worry. When we say things,
if it is that Pfizer one, if you go and check the judgment, you will see my name there, number 5.
Okay, but just do more research. You will see more. You will see this. Just case of time. You will see all the links.
Animals there, what piece?
I didn't say they were working like animal, like cripple. If you watch the video, people started working like is the handicap. Now it's not curry with his hand as a leg. That I mean animal. I didn't say it was animal packing like animal.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
One man, I will come back later. You can go ahead to someone else. I gotta do something now. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So let's take the conversation on. I thought we would only spend 5 minutes on this, but clearly the appetite for conversation extends beyond just the narrowness of Peter Obi and Tinubu. So there it is. Sorry, I'm not trying to oversell it, but I'm just trying to push it out as much as I can, so that as many people turn up as they can. the interaction with Prince Adebayo tomorrow, be there or be squared. So there it is. All details on the platform. So all details on the platform. Let's take the conversation to Simba, who has been unusually quiet. So Simba, acknowledge you're still there. All right. All right. Let's take the conversation then. Whose voice have we not heard enough of today? Let's take the conversation to. We've lost Oriola, but we still have Prince Daddy. So therefore, Oriola and Babati still here. So, Prince Daddy, are you still there, Prince?
Yeah, I'm here, woman. How you doing?
All right, pick it up from here, Prince. And by the way, super sticker from Prince as well, but he's put it on the session for tomorrow. But we acknowledge and document that anyway. But let's kick it off from here. So this is a space that we have visited over the last couple of days or so. Igbo youth lament alleged relegation of Southeast to 7th position in power sharing. So there it is. And I'm not even sure if, I suspect that is number 8, because if you look at the president and the vice, the Senate president and the vice, yes, number 6, essentially. So this lamentation now, you cannot lament something that you have been forewarned and then you knowingly do yourself harm. You cannot then lament some set of injustice. So this is youth within the Southeast telling us now that in the power mix that is Nigeria, what has now been allocated to their side is the lowly position of it says by microzoning the position of Deputy Speaker to the Southeast, the All Progressive Congress APC has demonstrated its hatred, and they are very quick to go to that sort of language, which just it is nothing personal, it's business, it's nothing personal, it's politics. By microzoning the position of Deputy Speaker of the House to the Southeast, the All Progressive Congress APC has demonstrated its hatred for the Igbo people, and that position must be rejected. It is even more insulting if the office of the Deputy Speaker is considered the 7th in the power plan Nigerian politics and must be rejected. This is the view of the Coalition of Southeast Youth in a press statement. Let me take that entirely all over again. By microzoning the position of Deputy Speaker to the Southeast, the All Progressive Congress APC has demonstrated its hatred for the Igbo people, and that position must be rejected. It is even more insulting if the office of the Deputy Speaker is considered the 7th in the power play in Nigerian politics and must be rejected. This is the view of the Coalition of Southeast Youth Leaders in a press statement, the Apex Social Political Youth Group in the Southeast geopolitical zone, issued on Sunday in response to the horse trading going on at the National Assembly leadership. In the statement signed by its President General and Publicity Secretary, XYZ and XYZ, the group also wondered how the position is canvassed for Benjamin Kalu, whose election is controversial, describing the APC power play as a charade and insult to the political sensibilities of Ndigbo. The group said it rejects in its entirety, no matter those behind it, and will continue to reject it. It said that whilst the goal and aspiration of Ndigbo is beyond the post of Senate President, it cannot identify with a character like Benjamin Kalu, not to talk of endorsing him to. And by the way, so they are rejecting that position both because of his lowliness and because of the character that has been assigned to that position, Benjamin Kalu. So if you feel a sense of this deja vu about that, you may be right. This was the same narrative, of course, that we heard around Orji Kalu. Maybe it's the name Kalu that offends. Describing the APC power play as a charade and insult to the political sensibilities of Ndigbo, the group said it rejects it in its entirety. It said that whilst the political goal and aspiration of Ndigbo is beyond the post of the Senate President, it cannot identify with a character like Benjamin Kalu, not to talk of endorsing him to represent the political interests of the entire Southeast as a federal parliamentarian holding the post of Deputy Speaker. It added, for emphasis, the Igbo are a major ethnic group in Nigeria, also one of the tripodal arrangements upon which the nation itself stands. Going by the Wazobia scheme, we cannot be reduced to the background by the APC-led government, no matter the scheming or agenda. The Igbo race, more than many other geopolitical zones in the nation, straddles one region, Southeast, and spans other regions too, South-South and North-Central, with sons and daughters scattered all over the 36 states within the Federation. Other regions barring the Southwest have complex ethnic makeups and minorities. In the North, and it goes on and on. So then the thrust of it you get, but at the 11th hour now, they're done in. But is it too late now? So just respond to that first, and then we pick it up from there. Prince.
Oh, yeah, one man, yeah. It sounds like deja vu. I'm not sure. I mean, what exactly do they really want? I mean, the youth, right? So they may not be aware of the past history as it relates to a lot of these things going on right now in the power play. So in the article, what exactly do they want? They don't like Kalu Daman. It seems to be every time we choose somebody from the Southeast, they tend to reject the person, like Emmanuel always says, that they don't like the Kalu guy for the Senate presidency that was once touted. So I mean, this kind of thing is expected, and we will continue to experience this throughout Tinubu's first term. So I'm not sure exactly what these people want. Yeah, their political capital so far to the APC is abysmal. I mean, to say. So I don't know.
Do you anticipate that that space will be the biggest domestic hurdle that Tinubu will have to surmount? Because I don't think after the 29th of May they are going to they get any respite. I see pretty much in the direction of what Buhari had to endure, but more intensified. Do you think Tinubu has to surrender that he's going to contend with that space for the 8 years that he's going to be president?
Is going to surrender? Well, unlike Buhari, right? Buhari's administration, Tinubu and his people, they are not going to be passive. Again, from the onset, they've shown that they will be they'll try as much as possible to control the narrative that comes about. So it's not going to be business as usual like Buhari's term, but again, they will contend with it. At the end of the day, these people, they're quick to dissipate, apart from the agitators like maybe Kalu or this IPOB, but the politicians and these such groups, they come about every 4 years. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. They can't do much than continue to talk and agitate, but I'm not sure how even to pacify them really. If the overall economy improves, yeah, maybe less noise, but if not, they're gonna find one thing or another. So far, it seems that they are sidelined, but if you look at it from the grand scheme of things holistically, it's not the case. You play your ball the way you want to play it, the results, you deal with it. I mean, whatever comes to you, you deal with it. They've always played their politics regionally, somewhat, and even when they were in a national party like the PDP, they never really ascend to the top. Okay, the reason why, I don't know, but their leaders sure trade a lot. And whatever they trade in, it doesn't seem to benefit the people. And it's not really unique. I mean, the Arawa and the Duduwa people, they had the agitation also. There's always a dichotomy between the people and the leaders, but nonetheless, it seems to be more pronounced in the southeast than other parts of the country. That's what I would say. So yeah, Tinubu will contend, but I think it's capable. It's not as brash and dismissive, I would say, as maybe Buhari seems to be. He's going to deal with them. I think he wants to have a good relationship with them. If he can extend a friendship fellowship to is it Padi Banjo, the guy that's always against him. If he's able to do that in the past day or two, I think he would do the same. Like he would do likewise to the southeast, whichever way possibly he can, and they could do it. But again, it's a reality of ours. I mean, the southeast is just a reality. Such a group, I'm not sure how really strong they are to make any strong pronouncement. Again, the group, the separatist group like the iPod and the leaders like Kanu are the ones that seems to be the one that gain more traction in the Nigerian space.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else that piqued your interest, either in the conversation or in the news cycle today?
Didn't spend much time in the news cycle today, Mother's Day, so doing family stuff. I didn't, but it's exciting to know though.
Did you phone your mom? Did you phone your mom?
I absolutely did, yeah.
Okay,
I did.
Carry on.
Yeah, and but I'm excited about tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll try to make my schedule to join for tomorrow. Prince Adewale is going to be on there. It would be nice to hear him speak and perhaps ask one or two questions and see. I mean, he was in the race. I saw him on Arise when he spoke about the quote unquote the corruption that happened during the election from all sides, from APC, from Labour to PDP. So he's a man from the inside. So it's really a great opportunity to actually have the chance to talk to him and see what he has to say. And notice all this noise and fluffy stuff, like one party called Labour and their leader. They are the pious of Nigeria. They don't do wrong. They're so phenomenal and great and everything. We all know it's a joke for those that care to listen or pay attention to what is going on in Nigerian space, right? So they're all the same for the most part. It's a game to be played, but some are just good at it than others. And that's the case. But again, to listen to the Prince speak would be a great opportunity.
Yeah. Try and turn up and think of questions to ask him as well. Because as much as we want to push him a little bit, let him feel the pressure from in a civilized tone, of course. But let's push him a little bit so that we can get even more out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prince. So thank you, Prince. So
thank you.
All right, let's go on to Akim, who came in at the first go, but we've not heard.
Sorry, woman, I'm around.
I came to you, Simba, but you never said a thing.
Sorry, I just stepped out to have my bath.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation, then, do you want to pick it up from the topic on the screen? Then, is it a case of just stop flogging a dead horse? Because I feel a sense that we visit this space too often, but this space always presenting itself to be visited. Igbo youth lament alleged relegation of Southeast to 7th position in power sharing. So this was the politics that they played, and this is how that politics that they played landed them. They're still insistent on being president, but they also want. What does this even mean, Simba?
Thank you, the case of Southeast. I said it yesterday. They are just like a baby. That there's nothing you can like a woman. That's nothing that you can do to actually satisfy.
Have we lost you? Hello? Or have you lost me? Can anyone hear me?
Abe, where is he?
everybody that you present in that region, they tend to condemning them. I don't think there's any, apart from Peter Obi, I don't think there's any other good politician or good human being in that Southeast space. It's either Peter Obi or no other person. Because we talk about Ojikalu, they criticize him, he's corrupt, he's this, he's that. You talk about
you are breaking off, and you're broken off again. He'll come back again, or he wouldn't have heard me. Look at that.
He's talking about women. He's saying they are just like women, that you can't do anything to satisfy. Can
you hear me now?
What wrong kékeré kan sí? What wrong kékeré kan sí?
Use a man as reference. Don't use Obìnrin as reference.
Can you hear me, woman now?
Okay, Simba.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, carry on.
Can hear you.
Carry on.
Okay. So if you just look at it, and you know, I said it that this thing will continue till the end of the Tinubu'S administration, and there's nothing that you can do apart from giving them the presidency that will actually make them happy. You know, they are talking about if you look at the Southeast, I'm very sorry to say this. You know, Southeast is the smallest region in Nigeria, both in terms of size and in terms of population.
Oh, sorry. Let me interrupt you for 1 microsecond. You know when Buhari said it is a dot in a circle. That is actually what he was referencing. That is just a tiny little geographical space within the Nigerian greater mass. But they took that word and they turned it into something else. But you are right.
No, that is the truth. That is the truth. It's just a condensed small area in Nigeria. And when you look at the population, yes, they might be looking homogeneous, all of them Igbo. But if you look at the geographical region by geographical region, they are the smallest in terms of population and they are the smallest in terms of size. And they're not the one. Look at, you know, I said this yesterday, there is nothing that they will do without pointing an accusing finger at the Southwest. They are saying that they are homogeneous and they are referring to Yorubas as having minority group compositions. Can you imagine that? Which tribe is more homogeneous than Yorubas in Nigeria? Which region is more homogeneous? If you go to the north, it's a mix of Fulani and Hausa. And you can see what we are talking about. And the other issue is, I don't know who are they now going to present that will be acceptable to them. And I think the best way to go about this thing is just to ignore that face, and whoever is in charge should just continue doing his work. Give them whatever they desire in terms of infrastructure, in terms of position.
Yeah,
but
you say that ignore that space, but that space cannot be ignored. The one thing that we have learned over the past 8 years or so is that that space has a unique and peculiar skill for fomenting trouble, which they have an infinite capacity for. They tormented Buhari throughout his administration. They tormented every candidate throughout this electioneering. They cannot be ignored. That's just the thing.
The solution that people have now been trying to profile, it seems not to be acceptable to them. Even they themselves seems not to know what they wanted. We are all clamoring here, asking even something that they didn't deserve from the political space. People are clamoring for them, but they say no, they don't want anything. And now they gave them the number 6, they are saying it's number 7. And they even, not only that they said it's not, they don't want number 6, that even the person that they are not going to give is not acceptable to them. Are they not going to go and bring somebody from PDP or Labour from the ruling party. That is the person that they have. They only have one candidate qualified as a Senate president. They said he's not capable, he's corrupt, he's this. Now they wanted to give them somebody from the House of Rep as the deputy speaker. They are also rejecting such a person. So what do they want? So the only thing that I think can pacify them for Tinubu to say, okay, I'm not participating, or I resign my appointment and I'm going to give Peter Obi. I think that's the only thing that will pacify these people. So I don't think so. It's not so.
And what do you think the chances of that are?
It's not going to happen. The likelihood of that one is zero. So I don't know the solution that we can. I think that the only solution is for them to get the presidency, which is not going to happen now. Even the next 4 years at least. So I don't know what they want to woman, and is a serious domain that we have to just look at how we can handle it.
You say you don't know what they want, but the wider question is, do they know what they want? Because there's no indication that they do. Even the Biafra nation that they say they want, if you offer them Biafra nation today, they'll say no, thank you. They will.
Let me tell you. Do you know? You heard that what happened between Eze and Eze Octan or Ekene the other time? That he was saying that more Igbos than you are not a real Igbo and all those things. And those are the things actually even they have Biafra that will happen within them. So it's just I don't know. It's just like a space where we have people that are just throwing. I don't even know what I'm going to use to qualify them. And I think, well, to me, whatever this one now, if that is what you want to give them, let them give them. The guy will take it. If they like, they can kill him whenever he goes back to the southeast. But for now, I think that is what they can get from this administration, and they should just be comfortable with it and let us move on.
Let me take you to this space, Simba. Alleged study leave. Don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria. Honor charges DSS. So there is one, there was a time that Emefiele went on leave in America, and then he refused to come back after his leave because the DSS had come up with a stream of charges, and they were looking to effect his arrest. So he negotiated his way back in. So the DSS are after him anyway. But now this study leave now opening that window of escape for him before Tinubu is inaugurated. Do you think he will be able to escape? One. And then if he doesn't escape, do you think Tinubu will seek to punish him for all the, funky moves he tried to use to stymie his progression to Aso Rock?
I think he will be able to escape. Buhari will allow him to go because they committed the crime together. So there's no reason why he will not be able to escape. He will be able to. If he leaves before the inauguration of Tinubu. So it's the best chance for him to leave now. But if he stays till after the inauguration, then the guy will be arrested and be locked up. Because the crime this guy has committed against the people of our country is too grave, and the guy has caused a lot of problem for people in that country. Business-wise, even a lot of people have died because they lost their livelihood. So it's not. He must not allow to escape. He must not allow to get worry and very sure because they committed the crime together. If you want to leave now, it's better for him to leave now. If not, he will be arrested and killed.
All right, Bridan. And the conciliatory noises that we're hearing from Bode George, he promised us that he was bags packed on his way to Ghana if Tinubu is sworn in. So Tinubu to be sworn in 2 weeks. But it looks as though Tinubu might be opening that window for him to remain in Nigeria. Reconciliation. I have no running battle with Tinubu Bode George. So this is the guy that tried to put Gbadebo Rose Vivo in State House, Marina.
Yeah, you can see now, you can see the language now. He has, so from this, from what you have said now, he has already agreed. The reconciliatory move actually worked. So he has already reconciled with Tinubu. And then he's not leaving again. And I think it's a good move for Tinubu because Tinubu is a very good politician. He actually meant fences. Yes?
You did
Hello?
not ask one man why has he now changed Gbadebo's name now to Gbadebo? Have you not noticed that?
It doesn't have to be Chinedu
It's
anymore now.
it's no longer Chinedu.
You had to learn now. You had to learn. You can make Gbadebo now. Who cares? You know, Gbadebo knows before. Orúkọ tí bàbá ẹ̀ sọ la máa pè é náà. Orúkọ tí bàbá ẹ̀ sọ la máa pè é. I knew you would pick that up, but look at when nothing gets past him. Simba.
Hello, can you still hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Oh, so I think it's a good move. Even I think it will make as many people as possible. I need everybody to cooperate with him and to help solving some of the most of the countries. For him to have a judge and move, and at least it will reduce the tension that space. But they judge one of the elders and a very relation with somebody.
You're breaking up quite a bit, but carry on. Have we lost you?
Hello?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. I think he should try as much out to some other people, not region, but in other regions, so that we have a coexistence in that country, forge ahead and people in that country. I think it's a good. Hello.
Look at yeah, we're struggling to hear you, but let me take you to Simba. Let me take you to the headline now on the screen, and then off the back of that headline, I'm going to play you a short little video and then invite your commentary about the headline. He has barely 2 weeks in office. World Bank asks to halt disbursement of $800 million loan to Buhari's administration. So seeking to borrow $800 million with 2 weeks left, the underpinning of this $800 million was that it was to cushion the effect of the removal of the oil subsidy. That was their original excuse. But now, Buhari has deferred that removal of all subsidy to the incoming administration. So really, the need for this 800 million naira is now questionable. But wrap that then up with this clip now, which I wanted to play yesterday, but the window did not open. Watch this and then give us commentaries on the two spaces.
As the days of Buhari's administration winds to an inevitable end, and the nation looks forward to a new regime come May 29, Buhari's wheel of governance seems to be firing in top cylinder, with a geared-up spending, massive award of contracts, and across-board appointments.
Why government is still doing awarding contracts or whatever, I think that those comments come from an insufficient understanding, if you like, of the role of government. The work never stops, and some of the contracts that are being awarded, the processing started since last year, and there's procurement conditions that must be met, so it is awarded when it is finished.
The federal government's last-minute expenditure commitments include the request for a Senate approval of a $800 million World Bank loan to cushion the anticipated withdrawal of fuel subsidy. At the just concluded Federal Executive Council meeting, contracts worth 327 billion naira were awarded. This is coming on the heels of contracts totaling 210 billion naira awarded the previous week.
This government was elected to function from 2019 to precisely 29th of May 2023. Should we now stop functioning 1 month before the next government because we're coming to an end of the tenure? This government must work. We expect the next government to also work until the very last day of their tenure.
Notably, this spending spree is in an economy said to be running on extreme low revenue amidst concerns of overshooting the nation's debt ceiling. A huge concern now is the implication of leaving a huge financial burden on the incoming administration that may want to adopt its own economic strategy. Although the federal government insists it will continue to perform its duties till May 28. What value will the Buhari's administration's last day spendings bring to the nation?
When things go wrong in government, others follow them. One person does something that is wrong. Some other people imitate them. You can't emulate this. You can only repeat a mistake that is made. The implication is not anything good in governance. They are not going to add any value.
As the nation stands at the threshold of a new administration, there are growing fears that the free-flow spending of the outgoing government may create booby traps that may hinder the incoming government from hitting the ground running. Benga Ashiru, Arise News.
So there it is, Simba. It's almost frightening. 400 billion naira approximately contracts are awarded by an administration that has less than around about 2 weeks approximately to leave office. Of course, last minute looting. It's almost ungodly what we have experienced from Buhari these last 8 years.
Well, man, I'm not surprised. But if you look at the person of Buhari, actually with what he actually, the way we see him as uncorruptible, and the guy is really disappointed. This is, if you look at Nigeria political space, actually this is what happened generally. Even if you look at, if you go to states now, once they are going like this, that is how, in fact, some of them will go on and be recruiting, doing employment that they know that they cannot finance, especially to cause problem for the incoming administration. This one they are doing is actually very reckless. To me, it's just like food for the boys that is just trying to. But to me, when the incoming administration comes, is whatever contract they have awarded, you can rescind it. And you know the way contract is awarded in Nigeria, it's not
they would have given them mobilization fund. It's the mobilization, and once they move it out of the country, it's almost impossible to get back.
Yes, I agree with you, but at least if they can revisit those contracts and re-award it, because it's not as if the whole money has been paid to them. They pay in transit, and then if anyone that they deem not to have followed the due process, I think they can, but it's not a good move by Buhari, because this last minute reckless awarding awardment of contract is actually something that is uncalled for, and it should be condemned in totality. Then the other one about the 800, I'm very happy that they asked the World Bank to actually halt the disbursement of that 800 million, because what is actually meant for is something that you have suspended. Then why will you now go ahead and then get this money? So since they have already halt the disbursement of that $800 million, then it should stay like that. If Tinubu comes and he deems it fit to actually remove the first subsidy, and he think that, okay, we require money to actually to maybe do some palliative that will cushion the effect of this removal of the first subsidy on Nigeria, then it should get the loan and remove the subsidy, because we need, for us to move forward in that country, we actually needed that suspension to be removed. So I think the halting the disposal of this $800 million loan is a good move. The other one, these are the contracts that is now awarding at the last minute, and it's just doing it every week, is something that is uncalled for, and you should put a stop to it. To let the incoming administration determine whatever they want to do. Since they have a budget, then I don't see anything rush if there's no ulterior motive to this contract that they are awarding. There's no need for the rush. In less than 2 weeks now, another administration will come, and they should leave down for the incoming administration. By now, you should have hang up and be preparing to go to Daura, to go and be chasing his cows there. So I think that's what I want to say.
And finally, Simba, as we are now, I suspect that anybody, and we're all keeping our fingers crossed that all of us, I suspect that anybody that makes it to the 30th of May in Nigeria, or any Nigerian that makes it to the 30th of May, they'll be printing T-shirts. I survived Buhari. Do you imagine? That's it. Maybe I should actually start printing those T-shirts and I survived Buhari. Is that something that we're likely to see? I survived Buhari.
Actually, we actually need a lot of, I don't know if it is prayer, whatever we need to actually put Nigeria on the right track. If you look back, we've not had any administration that we don't go back to the previous administration and said the previous administration is not better than the present administration. So we are just hoping that this one will be a different. If you look at it, say, is it even from the military era? We always compare that, the previous administration is better. The previous, even as worse as the Jonathan regime, we are still saying that the Jonathan regime is a good regime compared to Buhari administration. So to me, I don't know what is actually happening in that country. And I will pray that maybe this one will be a different, and we'll say, okay, this Tinubu administration is better than Buhari administration. Because we are just going down the drain in that country.
All right, finally and briefly, what will be the epitaph of the Buhari administration? What words will be written on the tombstone of the administration?
Buhari administration. Well, is apart from, let me tell you, the one thing that actually affects the common man is the economy. And if you look at the economy of Nigeria, it has not really been performing well. Yes, we can rationalize that there are a lot of things that actually affected him, but at the same time, that is the one that affected the common man, and a lot of people are actually suffering. And I don't think there's anybody that will say, okay, everything is hooray. If you look at infrastructure, yes, we have infrastructure, but that one does not come freely. It comes at a cost. We have a huge debt burden that we have to face. And the incoming administration will have a lot of things to do to improve our revenue generation and to reduce our borrowing. So that's the only thing that will make us to, at least to our economy to improve in that country. It perform abysmally. Buhari perform abysmally. And the other thing that actually did not favor him is that is a man that does not even talk. Buhari didn't talk, and he doesn't have a very good human relation. He looks very mean, and maybe because of his background as a military man, or because I don't know. But to me, I don't know the word I can use to qualify the person of Buhari. He really disappointed a lot of Nigeria. He performed below the expectation, because we hold him in high esteem in 2015 when he was coming in, and the hope of many Nigerians were dashed by his performance. So I think that is.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always excellent.
One man.
Yeah, when you were showing that news, I think I saw the name of something, Adamo, something, the guy in charge of Minister of Water Resource, right?
Yes.
He's not the guy that purchased 11 trucks, fire trucks for 11 billion naira.
No, that was the aviation minister.
Okay, aviation minister.
Yeah, that his name always Saki something or something or that.
Okay.
Not that name. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
funny.
and that one is like we said, this last minute looting.
Minute
looting. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, excellent, brilliant. So let's take the conversation then to Ajale Koko. Hopefully now he's with us fully. Ajale Koko, you're up next. Yes, you have to understand that Ajale Koko juggles a busy life to spend time with us, so it's only really.
Okay, one man, what's up?
Oh yeah, I was coming to you. Yes. It's to the space. Buhari attempting to borrow $800 million to execute a quick project within the next 2 weeks, and some non-governmental organizations, SERAP, writing to the World Bank not to release the money, that they are only going to loot it. So they've awarded just within the last 3 weeks left of the administration close to 400 billion naira in contracts. So it's just an act of ungodliness is what people are querying.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I mean, if you listen to the reason for that borrowing, you just shake your head that that country is being run by a set of leadership that are absolutely corrupt, brainless, visionless, and no sense of direction at all, and unpatriotic to capital. This 800 billion, they said they want to use it to cushion the effect of
subsidy removal.
And they want to pay 10.9 billion. 10.9 million poor Nigerians. 5,000 naira. Just imagine, just listen. 5,000 naira.
Kosebe. 5,000 naira Osebe now.
5,000 naira per household for the next 6 months. 5,000 naira per household for the next 6 months. It just show how how do I describe it? How I don't want to use
ungodly.
Let's just do ungodly and ungodly and out of touch, completely out of touch, out of tune with the situation, economic hardship rather, that the people of that country are going through. They are completely out of tune. They are completely out of touch. They don't have no idea. And for them to say 5,000 per household of 5 family members, that is their target.
1,000 each.
Simba.
Without Akara, I'll just bugon.
Simba, you are the one that I really love that. Dr. Simba, don't let me. We should be calling this guy Simba now. You said, I don't know why you don't add that title doctor to your name. Dr. Simba. You should add doctor.
Yes.
I don't like, when you see professional like you, I mean, we should respect you and you should be able to show, I mean, let us know who you are so that you can be properly addressed, Dr. Simba, I know you always come after me when I talk against that country and the leadership of that country. How does this sound to you? They want to borrow $880 million to share, just give out to people, 10.2 million Nigerians, 5,000 per household for the next 6 months. 5,000 naira. What is it that 5,000 naira can buy?
Let me, I think one of the major problems, Buhari the guy is a dollar. He does not, all these things that they will just put it to him. He does not understand mathematics. Whatever they just push to him, he will just sign.
Simba,
believe me, I think that's the problem.
Don't be too sure, Simba. That man is not dull. Forget about the appearance. He knows exactly what he's
doing. God.
Because I was wondering, why should somebody accept such a proposal from even whoever is making that proposal to him? He shouldn't have accepted such a thing.
No, Simba. Do you know how many facilities, how many development that Buhari has attracted to his own town? And we say this man is dull. Nobody, so far I can remember since 1999, has attracted so much investment, so much government institution to his state since 1999 like Buhari. And we are saying this man is dull. Oh, man, I don't believe it.
Even Rotimi Amechi went to build a maritime university in Daura. Daura and arid landlocked.
Rotimi Amechi did that one for his own political ambition.
But it still means that why did Buhari stop him? At least Buhari is a military guy. He knows the implication of this. Why didn't he stop it?
Thank you. Like, why did you say no?
Maritime in the desert.
In the desert. Why did Buhari say no? So that I think he's the chief security officer. He knows what's best for the country. He didn't say no. Which day here that I didn't know that the NSA guy, the chief security and the DSS of DSS was sending one memo letter to Aso Rock that Buhari should stop signing everything that brings to his table. You put Jim watch the news. I think it was sometime last year. It was a warning to Aso Rock, a memo to Aso Rock that Buhari should stop signing everything that brings to the table. So, what is going on in that Aso Rock there with Buhari and the signature of the things that he's signing? Only God knows when he involved in knots. Only God knows what is going on in that place.
It's Jubril that is signing it.
God knows. But oh God, I want to quickly say something. I want to tell you long ago. I think in this morning I was hearing rumor that this 800 million they were going to borrow, part of it that they want to increase the worker salary to 100,000 because of the subsidy they want to remove. Did you guys hear that? It was a rumor.
Yes.
Well, please,
they want to make minimum wage to be 100,000.
100,000. Yeah, let me quick. I got the cocoa. So you remember last year?
That was to rest policy, by the way.
Let me say. Last year they wanted to criticize Shomore in this platform for saying to increase the money to 100,000. And then I asked, where is going to get the money from? Where is Nigeria getting the money from right now?
Well, please, despite saying that,
but Showore wanted to get his own from cannabis.
They can
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ìṣòwòrẹ́ hater. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ìṣòwòrẹ́ hater. That is not what Ìṣòwòrẹ́ said. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ìṣòwòrẹ́ hater now. He hates Ìṣòwòrẹ́ with passion.
That
is true now.
I will just go and buy land in Ekiti to be planting cannabis.
So, what piece? You see that money? The time they want to borrow it is suspicious. See, they will tell you this is what they want to do, but you can never really trust what they are going to do. To me, based on history, from Abacha till Absalom till the time of Jonathan, man, they can borrow that 800 million and Parliament half of the money. And in the name of so,
Ola, did
why
you
not wait
remember
for the incoming
how much Jonathan borrowed that time when he was talking about fuel subsidy and the money that they used to buy those buses?
Shopee.
They call them Shopee. Yes.
So to me, let the incoming administration handle that. But it would have been good if Buhari went ahead and did and removed subsidy finally or deregulate for Tinubu to battle with. But I stand down, so Tinubu will carry the load. To me, that 800 million LGBT, it's good the way they put out. They can stop it because you never trust what someone that is going out of power can do. Malabi
I think the suspension of the first subsidy for now for Tinubu to I think is a good move.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because
I like to back the floor from you. Go ahead. People like to interject and I jack them from you. You still have the floor. You go ahead.
Everybody ran away yesterday.
I was angry with you, Ola. Every time you kick me to the background. And the same thing guys doing tonight. I don't let them have the floor. You hijack the topic from him, and you are the one who answering the question. He kept quiet.
Okay, Adewale no verse, but I know what happened yesterday. I won't tell you. Adewale no verse.
You know, Adewale, you know me.
I can tell you that I was not the one that kicked you out anyway, but no verse.
You know me. You know, I usually enjoy when people interject and from one person to another, and everybody is coming up with their own different. I don't mind.
They love talking. I don't know why people just say it and be quiet. No, they will keep going like a kilogiri. Keep quiet.
We were just explaining what Orokeke is.
No, my Adewale is saying I am the king of presentation. So you will talk today, because I know you won't like the way you ran away yesterday, to be honest. Because I was even expecting you to come and educate us or something, but we started.
And the session yesterday was quite very good.
I watched it back. I saw how you were all lambasting me, especially uptown and they said
I wanted to say, but my daughter was with me and she didn't want to go to bed on time, so I had no choice than to shut it down and take her to bed.
We are just going to find you today now. You can't stay.
No,
maybe you want to moderate. You are going to moderate today when the one man goes. So you are going to stay there 1 hour for me. You are going to moderate for 1 hour.
Yes, and that when one man goes will be very soon, because Thomas is not Thomas is tied up by work, and I think you have to head off to work, Ola. Abobakta Janlekoko.
Okay, so it is unfortunate that these people consistently show to us that they lack that capacity to manage our resources to the advantage of that country and the people of that country. They consistently showing to us that they are looters. They consistently showing to us that they are there just for themselves and not for us. Imagine if they borrow that money, $800 million, and they have it as loan to small businesses in that country. They give it out as loan to small businesses in that country. Do you know how much that will help small businesses that are gone under now due to their, reckless policy that have dropped so many businesses under, that have killed so many businesses, that make so many businesses struggling to survive? If they have given it out as loan to small business, small scale and medium scale businesses, that will help them to expand, increase productivity, hire more people, and the effect of that on the GDP of that country will be so huge that, our economy will be back on track. Our economic will be back on track in terms of productivity. And when businesses expand, hire more people, make more production, make more money, government will generate more revenue because government will tax them on the basis of their income. And that triple effect on the economy will, put the economy on the right track, and the economy will start to function normally to the advantage of the people and the country. So, but these people, all they are thinking is to get money, get loan, squander it. Sometimes they will use a little or part of it to do something, to show that, oh, we are building new infrastructure that does not, in any way stimulate economic growth, So it's unfortunate that the reason for borrowing this loan is not meant for productivity, but consumption. I've never seen where loan is borrowed for consumption and not productivity. We just want to do and share to 10 million people. The fact that, they said they want to give it to 10 million people for the next 6 months. Some people will say, this government is, but to look at the amount, 5,000 naira per household of 5 family members. It is ridiculous. It just shows that they don't even love the people of that country. So for me, I think it is not I want to support that organization that are applying, that are writing to World Bank not to give them. And I believe World Bank will not give them because there's nothing to show that that money will be judiciously distributed to the people that they claim they want to give. At the diamond is 2 weeks to go. So that money should not be approved. They should not give to them. And it should be left pending till the next administration coming. I don't think the next administration will want to get such money to share among people. I think they would like to put it into productivity that will expand our economy and stimulate the economy and generate economic growth for that country. I think that is what the next administration would like to use it for. I I don't think Tinubu is not my man, but I don't think that he would like to share money as an accountant, not just ordinary accountant, international accountant, a man that is internationally exposed, a man that have worked for multi how do you call it? Multinational company, mobile. A man that knows how to manage fund, even though he's a crook too, but he knows how to manage to juggle fund from little money and turn it around, flip it over to big money. So he wouldn't like to throw such money into consumption, but rather into production. So I support that organization that wrote World Bank not to release that money to Buhari administration. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. And to the headline on the screen, Ajan Lekoko, alleged study leave don't allow Emefiele to leave Nigeria, honor charges DSS. So I don't know who the number one most wanted person is in Nigeria, but I suspect that this man is not too far from the top of the list. I'm not sure if people even detest this man more than they detest Buhari himself. But do you think this one will slip out of our fingers? Should they be detained at least for Tinubu to make a decision on his future?
Look, one man, this kind of headline, I want to believe is just sensational. Nothing will be done to Emefiele because Emefiele is connected to the president, is connected to a lot of power that be in that country. And whoever touches Emefiele will be ready to touch a lot of people as well. Only so I don't see anything happening to him. Yes, the only thing that could happen to him is just to take him out of the position, which, as a matter of fact, his time is almost at the expiry date. So nothing is going to happen to him. Tinubu is not going to probe him because probing him will extend to probing even the president and some other people. But I don't want to believe in this headline as if, some people are trying to do anything. Nothing is going to happen to Emefiele. Emefiele will remain in Nigeria, and if he wants to travel out, he will travel out. Nothing will happen to him. A lot of who is not connected to Emefiele? Is it Dangote that is not connected to him? Is it Elumelu? Who is that billionaire in Nigeria that uses dollar, hard currency, to transact their businesses that are not connected to him? Who is that person in oil and gas sector and other sectors that are managed by the use of dollar that is not connected to Emefiele? One man, this is just a child play. Nothing is going to happen to Emefiele. I don't think anything will happen to him. Some people are just juggling their mounts just to carry out some sensational story just for nothing. I don't believe that anything will happen to him.
All right, Ajale Koko, let me take you to this space. So now this space I'm taking you to is nothing at all to do with what we have been discussing all the way through. It wasn't even part of what I read out, but it's certainly something that has gripped the Nigerian news space, a particular sector, a particular section of the Nigerian news space for at least over the course of today. It's somewhat of a bad news, and I'm not sure if you even know the character or have an opinion on it. But here it is. Yoruba Nollywood actor Murphy Afolabi is dead. So this guy now, if you ever watch Yoruba movie, you won't watch up to 2 before you come across this guy. He usually plays the bad guy in most instances. Him and Aki something what's that one? The tall and lanky one. The two of them are the mainstay of Yoruba movies. But listen to the circumstances of his death, Ajanle Koko, and it's just I don't know quite. Let me read it to you, and then you see. It says, sorry, who's that? It says, Yoruba actor and movie producer Murphy Afolabi has passed away at the age of 49. Though details of his death are yet to be confirmed, it was gathered he died from injuries sustained. Now, listen to this. So, it was gathered that he died from injuries sustained. You think from a car accident or something. Though details of his death are yet to be confirmed, it was gathered he died from injuries he sustained when he fell out of the bath. It's not funny, but there it is. Of all of the ways you want to go, certainly not like that. The actor, whose death was confirmed this morning, has thrown movie industry into mourning as many of his colleagues expressed shock at his sudden death. Those who saw him days back at public events said it was unbelievable to hear that he had passed away at such a young age. The deceased celebrated his birthday just over a week ago, precisely Friday, May the 5th. Murphy, who started his career with a movie titled Ifa Olokun under Dangonro as guidance, featured in and produced scores of others. So I'm not sure if this is a space that you digest Nollywood movies, but this is one of the mainstays of especially the Yoruba movie space. So any thoughts on this guy then, and his sudden and just too evident demise, but really falling out of the bath and ending your life?
Man, guy is a very popular guy. Yeah, his face is very, very familiar to me. I watched a couple of movies that he features in, and I heard today my wife and her friend talking about it, and all of them were lamenting and stuff like that. So it's unfortunate that such an incident happened to him, and he just give up the ghost easily like that. You see, sometimes when some of us talk about that country, some people will term it to be, oh, we hate that country. No, we don't hate it. But we cannot have a country where safety, security of life is not guaranteed. In any country where safety, security of life and property is not guaranteed, it's just a sham. It's not a country. Just forget about that place. It's a nonsense place. It's not a good place for human existence. It's like a place that, anything can just happen to you easily. You can just get killed just easily. Human beings should not die easily, just like that. No. In any society an organized society where you have government control, people should not die for fun. People should not die easily like that. There should be a system to save life. That is not the case in Nigeria. I want to tell you, help could not get to this guy on time. And that fall under safety. When you run into emergency situation, you should be able to call for help, and help should get to you as quick as possible to save life. But that did not happen to this guy, and that is why this guy died. So, Dr. Simba, Look at this now. This guy just fell, and help could not get to him, and he just died easily. Even if you can call emergency services to come and save life, you have to drag person into your car and start driving, and you run into traffic, and the road are not good. You run into traffic, you can't get to hospital, and that person will just give up the ghost easily. It's unfortunate. This is a talented movie star. It's a very talented star, and look at it. Just go like that, like chicken. It's unfortunate. You know, we will surely get more information on this.
You know, they are already speculating, Ojuaye. You know, nobody dies of natural causes in Yoruba land. It's always the enemy of your grandmother.
Woman, can I say something about this?
Yeah, come in.
Say something, Dr. Simba.
Okay, because Baba mentioned my name. You know, as we say, we don't have a detail of what actually transpired. Then let me tell you one thing. If truly the guy fell in the bathroom, two things could happen. He might have stroke, which made him to fall. If he had stroke, that is devastating. Because when I was serving in the late 90s in Edo State, they gave us an apartment where they call the Corpus Lodge. But being a medical doctor, they rented a flat for me differently from where other corpus are, say, in that local government. So during our community development day, he just called me very early in the morning that one of the copper fell in the bedroom, that I should just come quickly. And that time I had a car. So I entered my car and rushed quickly there. When I got there, this lady fell on the water closet. The water closet opened, broken, and this thing pierced through her chest.
God.
And I could see her heart, pumping physically, and she lost a lot of blood. I quickly carried her and took her to the teaching hospital in Irua in Edo State. There, she was transfused, they put a brain to her chest, and eventually she died. So, you know, yes, we know that there's a lot of things that we have to put in place, but there are so many things that can happen that can make somebody to actually die, even irrespective of whatever facility that is available. So we don't have a preview to what actually happened, but this experience I gave actually happened, and I saw it. I partook in the treatment of the person, and it was a very devastating experience. So we don't have a preview of what actually happened. You know, but what it's not as if we are not. We know what we lack in Nigeria. But what I'm against is that if we don't have a full knowledge about a situation, we should not just be lumping the situation. We know that we are all expressing ourselves for the love that we have for that country. And that's why we are talking like that. That's why we're emotional. I want to put things in the right place. So it's not as if anybody is against anybody. The kind of passion that we have might be different, and the way we see things might be different. So, but in this case, we don't have a full knowledge of what really happened to him. Or for somebody to just, yes.
Can I, in all honesty, do you feel like our emergency response services in Nigeria is effective and adequate?
No, it's not. Because let me tell you my experience here. I'm in Saudi Arabia, and you know, if there's any mortality, it will call for investigation. There are so many. I'm a pediatrician, and there are so many children that we're managing here that ordinarily, if it happens in Nigeria, will die. Here, healthcare is free, and then you can use anything. They have world class equipment, everything. The only thing is that they don't have the manpower, and that's why the foreigners are the one running their healthcare system here. So I know we don't have the best of the best in Nigeria, and we don't have the equipment. And but what I'm saying, I agree with Baba Jale Koko, but it might be something that is actually not redeemable that might lead to his health. That's what I just say. I'm just looking at it
Yes,
from other
Simba.
side of the subject.
The reason why I asked that, okay, it's a two-way thing. First time, based on my own observation, there are many Nigerians, especially in my part of the country, right? Since I've been back there and I've had friends that work in healthcare, the underlying root cause of these slums, especially in men, in the middle-aged men, is untreated hypertension. And sometimes we have diabetes, but that's more complication. But it's a lot of untreated hypertension that has lingered for so long. And so even chronic disease management and healthcare promotion itself, let's forget acute care now in terms of emergency. Even healthcare promotion, to have people come in and at least check their blood pressure to know what the baseline is lacking. So even if we're going to invest at the local level, so when I get angry, I know you and we've gotten into it a few times about the healthcare system. That's what I'm coming from. That based on my own experience too, there are many untreated hypertensive cases that lead to all these slumps based on what I've observed. And I just was hoping that you would see things from my own point of view, that government is lacking at all levels: acute, chronic healthcare promotion. At least bring them in. Let's know what's wrong with you first. Then we can discuss the cure, the cost or stuff like that. But even people knowing that they have issues is a problem. Nobody goes for, not everybody, and most people don't go for checkups. And people from that Egba area, I'm using my own area now, between 35 and 55, it's just almost on a weekly basis. People just slum and die. And it's always alcohol. They're drinking alcohol, they're having fun with their friends, and when you find out, they don't go to the doctor to even do any medical checkup. So that's where I'm coming from. I hope you understand.
Okay, Babati, let me give you this one. Yes, I agree that we don't have a good health promotion, even though our primary health care system is not good. But let me give you this one. I have a brother, I have two of them. We met at home in our hometown, and each time we are going for a meeting like that, I used to go with my streak just to everybody check their blood pressure. I checked two of them, and the one had about 210, 160. The two of them had very severe hypertension, and it's not because of lack of money. And I told them, okay, this is what you are going to be using. And, they were not using it. There's a lot of things that actually influence healthcare system in India, apart from the provision by the government. Even our culture, our belief, and religion play a lot of role. Some people just don't believe in use of medication. Some people don't even, some of them, we are talking to them, they will say, forget about that one thing will kill a man. You understand? But I understand the angle where you are coming from, at least if it is available. And to me, just ordinary blood pressure check, because these people that you are talking about, you can't tell me that this guy does not have money to take care of himself. Some of them is just negligence on their part. We don't take, even I used to ask my doctors, my colleagues, how many of us, even medical personnel, deem it fit to even do maybe once in a year medical check. Most of us will do it just because of our employer that asks for it.
Right. Oh, let me give you an example, Simba. There's an Egba village that we went to. I didn't plan it. It was just they had issues with licensing foreign doctors to provide free healthcare services because they wanted bribe. But I will not go into that. It took the Bale of that village because they didn't trust people with medicine or any medical equipment until the Bale himself volunteered to have his height checked, his urine checked, his blood pressure checked. Until he did that in front of his own people. That was when they were willing to even let us do anything with them.
So yeah, see, it's the same thing. It's cultural.
So I'm saying no. I'm discussing the healthcare promotion aspect of what you said. The promotion of having an interest in checking your blood pressure. That's where we should evolve our community leaders, our traditional rulers to help in these cases. So it's a lot. It's a community, and I've said before on this platform. Almost every Friday, I'm spending about 2 to 3 hours arguing with people about medical ballism on Clubhouse, and we because they want to use Agbo, they want to use herbal medicine, and I'm saying, guys, herbal medicine is good, but it's not good for everything. So I have to then go back and forth with them and educate them on something. So it's a lot. It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
All right. Back to Ajahn Lekoko.
So it's unfortunate that we lost this guy, talented guy, that gave a lot of good that will have still been useful, that will have continue to contribute to the development of the movie industry in Nigeria. But
Babajan, how old was he? How old was the guy before?
49.
Oh man.
Yes.
He's a young man. I mean, 49. This guy, I mean, still have a lot of good years ahead of him that he will have used, for the development of that industry. Yes.
Another thing we have to look at is, as Babati just said now, these people also, they take a lot of things and they don't actually believe in some of the avoidance that we normally preach in medicine. Don't take this, don't take alcohol, don't smoke, don't do all those things. They are very reckless with their life. I'm very sorry. I'm not saying it's this one, but that is what is common among our celebrities. Very reckless. They take all sorts of drugs, and all those things. And this thing could actually be one of the causes, because immediately they said the guy is slump. I knew that the probability that he had sudden stroke cannot be ruled out. So, and those are the things that actually, aggravate this hypertension that Babati is talking about. There was a day, let me tell you what, I was in a hospital in Ilorin, and one of my friends called me that one of his friends was actually feeling dizzy. They went for a function. They wanted to bring the child and the guy to the hospital. I said, okay, no problem. When they brought the 6 of them came with the guy. So we admitted the guy. In the process of treating that guy, the other was now said, hey, this is an opportunity for them to check their blood pressure. One of them came with a blood pressure of 280, 180.
So you're working with steady hypertension or kidney failure right there. Yes, kidney failure.
You can imagine. And now I started asking him some question. I said, do you normally sleep with this hypertension? He said, no, that I hardly sleep. And I asked him, I said, so if you cannot sleep, how have you been surviving? And he didn't bother to come to the hospital. And immediately I said, you have to stay on admission. And he said, no, doctor, no, I didn't prepare for that. And it's only when things are the situation gets too late that we normally, our health-seeking behavior is actually very, very, very poor. I'm very sorry to say. People don't go to hospital until when they are about to die. And we did a study in Nigeria, and it's very common among men. Women, immediately they have any little thing, they will complain, they will start shouting. Women come to the hospital earlier than men. May is only when they could not stand up again. That is when they will drag them. They will not even want to come. They will drag them to the hospital. And we discovered that by the time a man is admitted, the likelihood that that man will leave the hospital is very, very remote, because they will come at a very, very, very late stage. So there are a lot of things that is actually affecting our health system, apart from the provision of medical facilities, personnel. Our health-seeking behavior also is very, very, very bad.
Well, Dr.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? I know you're very familiar. Something I've seen this prevalent amongst the Yoruba actors. I remember Babaswe had some kind of health issues as well. Don't let me invoke Owaye, but do you think as a group that they don't? What do you think is going on? Like health insurance, do they have any coverage? As you know, America, if you're in theater, they have some kind of coverage if you're like in a group theater, whatever. Do they have anything similar, or she won't law? Is it just not there? I'm trying to understand the kind of system that they have.
They don't have anything like that, and the way we see them, we rate them very high. Most of them, the way you see them, they are struggling financially. They just put up some fake life. You see them wearing clothes and all those things. Immediately they have any small health challenge, they crumble.
Yeah, because they're always coming online for donation and asking for
exactly.
But they are making, but you are showing that you have, but the women have money. They're always flashing cars and houses, and like they have something, then they get sick and it's like down the drain from there. But
and the other thing is that there's a misplacement of priority. They tend to spend. They don't invest their money. They use their money for flashy things, to show people that they have arrived and all those things, buy car, and they have forgotten that the business that they are doing is not something that they can actually, instead of them to invest more to increase their earning, they tend to just, any little money, they will go and buy car, and they will be putting all those things on the social media. This is my house, this is my new car, and all those things. They don't know that in life, you need to spend less for the future.
Sorry to interrupt, but continue, my opinion. Sorry to interrupt you earlier. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, that's good. I think, you see, the problem, I think we still have to put a lot of portion of the blame on our government, because our government doesn't develop a health policy that make healthcare affordable to the people. We don't have it. We don't even give it. I mean, our healthcare does not even. It's not even there for the children. Talk less of adults. In the United States, everybody can beat their chest that the best of the best healthcare services is there for every child in the United States of America. Whether you are rich or you are poor or anything, children cannot be left to suffer any health problem. No, it will never happen. But in Nigeria, who cares? There are so many places, rural area, that the people are abandoned. Nobody cares for the children and people that live there. So a nation that does not have a healthcare policy that make healthcare services affordable to the people, all this kind of problem that people doesn't want to go. It is not that people doesn't want to go, but it is not affordable. People will just feel, well, this is what they are used to since their childhood, drinking agbo and finding one way or the other to take care of their health. That is what they are used to. They don't have
Are you aware that I can speak of at least most of the southwestern states. All of them, they have what is called health insurance now. And in Kwara State, they have, in Osun State, with 25,000 naira per annum, your whole family have access to healthcare system.
Simba, you're missing the point. Is saying it's not that they don't have the scheme. It's the affordability. How many people can afford that 25? As to you might be little, but how many people in the villages can afford that money for insurance?
There is no. It depends on. There are different packages. There is another one that they are doing for 5,000.
Even that,
those one
even that.
No, we can. But let me tell you, this one that we are talking about, US and everything, it's not also free. Some people are paying for it. You are paying tax. You are doing all these things. So we cannot. There's no way. Health is very, very, very expensive. Healthcare is very, very expensive.
Let me say something to you briefly. In America, even though you're right, but they kind of made it this way. If I show up in a hospital in America, if it's an emergency case, by law, they have to treat me. They have to at least stabilize me. They cannot turn me away. By law in America, you cannot turn anybody down at the ER. If it's an emergency case, you have to treat them. So the payment, you can have that discussion later about them paying or owing.
I agree with you. One of my sister-in-law is owing about $15,000 now.
Yeah. But Nigeria, somebody can come in and you can, because I've heard, so I can't confirm, but I've heard stories where also to turn people away.
One might lean in and one might shake with from Papa. One might pay. Oh no, one might pay. I want get man. We can't no jadi.
Right. So, here they see value that at least stay alive first. We can discuss the money later, but at least let's keep you alive for now. So that's what I'm talking about. Even the access to stay alive. In the first place, we can discuss insurance, which is wonderful. But the access to that acute care at that time, emergency cases, you can't turn people away.
But let me tell you, Babati and Baba. When we talk about this poverty of a team in Nigeria, these people that were claiming that they cannot afford 5,000 or even 25,000 yearly payment for health insurance, these are the people that will still go and buy a Shaggy. They go to parties every weekend. So it's not as if they are so poor like that. You just don't see this thing as priority. I'm very sorry to say. You don't see it as priority. You cannot tell me that a family cannot afford 5,000 naira per year. They will do Christmas, they will do Ilaya, they will do all those things. They will buy clothes.
5,000 is big money. Your government is just trying to give them 5,000 a household. A household of 5.
Why are you going that place
5,000. It's a big money. It's a big money. What are you saying?
But no. Let us be sincere, Baba. Do you a family to put that one down if they value their health?
So sorry, Simba. Sorry, Simba. Ola, are you there? Ola. Okay, carry on.
So I think it is the priority that is the misplaced priority that I can see. Is don't let us blame it on poverty. Is these same people they use their money for frivolous things that you cannot even imagine. But to me, they don't value it, and people just believe that whatever will happen, whether you go to hospital, because of our belief, it's also one of the problems that our people are encountering. So you cannot just
those things you are referring to. They want to do party. Those ones are just occasionally now. So
this one we are talking about 5,000 is occasional. Also, it's not something that you pay regularly. 5,000 per year.
Premium now every month, isn't it?
No, 1 year. 1 year. It's a subsidized health insurance.
Okay, that is what government should be doing for them.
No, that's what I'm telling you. I partook in this project. That's what I'm telling you. And we took it to the village in Lafiagi, Patigi, all those Mupe area in Kwara State, Kayama, and all those things.
Simba, Those that turned that scheme down, what was their explanation? What was the reason they gave for not accepting that insurance scheme?
It's just that they don't think they actually needed it.
No, that look, I don't think government will introduce health services to people in rural area and they will run away. They will all.
Okay, let me give you this one, Baba.
I've seen several.
Most, can you hear me?
When they will call for free blood check, I mean, what do you call it? High blood pressure, and people will be there for thousands.
No, you can't. No, Baba. Look at what Babati said. Look at what Babati said. They took it to a community. Can you hear me? And it took the intervention of the village head for them to even come and access free service.
Anyway, well, but I mean, we still have to the
orientation. That is we need to reorientate our people.
We need more orientation, and who is to carry out that orientation is the government. Is the government agency? They have orientation.
But I'm sorry, Simba. That if it's that low cost, then it should be free. If it's that low of the coverage, then 5,000 per family head, then government should be able to even provide that at least for. I mean,
yes,
that should be free services.
Let me. You know, another thing I want you to know: the NHIS. Let me tell you what our people are doing. And you know, sometimes when we blame government, we need to blame our people. The NHIS, you discover that people that have NHIS, whether they are sick or not, they believe that the little that they are paid, they must use it every month. So you see a whole family coming to hospital, and then you ask them, what is the problem? They will now be asking you, okay, Femi, kilo ti ẹ̀sọ́ pé ó ṣèwọ́ náà, Táyé, kilo. You understand? You can see the mentality.
Simba, let me stop you right there. Then I blame the system you're running. So who was the one triaging them? That should have stopped at the point of triaging. Somebody
the only thing is not only government. You know, even the private hospitals are involved in the health insurance because they also see them as healthcare providers. So they pay them every month for the people, the number of enrollees. The people, you can choose any hospital that you want to use, whether government or private, for your health insurance. And people tend to abuse. Even the healthcare provider, doctors that own the hospital also abuse this because they also give them incentives. So, because the more the number of enrollees that we have,
they will charge per admission, and they will still get their
exactly. You understand? So there is a lot. So that we need, you know, but it's just a crazy thing.
Well, I don't think we still have to blame the government because you know, if they don't do the orientation well, if they inform the people well about the healthcare services, people will put the program. I can remember in Second Republic during the old UPN time, you know, Awolowo Party, UPN then, free education, free health services are one of the, you know, 5 program they run that time, and people turn up in large numbers at all time to the hospital, and they get the Medicare, you know, Medicare, and they were given free. Even at the pharmacy there, you will every. I mean,
is that you rattling, Simba?
Simba, are you there?
Yes.
But do you know what's funny? For the last 7 months, do you know what I've been learning? Even though I'm still working, I'm learning robotics and cardiology, and the new hospital that they are opening in the next 8 months is AI compliant. That's where they are going. So they have already moved on from your typical hospital setting. So when I'm discussing the world of medicine, I trust me, Simba. It's not like I'm trying to be down on Nigeria, but the world has moved so far from what we even have right now. It's all robotics and stuff right now. That's what even people that are practicing for the last 7-8 years, we are actually being trained to use robotics now and to apply AI and stuff like that up to date right now. So that's why when I think of it, I'm very passionate about it, not because I want to bring the country down or I'm very condescending to the system. Don't see that with Simba. It's just like I'm just telling you where the world is going, and we are not moving fast enough as a nation.
No, we are very backward. We are not even doing anything. That is the problem. People love to take care of their health. And if the government provide, a kind of program for them to have health care that is affordable, free, or very affordable, people will surely turn up at the hospital for their health care. But go and look at the budget of every state in Nigeria, and even the Nigerian federal government, how much they allocated to health, you will be ashamed. You will be ashamed all over the federation. Go and look the budget of each state to see how much allocated to healthcare and education. You just see that this is a nation that doesn't want to invest in their people, in their healthcare, and their the future of the children, their education. They don't invest on it. They invest more on their own salary, security, and other things for themselves as government official. So it's unfortunate that we lost this guy, but he's gone, and we just have to pray that may God, grant him eternity, and give the family the fortitude to bear the loss.
You mind if I jump in real quick? See, this conversation about this health thing in Nigeria, I had a conversation with one of my relatives that's in the health sector in Nigeria, and she broke it down to me. I think the biggest disaster is more of lack of health education than the actual health, care availability. One thing that's happening, that's going on in Nigeria recently, is just people have this lack of health education, especially the way they eat, and it's more common among the westernized environment, like the cities, particularly Lagos and all these inner cities and the more westernized Nigerians. Because one, the way they eat, even when I went to Nigeria, I was looking at the way people eat. I'm like, especially when they have a little bit of money, the way they consume meat, the way they consume oil, the oily food, the way they don't eat enough vegetables and fruits, the way they don't exercise. Those things are the number. Even if you provide 100% healthcare system there, it's the fact that they are not aware of this knowledge of how to eat, how to exercise, these basic things. Trust me, before you even know something's wrong with you, that guy, forget, even if Nigeria had the best healthcare in the world, that guy would have that same thing would have happened. He wouldn't know what's going on in his body, because maybe the way he was eating, the way he was living his life. And you guys keep emphasizing on village. I spend more time in the rural side of Nigeria every time I go than the city. The place where you see old people the most is in the villages. The villagers are fine. They are living longer. It's in the city. Is where people don't live long anymore. Even the healthcare people are talking about it. At least the village people still have the ancient knowledge of this agbo. They have knowledge of traditional things that they at least. They eat. One thing about villagers is they consume a lot of these vegetable, medicinal vegetable leaves, like bitter leaves. You see them chewing on it, or orobo, all those things that help their immune system. Those Africans of those times, they still have knowledge of what to consume in their body. But those that are being they were raised in Western education system, have lost anything knowledge of, the old people from their own, where they only understand is Western knowledge. And most of them don't even understand Western medicine well. When anything that's wrong with anybody in Nigeria, you go and buy fancy. They'll just off the counter something, eat your own chemical medicine from somewhere. Headache, fancy, even though they don't know what's causing the headache. The education is not there. That's the number one thing. And another thing that's going on in Nigeria in the past 10 years now is this importation of genetic, what's this food they're making, this chemical food from the Western world. And everybody in Nigeria believe, it's luxury.
GMO food.
Canned food, all those things, they just import. These Igbo guys are just importing anything to Nigeria.
Why do you think the cancer rate went up in Nigeria? You think?
Yes, and I went to Nigeria. Everybody saying, why not Junjo Igbo? They will bring this canned food imported from somewhere I don't even know. Yeah, and when you taste it, it's a genetic engineered food made in somewhere in Kentucky or somewhere. I don't even know. They just jumping everything to Nigeria, And the Nigerians will be telling me, look at this Igbo food. Now they have in Lekki area. I went there this this January. I went to Nigeria. They have KFC there. When I ate their chicken, it's just the rubbish chicken. You know, one of those chemical, they use that chicken from America. I'm like, this chicken is it's not organic chicken. You guys, I just ate cheap, very cheap in the village. I came here to Lagos. They are selling me this chicken that just, taste. It wasn't even the KFC one here, So these are the issues, we ignorance of the people. Everything chemical now that I haven't heard the fertilizer they're using, I don't know. It's just growing. We are importing so many junks.
Do you remember that Buhari signed a deal with Trump? Remember that deal that he signed for American farmers to be able to bring in live poultry and milk from America into Nigeria? People did not pay attention. That was a terrible deal for Nigeria. So
and there's no regulation as far as expecting what's coming in.
And you know how even we here we are very kind of cautious of American milk and all this livestock because they will wash everything with lime and apple cider. They do a lot of shady stuff even with their livestock animals. If you have time,
capitalist country, America,
go and watch the documentary What the Health. You will see how they literally sell. You stop eating meat. It's terrible. So, and Buhari signed that deal because of the wanted weapons. That was a terrible deal for Nigeria. So I get your point on that one.
What about this genetic seed they are bringing to Nigeria? Africa done damage in Kenya, Cameroon. They are banned in those areas. Even Uganda. That's why it's coming in Nigeria now.
What does your Ministry of Health do actually? What agriculture?
That's the problem. But
anything on your tell is what they do now.
But those seed, you'll be surprised. Those seed was signed in at the tail end, the day Jonathan was leaving. Jonathan rejected that bill in the tail end, and they had the bills within the bill for him to sign. Now it's killing people in Nigeria, but people don't know. Cancer is up. You buy a corn seed that you only grow in your own land, in your own space for only that year. The next year you buy the same corn seed, it will not regerminate. And if you plant in this farm, it will affect the next farm. If the next farm have an original seed, right? When I was watching on the TV, is bad.
What place? Do you know one thing I have valued about our culture is about. Remember, in most Nigerian cultures, we celebrate seasons for food, yam festival, all those seasonal stuff. The reason that they are bringing all this stuff in is like they want to be America. In America, maybe it's different in Japan, but in America, everything is available all the time. There's no season for anything. We have everything every time. So they are adopting that mentality in Nigeria. They want to have everything available every time, and they are moving away from the seasonal. Nigeria, we have the agbado season.
You know how many people are moved away from agriculture? They don't even know how to farm.
So they want that mechanized farming where you have everything available all the time. So we don't value perishable good anymore. Something that is supposed to spoil naturally. We want it to stay there. In America, you buy like a French fries now. 1 week, the thing is it's like plastic. It's still there. There's no doing. There's no. It just tastes the same way, which is not healthy. How do you put that stuff in your body?
It's genetic. See another worst one that's killing people in that Nigeria. That catfish they are eating. That catfish barbecue. Because most catfish.
Where's it coming from? What country did they bring it in from?
No, they are growing it in the farm. I mean, breeding it in the farm.
The ponds?
The ponds. The problem is the food they use to breed that
to breed
fish.
them, yeah. Artificial.
The mercury and the iron is too much.
Wait. But that the feeding itself is that one is wait a minute, where is that food coming from that they're feeding them? I thought it was
That's
just
what I'm saying. It's a GMO food. It's iron
for fish.
For fish, yeah. It makes the fish grow fast. No, Nigeria like it fast. In 3 weeks, they grow to a big size. 3 weeks, 6 weeks, they are already 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they are matured to be sold in the market. And you see that they are shiny, their belly is shiny. Now in Benin, they don't eat. People now buy from the one they do from river. No, they have to type.
What is?
I can hear you.
What you are saying is because I'm a fish farmer and I grow catfish. The food that we are using to feed them, we make it locally.
I'm not saying people are not missing.
No, wait. And so what and there's no way you can grow a fish within 3 weeks.
Wait, hold
so
on.
Don't let us be exaggerating
wait
things.
Now, hold on. I'm not saying what I don't know. You as you farm, like
I'm saying I'm a fish farmer. Even for you to ask.
It's not saying everybody. If you go to a place like Lagos,
Sorry. Gentlemen, just one moment. Just a moment, really, to say my goodbyes and hand over to Thomas. So Thomas joins us now. So Thomas, over to you. Just a quick acknowledgement. Colata with the super charts. Prince Daddy as well. Alexander Gomez, of course, and you know that all Ayo comes in regularly to do the coffee. So thank you to all those, and thank you everyone. And don't forget,
before you leave, sorry, I think I saw that you're bringing my guy to your show finally. Is that true?
Yeah, tomorrow. I'm just going to put it up now.
What time is coming?
9:45 UK time.
It's trying. No, I mean, it's going to be night time.
They just did 10 hours with Rudolph, hasn't he?
Wama, you are not nice. So you didn't tell us earlier on so that I can take some days, 1 day off. Oh my God!
I couldn't tell you, because I've promised this person will come and then they let me down at the last minute. So I wanted to be absolutely sure that he would come, just so it doesn't look as though I'm making this up.
I'll tell them at work I'm not working tomorrow. I have to be there. I would just try my best. Yes, that is my guy now. I was there this morning.
The way the obedience torture that guy today, man. That guy needs a break.
Yeah.
And all of them.
So there it is on your screen.
Was it today?
Yeah.
That was on Dr. Damages.
10 hours, it was there.
Wow.
You
they
know?
tortured the guy. They were just attacking the guy from left and right. It will be Pansat, CM, all of them. But I salute that man. That guy needs to be next president. Even Pansat went to Google mathematical question just to prove that the guy is dumb. The guy is not smart. The guy said, I will answer your question. The guy answered his question. Oh man, I salute that guy. Had my respect today.
All right. So turn up. What is now today 9:45, so you can earn your respect even more. So there it is on the screen. Prince Taibayo, the SDP presidential candidate, election just gone, coming to spend time with us at 9:45 p.m. UK time. So everybody avail yourself so that we can just get as much as we can out of him in terms of the conversation. So Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Thank you, woman.
Can you continue that fish talk, please?
Let me continue. Bapati.
Yes, sir.
Please, I think it was last year when we were talking about poultry, and I talked about me, you, and some other people were talking about poultry. I was talking about a little pig farm I have.
Right.
Talking about the kind of food. Mm-hmm. Can you remember? So what I'm saying is so that Simba, the guy that was at suggesting to know that it's not because I'm saying it now. I do a little bit of poultry too. I want to go into fish poultry. This fish pond, I know the kind of food they use. They have different type of food. You want to grow your fish very fast. The one type of food they bring, it contains a lot of iron and mercury. It makes the fish grow faster. Yes, there's a traditional way of mixing food and give it to them, just like pig. Like in Benin, because there's too much cassava, we feed cassava waste. We feed it to the pigs, and it's very good. They grow very well. but it's not. A lot of people don't have it in the east or in the west. Because we have that, is advantage for us. So is this fish food, and that thing is causing cancer now in around Benin area. People not detect it because the fish we grow in the pond is kind of shining, very shiny. No, the normal catfish is kind of have this kind of brown color. The stomach kind of look dirty. I don't know how to put it, like kind of dull color. But the one that grow in the pond is shining like a mirror because of the kind of food they use to feed them, to grow them really fast for profit. That's why I said to grow them between 3 weeks to 6 weeks, mostly 3 to 4 weeks. They are big enough for sale. And it's that thing.
I know. I would say what piece. You know, you said you didn't go into it. I'm a poultry farmer. I have about 10,000 beds. I have like 10 ponds. So there's no way. Excuse me, but let me talk, please. There's no way you can grow a fish in 3 weeks. Even broilers, if you want to grow broilers is between 4 and 6 weeks. Maybe you are confusing broilers with fish. To even hatch a fish, it will take you for them to even grow into fingerlings.
Simba, maybe you haven't seen it. That's why you're saying there's no way.
It's not. No. There are certain. No, believe me. It's not. It's just maybe it's maybe. Eh?
Simba, let me tell you. Just give me a second. Do you have Netflix?
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to watch a documentary. It's called What the Health. Like, you know, you say what the hell? It's called What the Health. You will see how they raise this stuff in 4 to 5 weeks, and they will just go them up, and they will puff up. Just go watch.
What fish?
It's called no. It's just animal raising. It's just mechanized farming. Just go when you have
what
time.
I'm saying, there are certain animals varies, but you can. There's no way. We are talking about fish. There's no way you can grow a fish in 3 weeks. That 3 weeks, they will not even be more than your fingers. There's no feed that you can give them that will make them grow like that.
My statement again. I said fish, their food, they feed fish. They grow them between 3 to 6 weeks. Mostly 3 to 4 weeks.
It's not true. It's not. Ask anybody. Maybe you are talking about 3 to 6 months. Maybe you are talking about 3 to 6 months. There's no way you tell anybody that
Simba,
business.
He's saying there's something they can give them. That's what he's telling you.
Hold on, now let
telling
me
you that they will grow the way you grow them.
I said you grow.
I'm a farmer. I'm telling you what I know. I don't know why you want to believe what I'm saying.
Oh, let me land now. I said mostly within 3 to 4 weeks, they'll fill them with kind of food that contains a lot of mercury and iron that will make them grow.
I'm telling you that is not possible.
Hold on now. Let me finish. I'm not opposing my opinion on you, and you don't oppose my opinion on me. I'm just saying, see what is happening. This GMO era that we are saying. They grow things that things grow. In Benin, they're abandoning all those shiny fish they don't want to buy. They prefer to buy from the one that grow within the riverside and feed naturally, which will take more time. But when they are growing with this, they have mercury food.
That was the main point. Before we went into the poultry.
Yeah, that was what I was driving at.
Let's not move into.
So telling me you cannot grow fish 3 2. I said grow them to the certain state that I can sell them. That's the statement I've been using since. The food grow them. I don't know the kind of food is because they gave me breakdown what I'm going to do. If I want to feed them with this food, this is how you go. If I want to feed them this food, see how fast they will grow. If they can, what is the normal rate? Within which how long does a normal fish go? How long does it take to get to a normal adult stage? If it's 3 months, which is 9 weeks, that means they can just food that can make it 4 weeks or 5 weeks. But you just say that you have not gotten to. You will not lay your hand on that food.
Maybe he hasn't heard about GMO. That's why.
If you want to insist on that, I agree with you. So they let us deliver.
So I'm not saying, but people are bothering the fish. In Benin, they don't buy it anymore because it's shiny and it's causing cancer. Well,
let us listen to Simba. Let us hear his own side now. I mean, he's a farmer. He have the experience, and this is what listen to him, so he can tell us why it is not possible.
Please wait, Ejo, please wait. The discussion was not the fish itself; it was that the unhealthy GMO in Nigeria. That's the topic before we went to do the fish and poultry stuff. We were just discussing that.
Yes, but he is telling us that what World Peace is telling us that between 3 to 4 weeks or 6 weeks, that there's certain food they can feed those catfish to make them develop to be ready for to go to market. So, and Dr. Simba is saying no, that is no. Let us hear his own reason why he's saying no now. I mean, let us hear him. Dr. Simba, you can talk.
Okay, so what I'm saying, in fish rearing, there are different stages. We have the hatching stage, and that one is done in the hatchery. And before you can now say, okay, you want to go and stock that fish on the pond, it has to be grown in the hatchery first. And that one take a minimum of 4 to 6 weeks on its own. Because when the fish is hatched, they are just like, all these these mosquito, what is called, like tadpole, all these mosquito larvae. That's how they look. And at that stage, we feed them with high rich protein for them to grow. Then, so by the time they are getting to like fingerlings, that is when we now take them to the pond and stock them. And then we have different sizes. There is what we call the table size fish. Then we have what we call in Nigeria, they grade them into table size, the small, medium, and big. The big one, usually they grow from 6 months upward, you get them like 2.5 to 3 kg. But for you to grow to a table size ready for market, it cannot take you, no matter the amount of feed that you give them, cannot take you less than 3 months. I'm telling you, you are not there. They are just telling you so that maybe they are just painting it for you to get your money and say they want to invest for you.
Simba, see what you just explained. When you have poultry, like me, I have pig farm, I have goat, a few other things. Different people, some people buy a dayhood, some people buy how they call it, the one that will start. I don't grow bear though. I just use an example, but some people buy bear that's almost start to lay in 1 week, right? Some people buy bear.
No, we call that one point of lay.
Yes,
we have point of lay, we have point of cage.
Yeah, then they have other birds that have grown to a certain stage. You're right, just like
and some people will stock right from day old.
When I said fish, they'll grow them with 3 to 6 weeks for enough for them to sell. I did not say grow them from this thing.
So at what stage you then not buy it?
The first fish they give you as a beginner, which you can train that will not die, and then you feed it between 3 to 6 weeks, that's enough for you to take it to the market. So that you won't bring in stage to it. I didn't put stage on it. I just put fish pond. Generally, people do fish pond because people buy fish.
Because generally, you look at what people do generally. At what stage do people stock fish?
That does not change the point I was telling you. The food you are using for the feed is bad for our body. I was told all these things.
No, I know. You can say that. You can say that because I'm not disagreeing with that. But just to exaggerate it, that you will now grow a fish within 3 to 4 weeks. It's not the
exaggerating.
There are so many. Let me tell you. Even if we are discussing,
okay, Baba. Just GMO food. They are talking about.
We don't use GMO. We don't use GMO food.
No, not you.
What is the argument?
In general.
No. Let me tell you, where there's no GMO food. Let me tell you one thing. If you look at Nigeria, let me tell you one thing. You cannot even use all those imported food to grow fish in Nigeria, because even in Nigeria we have so many companies that are manufacturing fish feed locally, and we have different type of food. We have what you call the floating feed. We have what you call the sinking feed. The floating feeds are the one very high in protein. We call them extruded fish feed. That one, if you put it on in the water, the feed will float on the water and the fish will eat it on the water. The sinking one is that those one, when you put it in the water, it will sink down and the fish will go down and pick it under the ground. And some of them will pick it before the thing drops. So, and it depends on the stage. At early stage, we feed them with the extruded feed, the one that will float on the water, because those ones are not matured enough to go down and be picking feed, and they will not be able to digest those ones. So what I'm telling you is that yes, we know that there are so many genetically modified things that we are using now. But to now say that there's a one GMO feed that you give and within 3 weeks or 4 weeks, no. It's me, the one I have, we don't use GMO, and most of the material that we use for our feed, we are sourced locally. And I can mention those things that we use. We use maize, we use soya bean, we use salt, and then we use wheat offer. Those are the major things that we use in the protein in the feed is usually is the soya bean. Then the carbohydrate is actually the maize. The roughages is actually the wheat offer, this thing that they remove from the wheat. Basically those are the major. The other things are just the micronutrients that we had into it. And they are doing well. It's a very big business. I think I've mentioned this on this platform before. It's a very big business in Nigeria now.
Yeah,
and you know, well, let me.
Sorry, continue. Sima, continue. Sorry.
No, I think I finished.
Let me protect what you are saying. Let me break it down more. When I say 3 to 4 weeks, it's the same thing. Now, if some people are growing, some people grow this feed as you talk and sell to people that want to train, right? There are people that will grow down with their GMO within 1 week, that 1 to 3 weeks or 4 weeks have been ready enough for people for them to sell to people that want to grow. People that grow, that want to grow to a bigger size, there are GMO food that enhance them to grow their food within 3 to 6 weeks or 4 weeks that make them big enough to sell. They are in the market. Chinese food.
Who is that now?
Somebody's talking. Chinese has flooded Nigeria with a lot of shit. Me that grew just small pig, I had like 100 pig. Because there's so much cassava in Nigeria, that's why in Benin, that's why I don't even bother to look at those things. They have food for pig to grow your pig very fast. From China, you are bringing from China or anywhere from America. That will grow your pig from a very young stage to a very fast stage or adult stage for grown enough. All these are GMOs for chemical food to boost their immune system to make them grow, steroid food, which is not good for our body, human consumption body. There are so many things that in poultry. If you are growing your own with normal food that will take slow time, which is good, it's okay because you have the money, you have the resources, you have been in the market for a long time. But young farmers they're not in the market and their area is restricted. Maybe their land is restricted to some agricultural fields and he doesn't have that money. He will opt for the cheaper one. And those cheaper ones are mostly those GMOs food. And will grow the animal real time, real fast, and you go to the market and sell and make money.
Don't they call them?
That's my submission.
That's the GMO.
I can't hear you. But I can't hear you.
No, I'm saying that in America, for instance, those companies trap these farmers. They give them quarterly that they have to meet. But they also have chemicals that they literally spray on these chickens and stuff like that in those stuff. And they will just, within 6 to 8 weeks, they will just pop up and they will just swell up. Yeah, they will literally, they even eject them. They even eject them in the head to make them swell up.
They'll just grow.
So yeah, and it's very. But when you taste it, it's not. There was a day when I tried this in college. I literally bought a chicken pack in Walmart, and I put it in hot water, and I boiled it. You just boil it by itself. The whole chicken turned white, and it was foaming. Oh, it was literally foaming out. I'm like, how is this even safe? That was since then. I have my freezer and I buy goat meat. I go to the farm. I have them kill it for me. They will cut it down for me in pieces and I put it in the freezer. I don't eat any chicken.
Babachi.
I don't.
Yeah. We are talking about this genetically modified food that we do you think that because I remember the other time you were talking about all these fruits that we're now having all year round and all those things. In my house in Nigeria, I have a orange that is always everything. Before orange used to have a season, but now I have one that is in my compound that every time my children will just go there, is always there. What I want to say is that with the growing population, look at the way the world population is growing. do you think that we still maintain those traditional things that we are doing? The world will still be food sufficient?
No, you have a point. That is the reason why those modifications were made, to keep up with demand. So you're going to see more mechanized farming, and at the same time, they need to have seedlings that can last longer, but they will not be perishable anymore. As like, I'm actually discussing, not necessarily, I wouldn't even say the season itself, but in terms of, if I put a corn bird down now, it should decay in a few days. You should see maggots come out. But the part of the modification is not only to make it available all the time. Part of it is also that when they have it available, it does not need storage necessarily, and it stays in the same form for a long period of time. The issue, this is the issue, Simba. How can perishable goods is easier to digest, but when you make it available and you kind of modify those genetics part of it to make it last longer, forget the season itself, just being available. The body is not used to that. So people having diverticulitis and all those issues, it comes from those kind of things sometimes, because those foods will just sitting there and they're not digested. They're stuck in people's colons and stuff like that. So I'm also coming from that perspective as well. How is our body tolerating this? And so far, it's not been so good for some people.
Babati.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Dada. You told me one time on this show that I should limit my red meat. Now you are buying goat's meat, stocking it in your freezer.
No,
You went and bought a goofy. And I remember very well. You even comment on my
let me tell you what. Hold on. Let me save myself here before
could I buy you?
Let me save myself.
I was eating and I was feeling guilty. And now you're talking about
let me save myself. Let me save myself. Let me save myself. Please let me save myself. I don't want to brag, but I am obsessed with I have low body fat. I keep in shape. I'm obsessed with that. It's just a thing of mine. I run about 20 miles a week. I'm in that. But we were discussing your situation where you said you were overweight, and we were talking about you losing weight and coming into shape. So that was where I was coming from. And I said red meat is not good for you necessarily, to be honest with you. But everything is in moderation. But that case I was discussing with you was just particular to you in your situation. It wasn't. It's still bad. Red meat is bad for everybody, but it's in moderation.
You condemn my poma, the poma of all meat.
But I'll be like the woman now. The way you eat is different.
No, you see, I'm from Ekiti. We eat pounded yam.
No, that has to go.
It's not even often, but at least
but you get my point though. If you're modifying your stance on health, it's different from
once you are 40 above or 50, stop red meat.
See another person.
Babati.
Yes, sir.
I think my own perception about that is, I think maybe because we are living a more sedentary life now. I don't think those things are really forbidden. If you are living the way we were living before, people wake up and trek miles to farm. They will burn most of the things that they have consumed, and it doesn't really have the nutrient effect on them. But now that everything is remote, you go to office, you sit down from your house, to your car, to this thing. People don't actually do enough exercise. I think that is a major problem.
You are right, Dr.
Babati, what of chicken?
No, chicken. No. Healthy cage chicken. Not
the injection one.
Yeah, chicken or turkey.
Thomas and Babati. That chicken is also
but they
full
sell
of
hen now. You can go and buy hen. Hen is
full of
better
steroid.
Hen is.
I said the farm raised chicken.
Farm grown.
Not the store one that they already know that stuff.
Like what Dr. Simba was saying.
They will say grass fed.
Dr. Simba, what you were saying. Sorry, Wale.
Oh, God.
Simba, what you were saying.
I don't die for this America.
Hold on, Babati. See,
Dr.
Simba, what you were saying.
My head wasn't this big when I came to this country. I don't know.
Stop it, Wale. Stop red meat. I will tell you about my own.
Man, this is a terrible country.
I will tell you about my own.
I almost cried for yesterday. See, this corn that we buy, see, this American corn is very sweet like sugar. It was raining.
American corn.
It was raining.
That corn, oh God, they Wale.
Hey, I don't die.
Let me tell you my own. Let me give my wait. Hold on. Let me bring my result. You see, I'm slim. I am 78 to we use kg 78 to I was 80 kg, which is 2 pounds, was like 200 pounds.
Even that your weight is your overweight. 70
hold on.
No. How tall is it?
Hold on. I'm about almost 6 feet. I'm 5'11", almost 6 feet. But and I dropped when I stopped during the COVID, and I stopped going to gym, and I dropped to 76 kg. Now, do you know? In Japan here every year I do 2 times a year. I do my test. They check everything in my body. Last year here it was a concern. There was a concern coming up between my cholesterol, the LDL cholesterol, the one in my intestine. It was growing.
Like LDL.
So it didn't stop. But
density cholesterol.
And they said its good thing is that it has not crossed the danger line. But the bad thing is that they cannot give me medicine. So I should control it. If it stops, it's better than giving medicine. You understand? But it was keep growing. So I was controlling my food I was eating. Then last year, they summoned me to the hospital. They said everything about me, because when some number goes up, because I control my food, they reduce. They say it's good. But the one you are noticing still keep growing. So, and it's going to the danger line. It's even want to cross the danger line. That I should stop oily food. I should stop fattening food. I should stop sweet. I should stop potato. I should not eat potato at all. I should not eat bread in the evening.
Well, so what will you eat now? That's committing suicide.
Hold on, let me do that. I should not eat corn at night. I have a paper in my wall. I should not eat corn at night. Corn, bread. Then if I want to eat rice at night, it should be small. If I want to eat, they not give me a list of food I will eat from afternoon so that my stomach can digest it.
What number are they saying is high? What number? Like what?
No, the LD because it was 15 something, and Japan. Every country had that maybe.
Wait. Forget that one. What is your total cholesterol? The total amount. There should be something called total cholesterol.
Wait, hold on, let me get the paper.
Apart from the LDL, you have your total and your.
I think that one is a 122. I'll be 120.
Okay. Let me ask you, what is your triglyceride level too?
I don't know. I'll be doctor.
No, I'm not trying to be. Okay.
No. Sorry. When I say I don't know, jokingly, is that they put all this thing in. Let me get the paper. I will.
Simba,
you should carry on. I'll get the paper. I'll put it on.
Simba, you want to handle this?
Somebody carry on.
So, Babajale Koko, it was raining. Babajale Koko, are you there? It was raining, and I felt, that village lifestyle kind of when it's raining, you have your little fireplace and you put the corn, and I felt like I could do this in my backyard though. So I stopped by the store, and there I was trying to buy corn, and I look at how smaller those seeds are, and I was like, but the corn back home doesn't look like this. It doesn't even taste like this. When you go to the farm, you cut the maize, and you take it home. If you don't eat it that day, the second day it will lose its taste. That is how organic those corns are, and they are very very healthy. This one is full of.
Before I forget, my Benito, how close are you to Tombo? I know you're in Houston.
Tombo. Sometimes I do go there. It's a little bit far, but I do go there.
So every other Saturday in Tombo, in the HEB in Tombo, they bring fresh fruit from the villages around your area. So if you want anything fresh, from chicken to turkey to corn, the parking lot of that
HEB. Farmers market in Ibeni.
No. The Autabule. They usually come from Abule.
Tombo in Spring area, right?
Yeah, they will. So that HEB, that parking lot every other week, they will bring fresh, like fresh from the farms. They will bring from their farms.
Are you talking about the airline area?
No. That's Greens Point area. That's Ghetto area. I think you're talking about that 249 by by what they call it, Cypress Wood. I mean, 249.
Yeah.
So every
Babati, Simba. I don't know where my wife put the rest, but I don't know if you guys can see.
Don't show your thing online.
Don't show it online. Just read it. No.
Okay.
Just read it.
We cannot see it.
Japanese. It's Japanese. I want to show the number. It's Japanese. I don't know if you can see the figures. I don't know if it's clear.
You want us to
not show your.
We can't see now.
We can't see.
I have it every year.
Hold on.
Just read it out, man. We trust you.
You say the right time for Japanese. You know if you right time.
Don't show your stuff online. Don't show.
No, it's good. Say no, not that my existing is good. Every year I do my test, right? I'm trying to show you figures.
Don't show. It's your personal information.
Okay. I have them, different of them. Sorry, I have different. Every year I do it. Every 6 months I do it now. Oga Adewale, don't eat that corn at night.
No. Hold on. Adewale, I think Adewale got wrong one. You know, we have unsweetened corn. Mm-hmm. So maybe you got sweetened one. That is the problem.
I haven't come across unsweetened corn.
Don't eat corn in the night at all. Eat in the afternoon. Don't eat at all at your age. Not good.
So
Adewale, can I come in, please?
Oh, sorry. Go sorry.
Adewale, go and get anytime you want to buy corn. Go and look for unsweetened one. That is the one that we taste.
I haven't come across that one before, though.
Oh no, they are in the market now. I mean, do you people have Kroger or some other? Yes. They sell unsweetened corn. You know, so you can get unsweetened corn. It tastes normal, like what we eat back home. You know, but if you go to that farmers market, that
you can see if you are in Nigeria, this is what you can get on the street. You are struggling to get in America.
Is the one on that Tombo Parkway in Tombo, that HEB.
So we used to go to the hairline before.
They will have in the parking lot. They will almost set tent up, and they will bring fresh stuff for you. So everything is expensive than regular stuff, but everything is fresh from.
Mr. Adewale.
Yes, sir.
Can I suggest something for you first? Like, you know, the way everybody is just putting information in your head, like, or passing information.
I will see it my goofy.
It's going to be extremely difficult for anybody to want to do anything like that. No, but I went through some form of transformation like some years ago. So what you should do is just start by fasting. Say maybe
No, hold on. With Ogufe, you cannot do that.
Mr. Adewale.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gbàjẹ́ lẹ́nu bàbá.
Yeah, just hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 second.
Ìyá ló propose yẹn.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gbàjẹ́ lẹ́nu bàbá.
Mr. Adewale, hold on 1 second. See, you can eat your food, eat your goofy, or whatever you want to eat, and just stop at 6 o'clock in the evening. And then just don't eat anything at all. Anything at all. Till say about 10 a.m. in the morning. Don't forget, majority of that time you're going to be sleeping.
Do you know that meat take 3 days to digest in the stomach?
The man they eat right now. The man is eating right now. You say,
"Who me?
What?
You can't eat. You can't say eat before or anytime. You have to cut meat. You have to cut meat for at least once.
Mr. Adewale, you see, there was a time. There was a time whereby
is it red meat too?
Mr. Adewale, there was a time whereby I was doing alkaline diet, right? I did alkaline diet for more than 1 year. I had no animal products, no milk, no fish, no chicken, no nothing. And not only that, I was not eating rice. I was not eating anything style bagari, padepando. I didn't
what
eat
were
any
you
of those.
eating?
What were you eating? How do you survive?
So what I will eat things like quinoa. I will eat things like all sorts of vegetables.
You don't get quinoa.
Progressive.
Dog.
Progressive. Can the Diwali that you know, can that one eat quinoa?
No, see, Babati, no, Babati, wait.
So,
I know
Mr. Diwali,
myself.
hold on 1 second. Mr. Diwali, hold on 1 second.
Before
So,
you go,
I'll use something like
I know myself. See,
yeah.
4-5 years ago, 4-5 years ago, I think I've said this story before. I was I applied for one federal job. So it has gotten to the point where I needed to do my medical, and to the point that I have to run race and some physical activities. So on getting to the place, I was told that I needed to, lose weight and all that. But then I still passed the thing and all that. The moment I left that hospital, I went straight to store to do grocery. Everything I bought on that day was great, and I changed my diet. Now, every day I'll go to gym. Luckily for me there, I was still living in one apartment because I moved because of that job. They had gym. So I go to gym every time I come back from evening. And I was doing that to the point that I lost weight, and people are now complaining that, wait a minute, this is too much. Now, I wasn't doing anything extraordinary, but I was making sure I go to gym every evening. Like you said, progressive, 6 o'clock, I stop eating. And then whatever I eat is in a very small portion. I discover that if you don't eat starch or you don't eat carbohydrate, you can die, because I was having low energy. Now I increased my energy a bit, but I was still making sure that, and I was tracking it. I was tracking it with my Fitbit then. Now, fast forward 2000.
So, what was he doing? What was he doing in the gym? Just cardio?
Oh yeah, I was burning that fat. So
that was a mistake. Next time, if you want to,
I was able to maintain it. I was able to maintain.
No, you must also build muscle.
You must build muscle. That was a mistake.
Hold on now. Go limit cardio, then
Who is breaking? Is it me or you guys?
No, I think it's Adewale.
See, okay. What me was eating and what I was eating and when my own. I was training. You are breaking up.
You're breaking up.
You are breaking up badly.
Okay, let Progressive tell us what he was eating. He said he was eating kind and some other.
No. Listen, I will eat stuff like quinoa. I'll eat stuff like
quinoa. Translate now.
Quinoa is like little. It's like some little seeds. Like they are very. Look, you can if you go to your grocery shops, they have it all over there. It's very easy. But the problem is that
it's like cereal. Is it like cereal?
No, it's not even like you can use it. In fact, you can use it like for cereal in the morning if you want to. But I'll mainly use it to substitute rice instead of eating rice. I'll just boil quinoa. So I'll chop up like all those.
What do you mix with it when you boil it?
So you just boil it. You just add sea salt only. Just add sea salt only. That's all. I'm telling you, if you eat it, it's very nice. It's really nice.
You won't eat no vegetable with it, no other thing.
No, so this is what you do now. When you cook the quinoa aside, so you take like bell pepper or different type of bell pepper. Then I was not using vegetable or sunflower oil or olive oil. I use what's it called? What's it called? There's a different type of oil I will use to cook the food. Then I just add all sorts of vegetables, or sometimes put leaf inside. Just cook it like a stew, right? Mm-hmm. And then use it to eat the quinoa. And sometimes there's I'll look for the book, the guide, the food guide. But the mistake I made at the time was just exactly what Adewale did. But this is the good side of it. On top of that, I was using things like CMOS, things like bladderwrack, and all different types of herbs. So there's a testimony I want to give you guys.
before I went in, what even made me went into that diet at the time was that I did my daughter's birthday at the time. So I was somebody who was into fitness prior to that. But at the time, I just gave up going to the gym or training. So I didn't even know that my stomach had shoot out that much. So it was when I did my daughter's birthday and I took photograph with my daughter. So I was looking back at the picture we took on the birthday and I saw my stomach. I said, what the hell is this? It was crazy. So, and I was not like comfortable with how I look at the time. So I started with OMAD, which is 1 meal a day, right? So then I went to Nigeria on holiday. So my people were just complaining. How come you know the job? Well, how come you know the job? So I just didn't say anything. So it was just like I just started the program before I went to Nigeria, then came back. So I followed up. So I felt like, you know what? At the time, sometimes when I'm driving, I'll have like a blurry vision on stereo. Like it's like you're driving, the whole thing is just blurry in front of you. Sometimes when I sit down for too long, as soon as I stand up, I'll have this blood rush, this dizziness all over my body. So all of those things were just, I was having issues here and there. So when I started going into this program, it was not like any changes, but you see, as soon as I went into the alkaline diet, I was taking CMOS, I was using bladderwrack, I was using all sorts of different herbs. So because I just followed the Dr. Sebi's program at the time anyway, though it was extreme, but the mistake I made was I stopped going to the gym. So I lost so much weight. There was a photo when I went to Paris. I can still, maybe I will send that photo to one man so he can put it up here. I lost so much weight. But Bajali Koko, I'm going to tell you something. Health-wise, right? I was so healthy. You see the blurry vision, that was gone. You see that blood rush, that disappeared. Me, look, I was so fit, but I became so skinny. That was because I didn't go to the gym. I stopped going to the gym while I was doing the program. So it got to a point whereby I felt like, you know what, I just stopped it. So now what I do is that I eat all my food now, but I am not having those issues anymore. I don't know if you understand. So it was almost like I went through a cure period, and I was not. Then after the cure period, I went back to my food, but this time around, I'm fully in the gym. I will squat. Last time I deadlift, I think my maximum deadlift is 200 kg now. Squat is 160.
That is too much.
Squat is 160 kg. So I'm full. Like I was supposed to go in the gym this morning, but I just didn't sleep. I didn't sleep early.
Sorry, Progressive. Just to say real quick, FYI, guys, if you have any form of thyroid issues, please don't use CMOS. Continue. Just to, it's very good for what he's saying, but if you have any thyroid function issues, please don't use CMOS, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, don't do that. What I did for mine, I
just
stopped mine.
Look, CMOS is a plant that they get it underwater. So what it is, it has about 97 or 92 minerals that your body requires. So it's high, it's very, very good. So if you have CMOS and bladderwrack, so these are very high in iron. So like for me, when I'm taking CMOS, I don't take them every time because they are the strength.
Is it like a tea or what is it?
No, you can use it for tea, or you can just blend it with your smoothie.
It's like an algae kind of thing. They do tablets or capsules as well.
You can blend it with your smoothie. Baba Jali Coco, you know how underwater smell. You know those underwater. You know how they smell.
That's how it smell when you take it.
Yeah, that's how CMOS smell.
Man.
So Progressive. I know that I work on my diet too, but I want to learn from you because naturally, when I saw that I was having stomach obesity, I'm someone that like to keep fit though. Used to run like 800 meters, 1,500 meters, and I can walk like 10 kilometers just to keep fit. But you know that during that COVID period, when someone started sitting at home, I started developing some funny kind of weight. And even after that COVID, when I went for test, they said I'm pre-diabetic. I say Ugureo, like a war. So the doctor just told me that okay, start going on a on a more fibrous food with fiber. Do you know one funny thing? He was even telling me that my own pre-diabetic is like alcohol induced, but I was shocked because I'm not that. Although I can't deny the fact that I took some can of beer that time, but I'm not kind of person that drink. Since I've been born, I've never been drunk in my life, and if I go to a joint with you now, from that night in the morning, I may not even finish 2 bottles of beer at any time.
Yeah, but the problem with those things they are the level they contain too much sugar. This is the problem. Sugar is one of the dangerous things you will ever put in your body. Sugar is a killer. You see all this all these things they are talking about. Look, those things they don't do nothing to your body compared to what sugar will do to you.
Sugar is dangerous.
So you know what I did? You know what I did is that I just went on legumes. I eat kidney beans. I eat lentils, any type of legumes, right? And normal our beans and all those stuff. Any type of legumes. Then I change to white meat. Eat egg, just egg white. Make sure I do some kind of own weightlifting. Run when I need to run. Walk when I need to walk. And
but
so I just try to make sure I cut my stomach fat.
Always include fasting. Fasting is very good.
I fast a lot, bros. Yeah. I fast a lot. But I take water during my fasting. I don't take
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can do water fasting.
No, the kind of fasting you do, you eat your breakfast, you eat it late, like 12 or 1.
Yeah, I do that like at least twice a week.
My own,
do that twice at least a week.
I just broke my own now 1 week ago. Since last year, I dropped to 70 kg badly.
Yeah.
Now what I eat in the morning, so let me show you what I eat in the morning. In the morning, I'll make my vegetables. So most times, I do one more thing. My lemon, banana. I'll blend my banana, then my apple, some other Japanese fruit. It's not the last one for today. I'll blend it. I'll drink that in the morning, maybe from around 11. I'll drink it. Then around 2 or 3, because depends how thick this juice I make. Then around 3, I'll eat white rice and roast fish. Just the kind of fish I buy here in Japan without salt. Want to do salt? I'll eat it. I don't roast the rice, the fish. I'll put it on the top of my rice. I eat it. Then if I even get hungry at all at night, I'll eat only salad without no dressing. Just the salad. My wife just makes salad. Leave salad without dressing. I was doing that since last year, September. Because they said I should do it on that on 6 months. I was doing that since last September. I reduced. People was complaining. I have to even start going to my office like every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just to get myself busy. Because I was not able to go to gym because of my son. I look after my son. That's why I got this watch to track my health. This iPhone Watch 5 to track my health, my body movement, the weight, calories, everything. Because mine was serious. Because the hospital gave me a device to put on my waist, but I was not fancying it, so I just got the watch. Mine was serious. But last week, my wife said it's too much. It's too much. You have to start eating normal food. You are getting too skinny. I have to just stop and start eating now. But once it's 6 o'clock, I don't eat anymore, and I reduce my red meat.
No, one thing about me is that I run away from raw carbohydrates as much as possible. All this junk food like eating bread or cookies, because those things accumulate.
Simba left.
Simba has left. Yeah, so those things accumulate. They accumulate carbohydrate very well. So sometimes when I do my exercise now, intense one, I can just take protein shake.
All right, can I say something real quick, guys?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, so the most dangerous thing for a black person to put in their body is sugar. That is the most it's like poison to black people. Sugar is the most dangerous thing that you can put on. And also, regardless of the kind of method or food you want to adopt based on what is being suggested here today, it has to be a progressive or gradual approach. You can't go cold turkey on what you're currently eating. If you go too fast in changing your diet, you relapse. So whatever you guys adapt or you want to try, it has to be an increment, slow step into it. Cut back on what you're doing right now, calorie deficit, then start to adapt whatever you want to adapt. But if you go cold turkey on what you have right now, 2 to 3 weeks into whatever you're trying to do, you're going to relapse into back to what your body will crave for the old stuff. So it's just number one, sugar has to go. Even if you just take out sugar alone, you will still lose weight. If you just stop anything sugary and still keep to your diet with calorie deficit, you will still. But whatever you adopt right now, just incremental process. But don't go too fast. Don't change your diet too fast. That's what I say.
But on that sugar, I know that it's not the processed sugar alone. You can get sugar even from ripe plantain and some other sources too. But I want to ask, because this thing is a serious argument, sugar versus honey.
Well, if you must take anything sweet, you can use agave. You can use agave syrup as a substitute.
So what about honey?
Honey is not. It depends on if it's raw. If it's raw honey.
Yeah, I mean raw, because I know the honey still have sugar, but I just want to be very sure it's safe.
Yeah, you can use your locally produced, like from your area, because the bees producing it, you want them to be from that area. If you have like allergies and stuff like that, I would prefer you use organic honey made from that in that area that you are. So yeah, but honey is good. It's just when you're losing, if you want to go turkey on sugar, absolutely. I was talking about canned, all those canned soda, canned orange drinks.
Anything fuzzy drink. Let me tell you, anything fuzzy drink.
Right.
I've not tasted them for more than 10 years.
Yeah, if you're black, that is one of the it's a poison to us. Our genetics does not love processed sugar. It's just bad. It's just terrible. So
Baba T, what even made me go aggressively, although because I'm aware, because I really got some kind of learning before I go, because like if I decide to starve myself too much while I lift weight and exercise, they said, okay, you are likely to suffer muscle catabolism. So it was just like you are warning now that I should not go too fast, because if you go too fast, you start losing muscle instead of you burning fat. So my weight loss is not keto. It's just a combination of diet.
let's start here. What does your body, do you know what's your calorie demand to maintain the weight you have now? What is the amount of calorie that you have to eat every day? Do you know?
Honestly, I don't really know, other than what I read, that that should be targeting like 2,800 calorie daily.
So there's a way you can calculate that. There's a way. Let me find you link. So you're gonna buy a food scale. Do you know what a food scale is?
I have a food scale, yeah.
Okay.
That measure my body fat, everything.
Right.
Babati,
Yes,
hold on. Are they paying you for all these consultants they are doing?
Thomas, Etundeo, let us learn about our Etundeo.
Of any rice here on lowo.
So Babati, that time, a combination of that weight and when my temperature, when my body blood pressure starts to be crossing the borderline, going to like 128, 130, like 130, 80 something, I said, what? Because I never saw that before. So I started, a lot of things I read, that what can cause it is abdominal obesity and all those. I just read all this medical jargon from nutritionists, and I started, but everything is corrected though now. So, but this guy that is 70, I envy you, because I'm still on. I'm still on 70, 77.
Sometimes look, like I was going to say to World Peace just now. sometimes it's probably not good for him to be that for him to go to be 70 kg without muscle. It's probably going to be an issue. So he needs to just make sure that it's not overdoing it, or he hasn't gone to.
Do you know one thing about the progressive at my stage now? I'm even happy that I'm beginning to see my 6-pack. I'm beginning to see the line. So it simply means that if I improve very fast, then I at my age, it doesn't matter. It's like I'm still going to recover my 6-pack.
So in the private chat, I put something from the Mayo Clinic.
Okay, thank
that
you.
would tell you what you need to eat daily. So that is your body requirement. So one trick you can do is that you can eat the same thing, just eat below that calorie demand. So if your body says you need 2,000 to maintain your current weight, you just eat 1,800 or 1,700. You eat below your body requirement. So that's the way, but at least you will know what your body requires to maintain this weight. You just eat below that.
Babati, how do you calculate your body requirements?
I put it in the private. Is it in
Oh,
private
yes, is
chat?
that what you're talking about?
I put a link in the private chat for you to calculate
Private chat.
what your
Oh,
body
yeah,
needs.
yeah.
So you know what your body requires daily to maintain your current weight.
Babati, I have a question. I don't eat malu. I don't eat cow, red meat.
Right.
But what of ogufe, goat meat? Is this same thing?
It's the same thing. All of them are the same thing.
How much of it do you eat? How much of it do you eat?
Maybe one piece per meal. Just one meat.
Every day.
Once per day.
That's a lot. That's a lot, man.
Babati, what are you saying?
I'll be there.
Oh.
So you want me to agree with you, or are you asking me for, like, I'm not, here's the thing with meat. Like, it's portion size.
Babati, I'm in my 40s. Why come on now. I'm not 50.
How much grains do you eat? How much grains do you eat?
How much what?
Grains. For
grains.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost every day.
Grains and leguminous or like legumes.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, they will say do the chicken and turkey, but you can mix it up. But that one is more in moderation. If you don't have any cardiovascular issues right now, taking any blood pressure medications and stuff like that.
No, in Jesus' name, no one.
So Thomas, what you can do? What you can do?
Jesus, you
What you can do sometimes. You see, what you can do sometimes is just go. If you especially those that are on the high side, so you can just go protein fiber diet, right, and just cut out not all of them, like overwhelming majority of the carbs, right. So I think that will still do it anyway. That will you still lose weight. You understand? If you just go, so
you want me to lose weight? You want me to die?
No, Thomas, that's not what they are saying. You can see, you can develop your muscle and lose fat. Fat is the excess fat is the problem here now. So, Babati, a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How dangerous can protein shake be? You understand? But like
right.
me now, maybe I take protein shake like, let's say, twice, maybe in like 10 days or in like 12 days. And mostly maybe if I want to sleep in the night and I don't want to eat.
Okay. So protein is good for building muscles, but you must first find out if you don't have any kidney issues, because you don't want to keep loading yourself with protein shakes. Number two, if you're going to buy, I believe you're using the thing called wheat, right? Is those wheat protein, right, for muscle building?
Wheat isolate.
Yes.
So just 100% whey. That's all you need.
Yeah. So you have they are the ones that don't have sugar, because most of them they come with all these 20 grams sugar and stuff like that. So you want the ones that don't have any. They have
with similar of acetylphone, but some people say those ones that don't have sugar too, they have a way of adding calorie. True or false?
No, because it defeats the purpose of it defeats the purpose of staying away from the sugar in the first place, right? So you want something that doesn't have sugar at all, and you want at least about, because your body can only absorb about 20 grams of protein at a time. So don't fall for all these people that will say, "Oh, you have 50 grams of protein per serving." It's all bullshit. Your body can only take in about 20 at a time. So 20 grams of protein, low sugar or zero sugar, and organic. And the right plant-based, gotten from plant solely. So get the plant-based wheat with 20 grams of protein and zero sugar. That would be a healthy stuff to supplement your weightlifting.
But
Thank you.
All those cook they will write no sugar. Are they deceiving us?
That's bullshit. There's something like oh, Diet Coke is bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Is there no sugar? But if you taste it, it's sugary. So
Okay. That Coke is strawberry, because I know they will say they sweeten it with potassium acetiform, or what do they call it?
No,
Acetiform or what?
no. All I didn't know is
stevia.
It's super low. But what happens is when it's super low, what do people do? They were doing too much of it, which brings you back to the first place that you're having an issue in the first place.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You know, when I say it's zero, when I say it's zero sugar, what do people do?
People just be drinking.
Yeah. So what happens? You're back to square one. So
one thing I noticed when I used to drink Diet Coke, which I no longer, at least maybe, let me say that I've not drank for a while. So don't let me say I no longer drink. Is that maybe if I drink too much of it, like after 2 or 3 days, I can see some kind of bleeding from my nose. So does it make blood thin or increase the blood pressure, or what could lead to that?
For which one?
You know, if I take Diet Coke now, let's say I take in excess of too much of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, since they say it's low. When I used to take it, Donny Mosoya.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I take like 3-4 bottles now within 2 days, right? And now the next thing, maybe like 3 days, I can see something like blood dripping from my nose. So what? Because my observation is, it is any time I see myself overdoing that Diet Coke, that is when it happens.
Wow.
So I don't know whether it's what is responsible, but there is a coincidence. They say that anytime I overload it that way, it must happen. So I don't know why.
Yeah, that one, somebody has to look at your labs and see what's going on. But that's crazy. Epistaxis of the nose and bleeding. Yeah, yes. I mean, there has to be further information, like assessment. I was going to ask Nelly Kuku, but he left. So, but that's just so I put the link. Thomas, use the link to calculate your body requirements.
I saw it. Yeah.
So that would
tell you.
That will tell you what your body needs daily. Then you just eat below, because this is the healthy requirement. Don't lose more than one pound every week. That is the healthy. 1 to 2 pounds a week is considered healthy for every 7 days. If whatever program you are doing. I mean, if you go extreme, if you go water fasting, and people lose crazy weight. But the healthy recommendation is about 1 to 2 pounds a week. You know,
that stomach fat be my real enemy.
I did that.
That one didn't stop but pass.
Because it's called that's the visceral fat. That's where the wala is. But you can do stuff in the morning. They do apple. Don't let me start telling you all this apple cider, warm water in the morning.
I do a lot of Kegel. I do, like all this one that you will raise your leg up, be raising this thing. I use rollers, I do up calf, a lot of, but all the exercise to even work out the stomach, the lower abdominal, is always more difficult than others. It is easier to lift all this weight than to do abdominal exercise. So
do you have?
I don't know. Maybe progressive.
Do you have the roll? Do you have the roller?
Yes, I have the roller. I have up cover. That's what the one I use. Up cover.
But you gotta. There's a technique at the gym. Do you know that thing you pull down? I know what it's called. You pull it down, up and down, like a rope.
Yes,
Yes, I have that because I
you
have
just
a Bowflex 1000. It's what
no
I
no no
use.
no
All
no no
those
no no no, not that one. You will
no,
kneel
it's
down.
like it's
You
like you want to skip it. It's like a skipping rope, but you're not skipping it. You
pull.
just roll it down. It's a
No,
rolling rope.
no, not that one. Like literally, like you pull, like a standing stuff. So you just kneel down and you pull it inside into your stomach, and the tension you will feel the tension in your stomach.
Oh, now you mean the cables?
The cables. So
Yeah,
you
the
just
cables with
it's
the
tall,
cables
right?
with the.
You can adjust it up and down, but you have the cables up, and you can pull it down and upright. So you will kneel down. You will just pull it down like you're caving your back in. So you pull it into your stomach. So once you release it, you will feel the tension in your stomach. That is the one that when I played football, they do mostly to get those to talk in your stomach. Yeah.
Do you put the rope towards your stomach, or you just put it behind your neck and tuck your head in?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find a video. So Thomas, if you don't mind playing the video so they can see what I'm talking about. But go ahead, I'll find the video for you.
Yeah. So Thomas, you see, like this, what Babati was saying earlier. So when someone, for me, if I want to encourage somebody to go into these things, right, I just say, look, take it slowly. But the one thing that you must do is the discipline. You know, you must be willing. Without the will, it won't work. So you cannot be cheating yourself while you're trying to help yourself. So that was one thing that I was able to do. So if you finish eating at 6 o'clock, so you still eat your goofy, your this, your that, but sugar must go. 6 o'clock you finish. No more, no food, no sweet, no chewing gum, nothing, no calories go into your system. Or you can drink water, fine.
Water is natural.
Yeah, so you can drink water, fine. But from 6 o'clock in the evening, you leave it that way. If you are someone that goes to bed early, by 9 o'clock anyway, you're in bed. So that food will still keep you till you go to bed. So if you're somebody who works during the day, you wake up around 8 o'clock or so, you get yourself ready and everything, brush your teeth, you can then drink water. If you go and eat around 10 o'clock in the morning, it wouldn't look as if you are fasted, but that is 16 hours of fasting already.
Wow.
Thomas, can you play do you see the link in the private chat?
Yeah.
So that Thomas can see it. Oh, sorry, Ola can see it.
Ọ̀gá mi ò tí kọ́ mi iṣẹ́ dáadáa. Èmi ò mọ̀ ṣe ń load. We have to load the video. I don't know. Yeah. But yes, you guys can copy the link there and go and watch it. Yeah. I will copy it as myself. Yeah.
So if
one man, load, we have to load it somewhere here. So I don't know.
And even right now, as you're sitting down right now, you can do what is called vacuuming. As a man, you should always do vacuuming of your stomach to keep your stomach intact. So you just talk in your stomach, you hold it for 10 to 20 seconds, 3 to 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you're sitting down or you're walking, you can always vacuum your stomach to keep it together. But that helps too. But that workout, it works. You will know where with coupled with you losing weight and doing all this stuff, that is also good as well. So yeah, it's a good workout.
Oh yes, I saw the video. Oh wow. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Yeah. The more we live, the more we learn. But I think you have talked about the goat meat. I think I have to cut it down. Yeah. But what the chicken I normally eat is those chicken, the layers one. You know what I mean? The layers chicken, not the we have the abere one here as well.
Adelebo chicken.
Yeah. Those ones that have lay head.
Thomas, hey, yeah. The one that was laid there, the one that is rearing children. That's why you want to go and kill.
I didn't say
Adelibo chicken.
Their skin very, very strong. You have to cook it like you are cooking. You can't cook that like normal one. That all these fast food normally.
You see this your profile picture. By the time you started eating those chicken, you realize this is how your face will look like. Like, what the heck is this? Exactly.
You see, if you see the one of the most important thing I noticed during that COVID period, right? I noticed that there were more black people that died in America than died in the whole of Africa combined together. So, most of the food that they consume in the United States are chemicalized. Let me put it that way. So, even including the chicken and all them things they eat. So, I think for me, that tells me the importance of the kind of food that you put into your body. Because that COVID period shows me a lot that people in Africa survived COVID, right, better than people who live in the Western world.
I disagree with you. It's coupled with weather.
No, it's not the weather.
More progressive. Don't you know?
The weather helps us, my brother.
Don't you know?
The weather helps us.
It's not the weather.
Progressive.
The hot weather, progressive.
Thomas Nisuru. Don't you know our money in America? It's baking now, baking and fried eggs with orange juice. It's baking.
That's what I'm telling Thomas, that it's not. It has nothing to do with the weather.
It's baking in the morning
in Africa. In Africa, your average Africans, they eat organic food. They eat fresh food. How many people go to McDonald's especially in places like Nigeria? If you notice the people who suffered COVID more.
Progressive. Why I'm disagreeing with you is that COVID time here, people die much. They die mostly in the winter time because of the weather. The summertime, the numbers of the cases go down drastically. So it was proof here that the weather, the cold weather, to help.
No. You are getting it wrong. It's like flu. People catch flu more during the cold period. It doesn't mean that you die from it. So what I'm trying to say is that these people catch it, but their immune system has weakened so badly that it could not fight it. Do you understand now? It's not like you have COVID, but the fact that your body could not resist it. That period here, I felt sick one day like that. I did not even go to hospital anywhere, anything. I went to the shop, get some oranges. Right, I ate like about 9 or 10 oranges. Guess what? In the morning, I was better. I'm telling you, during that COVID, I'm sure I must have got COVID that day. I just went to the shop, get some oranges. I was having these symptoms of sneezing, coughing.
Progressive. I had COVID now, but I wasn't sick like the white. Just to buttress what you say.
I got sick. I actually got sick from the vaccine itself. That was the only thing that got me sick.
That I had COVID myself once, and it wasn't that bad. Like I'm just collaborating what you said, that maybe because we are black, I don't know.
No, because it's just the food. Like, imagine, okay, you see, like some people now, you want to eat this, you fry. You want to eat this, you fry. You want to eat this, you fry. Right? I don't fry food. I have hair fryer.
Oh, that is my best bet, my brother. If you want to live healthy, go and get air fryer. Everything in my house is air fryer. Dodo, anything. We never fry anymore. Chicken, anything. Air fryer is the best. It will extract all the oils, all the fish, everything.
So that is so that is a lot. That's one of the things people don't do. They just put everything inside the oil. Keep consuming all those.
My brother, almost everything we eat, they have oil. This air fryer has really opened my eyes that almost everything we eat contain oil.
So
if you use air fryer, you will know what I'm talking about.
So progressive, how is your routine now? Are you still able to maintain that same routine right now?
No. Like, because I started powerlifting, so I have to take in I have to consume a lot of. So I'm actually at that time I think I was close to like 60 kg, but now I'm back to 93, 94 kg.
And that's one of the reasons healthcare providers don't recommend those routes, because we know it's not sustainable for a long period of time. At some point, you're going to relapse. So we always encourage calorie deficit, like cut the sugar out, cut the fast food, just reduce your calorie. Eat the same thing you're eating anyways, but just reduce the amount.
Yeah, I just do mine. I do mine on purpose because I'm into powerlifting now. So what I do, it's not like I don't eat junk food. I don't eat dirty food. I don't eat sugar. I'm not alcoholic. I don't smoke. So I still look after my health a lot. But I have to put on weight. So in the morning, I'll eat six boiled eggs. So I'll go to the gym. When I finish from the gym, I'll have my whey isolate. So, and that will be for my money, right? So, and during the day, sometimes lunch, I might not have something, then dinner, I have something to eat. But my food contains meat, it contains chicken. Like yesterday, it was curry chicken and rice. So that curry chicken made at home. So fresh chicken and curry made at home. So things like that. But at that time when I was into alkaline diet, I was not eating nothing like that at all. No, nothing. Like people thought I was going crazy or something. Like, what's wrong with this guy? What are you doing? you know what I'm saying? People thought I was going mad. But that was good. That was good for my health. You know what I'm saying? For my health, it was good because I can testify to you in honesty that it helped me. You will not believe. There was never a year go by, right, where I don't have cough at least twice a year. Since I did those programs, even though I've come out of it, property, I cannot remember the last time I had cough. Before, when Christmas is coming like this, I'm worried because every Christmas I always have cough for like 1 week. Serious coughing, But after I went through those programs, then I cannot remember the last. It's been like at least more than 3 years now. I can't remember when I last had that cough. I think the last one I had was 2019 when I was in Nigeria. I think that was the last one. So ever since then, I've never had those. Like when I'm coughing like this, I will have to have something by my side when I'm sleeping at night that I will be spitting into. That was how bad my cough was at the time. So, but I've never had any of that for a very long time now. So for more than 3 years or so, I've never had any of those cough. So that is one part of it. Those dizziness that I used to have.
Progressive as well. Lifestyle too. It kills people's health as well. Like people smoking, drinking heavily, all those things.
I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I don't drink.
I've never smoked in my life. I've never drank in my life alcohol. So I don't. I can't. Yes. Yes. So, I drink wine, but non-alcohol wine. Yeah.
Last year I did my son's birthday. Right, the Guinness that was left in that party, I still have them there. Not a single bottle is missed.
Mine too. I have my daughter's birthday. I did that last year. That was last year, October 1st. I still have the Anakin's in the Guinness.
Mine was July 19 last year, so it's coming to another year now. All the Guinness are still there.
Adewale, let me shock you. My father-in-law came to greet us last year December. He brought 2 bottles of wine that we drink together. You know that I said, Daddy, you know I don't drink. When it came the next year, the bottle of wine is still sitting down there. He said, "Are you sure?" He said, "We don't drink. You brought 2 bottles. When you are leaving, I told you to take it along with you." He said, "No." I said, "That is it. We don't drink." He said, "Even one glass, one shot." I said, "No, I don't drink. You can't, all this banana they want to push to you. Maybe you will say, again, to you, father-in-law, me came one glass." I said, "No, we don't drink."
I get one Calabar girlfriend one time. My bad, they drink Ogoro, and they do that. I say, I know they drink. Now lie. One time, I don't know, say that Jehovah Witness, they drink Ogoro.
Now, those ones, they drink anything now. Anything available.
Man, the next thing I know, they offer me that Ogoro. I didn't drink it right there, being a boyfriend, they will say, "Oh, look, Ogoro, the person you brought home."
Mommy.
And that's it. I was like, I didn't know these people like Ashayo bastard. Me too, I'll be the same now. Before you know, I say, then I was drinking beer. I stopped drinking beer as far back as maybe 2005 or so. I just stopped. Nobody told me to stop. I stopped on my own. But I still drink though. I drink red wine. And occasionally
occasionally, yes, yeah.
I drink red wine. I drink red wine when I have a visitor. I drink red wine.
Yeah.
But the only thing is gin wasn't my best thing. But ever since I discovered what do you call it? This Russian drink. What do you call it? Vodka. But vodka too contains a lot of sugar, so that's the only problem I have with it.
No.
Babati.
Yes, boss.
No, you were saying something earlier that if someone have some certain condition, they should not take CMOS. What condition are you talking about?
Thyroid issue. If you
thyroid.
Thyroid, any thyroid issue, because it will speed up your thyroid function. That's how you lose the weight. So if you have thyroid function, you might go into some form of hyperthyroid overdrive, and you don't want that. So if you have it's good for weight. Don't get me wrong, it's good for because it's going to increase your iodine level, and if you're having thyroid issues, you don't want that. So just FYI, but it's good, but just have yourself checked out first before you start.
All right. Because normally I didn't check because I didn't check those medical condition effects.
My personal physician is as fat as anybody. This man will be telling me to lose weight.
That is Diwali. That is one of the issues that in healthcare. I played sports in college, so and it was my duty when I started practicing that for you to be very credible. Because
Babati, wait, what do you guys call college? What is college?
University.
No, you use those Americans. Sometimes I just what is wrong with these people? What is college? College is secondary school in Nigeria, isn't it?
Not that kind of college.
Oh my God, you guys! I don't know. Sometimes if you guys are just, guys, what's wrong with you? What is college? Uni is uni.
I forgot. They have their own way.
Come on.
Everything in America is not normal. Let me just put it that way.
When I hear college, I thought maybe secondary school. I say it's uni. I say uni is college.
Thomas, hold on 1 second. This show is it still live or are you guys on backstage?
It's live. It's live. It's live.
Okay. I just want to say that whatever I've said, I wasn't giving health advice to anybody out there because I thought maybe you guys.
Disclaimer. Are you giving disclaimer?
No. I have to put it that not that someone will listen to me and go and take something.
I know. Our body is different now.
We're just having a conversation. So I'm not a professional. I'm not a professional medical practitioner.
No.
Don't worry, you won't be sued.
Forget, just say that. Just say that before you start anything, I recommend seek the advice of your primary care physician. That's what you have to say.
Exactly.
It's just not a professional advice. But Thomas, to answer your question, I keep fit. Trust me. I'm just because you are more credible when you are saying it to people when they see that you are in shape or you are healthy looking. So as opposed to being overweight and telling somebody to go and lose weight and they're like, who is this guy? So it's just my own thing, but it's a personal decision for any physician to make. They don't really care about what you think they should look like. You are in there for your situation, not their situation. So that's but I
Robert T,
yeah.
let me make you laugh a little bit.
Yeah.
So just shortly after I clocked 40, so I went for my physical. The next thing I know, this man
Are you
said,
sure you clocked 40? Are you sure?
This man said, my pants down. I was like, wait a minute, what is going on? The next thing I know, he stick his finger in my anus, man. Man, I was about to curse this man. This thing, I said, how does this alphabet people do it? Man, this thing was so painful to the point that I was like, no, this can't be right. The man said, look, your insurance is it's part of your insurance now that you have to do the post-trade stuff and all that. Was it 40 or 45? I can't even remember then. I was like, wait a minute, what is going on here? The next thing I knew, he hooked up the, what do you call it, the EKG stuff on me. I said, now is this time. But that one was so painful where he tells me to put my pants down. I was like, what kind of, what do you call it, test is this? And he said, now, once you get to this age, this is what you need to start doing. I was like, no, this can't be right. I took my father-in-law to go and do they did the same thing to him. Yeah.
What about India?
I said, no. As somebody with times 2 of my weight, you're talking to.
So this was happening. They are looking for two things. Your prostrate, they're looking if it's robbery or buggy. If it's buggy, that means you have some kind of if it's robbery, it might be prostrate cancer stuff. So that's what they're looking for.
What if I have hemorrhoid?
You just put lube. You put lube.
So it won't really matter, right? They know what they are looking for.
No, that's the test. That's what it's for. It's for prostrate.
Man, it wasn't funny. I'm saying it now as if it's easy, but it wasn't a funny.
They moved it now. It should be 50 now. The only reason they would do it before 50 is like if they suspect anything else going on with you.
Man,
before then, yeah.
That man was just being, crazy. I was like, no, this can't be a right test. Are you sure you are doing the right test? The man said, yeah. Like mechanic always find 1/4 in every car. So I was like, these people, I was like, this insurance is the one pay. I know they will be taking every avenue. But it did it the first year. My insurance didn't say Jack Robinson. They just say, oh, you have to do it too. I was like, I said, you got to be kidding me. I was like, this can't be true.
Yeah.
But Babati, I will not lie for you. The life expectancy here, my brother. People live like, oh my God.
Is it good
Africa. At
the same time, too, these folks are always sick too. They are sickly.
But brother, the life expectancy, my brother. 105, 110, come on.
In Australia.
Yes. Babati, people, if you die 70 here, it's like you die 40 in Nigeria. Come on.
For the 70.
For the 70 in Australia. People live like a Methuselah here. The health sector here is bad, man. Nah. They look after people here. To need disability. Oh my God, they take care of you like.
But Thomas, that's what I was saying, because in that Martin Batsi Simba argue, he cannot defend that system, and I scratch my head sometimes.
Simba is in Larubawa,
yeah,
more or less like Nigeria now.
The system is that a system to
Baba, if you know how they budgeted for education and health, most especially health here. Health here, my brother. Health here. My brother is nah. Nigeria, Africans, we are way. Gbogbo àwọn tó ń kú Nàìjíríà àfọwọ́fà is just. It's just. Nah. There is nobody. There is no Ajay. There is no man.
Thomas, o jẹ́ dúró ń bẹ̀. Téèyàn bá kú ní 70 nígbà yìí, àwọn ayé ló pa o.
Thomas, you know it's almost 2 a.m. in the morning. No, be careful, oh. It's their time.
My brother,
Thomas. Téèyàn bá kú ní 70 ní Canada, àwọn ayé ló pa.
Àwọn ayé ló pa.
Australia, which Canada? Australia, ìlú ọ̀run.
No, average life expectancy in Canada is 81.75. Let's just say 82.
Come on. I work in the health sector here. My brother, they live like 700-800-year-old man still driving here in Australia. Driving.
Life expectancy in Australia is even like 2 years higher, about 2 years higher than Canada. Do you know one thing there is this? You can be walking around in the morning and you will see, like, maybe I don't know the actual age, but let me just
you're talking about white people, right?
Yeah,
just because I know
maybe
black
you may
people
see around
always,
70 years old man
black
running
people
around.
always die like chicken.
But guys, public park. How many public parks do we have in Nigeria where people can just go and just walk around and exercise? Where are the public parks? Here every area they will build public parks where you can just walk around.
Money let him now. They will sell it. This will build us the public park.
Who is somebody?
Someone here with me is the one that
I could remember one night I slept and I was snoring, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's Adewa." That's Adewa is snoring. Oh my goodness, somebody is snoring again.
No, we are just dying like chicken in Nigeria. Yeah.
Come on.
And if you see the person snoring at just about 11, though.
I'm telling you, the rate of people are just slumming and dying in their 40s, or not even 60, 70. Just
we don't exercise.
No. I think problem with our people is this. What Oyibo will do, and they will think that they are enjoying it. Our people is just to come back from work, go and buy like a kidney, gizzard. And they will put a lot of salt, a lot of Maggi and salt alone. I think they are problem on their own.
And this is hypertension. Healthy now. And then the kidney me. Let and then they can test here. 200 over 100. Show you what I'm saying. You can.
Oh my goodness.
Babati, I heard of a man, old man, Africa. He has this bowel problem, and they are trying to do all this colostomy bag so that it can be used colostomy bag. He said he would rather die than use colostomy bag, and the man died.
Big baby, so big baby look back.
Yes. But yeah, I saw I work in the health sector. I saw many people with colostomy bag, and they are still living healthy, walking around with their bags.
No.
Walking around with their catheter. Yes,
now imagine many people that have the same mindset like him in Nigeria dying for no reason.
You can still live. Yeah. I say, wow, people are still carrying this bag. I think it's my network. Yeah. I think people carrying this colostomy bag, their catheter around. And they are still living. They are doing their daily job.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
No, it was breaking
So
earlier.
yeah, it's crazy now.
So,
Africa.
Babati, I was calculating my own calories. Says around 2,150, and I said, with less activities per se, even though, I still walk around and while in the office, so the only time I sit down is at home. So, but I put it as inactive so that at least I would know that,
Right. So
say
basically, if that is your stuff, so every day you just eat below that,
F1
and then you calculate what you eat a daily, and you just eat below that.
below this one, okay.
Yeah. So
more or less like vegetables every day.
no, I mean it can be no. See, this is the thing. I will all as your I will all. I'm not one of those that will tell you, oh yeah, go and eat carrot and vegetable and broccoli, because Komora now you cannot just go from eating
Yeah.
to carrot.
I mean, I heard about that. I had everything that I needed. It's just like in this very small portion.
Right. So
Very,
that
very small
is
portion.
more effective than just going cold turkey. So the whole idea is just
No, I did.
what they may
I
hate
did.
sugar has to go.
Oh,
Sugar
of
has
course,
to
it
go.
left. I used to drink red wine then. I still do. I still drink red wine. But sometimes I could go months without drinking alcohol, just deliberately, just to like you said, they would say detoxify and detox my system. No foreign stuff in my system. But this food intake now is where. But I think that has to do with my inactive lifestyle too. Then, I travel. I told you that story. I traveled to Nigeria, and my sister-in-law, God bless her. I mean, God bless her. She's a chef, right? and my and my brother too. Every night they're about to have dinner. Usually have dinner around 7. And guess what? We don't have one dinner without opening a bottle of red wine. One way or the other, one red wine bottle must be open. So I did all that for almost 3 weeks with no exercise, nothing. By the time I came back, I was like, back to that lifestyle. And that was how all this thing happens to me. Not that I'm fat. It's just that when you are not okay with what that's not what you are. Even when I used to call myself like I was big, I wasn't that big per se there because that was my physique. But I believe I could still lose.
I've seen you on cam before.
Dr. Damage.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna buy Toby.
I wasn't that big. Come on, man. I wasn't that big, man. I'm not that big.
They say camera add 20 pounds to people. Yeah, this one
Possible,
added.
but I wasn't that big. It's just
Right, Toby.
But I think I could do better. That's
it's just okay. Do you know what I would tell you? Be honest with you. You live in Houston, right? How far are you to Spring?
I mean, I do come to Tumble from time to time.
No. There's something I want you to do.
Okay.
It's an experiment.
Okay.
How far are you to Spring, Texas?
It's a little bit far.
All right. There is a okay. Can you try a 6-week CrossFit program? Just 6 weeks. It's not nice. You will only go 3 hours a week.
But the only problem I have is that if I put my mind to something that I needed to do, I get it done. But I procrastinate about this thing. I mean,
no, they will make you do it though, because
no, it's not even about. I could push myself beyond the meditation. I think I have.
Do you know why? Do you know why I said that? Is that people that I encourage to change their diet and stuff like that, they need this kind of push to jumpstart what they want to do.
But when I was exercising on my own there, nobody pushed me. There's a way. This is how it starts. The first day, you feel a little bit sore, right? The second day, you begin to you are doing this thing and you are enjoying it, and I was enjoying it, and I've done it in the past too. I just want to jumpstart. Jumpstarting is what I needed. And I think I could also do that on my own without anybody pushing, because I don't know. I have never for once say, I think I can do this. I just, sometimes I just want to maybe hear it from other people, then that push will start.
So are you more of go to the gym or run in the neighborhood or just work
The
out?
funniest thing is that the neighborhood that I live now is more like upper middle class. They have the trail. Every evening you see all these people, and I always say, look at them, they are tormenting me. They will be jogging in the evening, running around. I would say, these people, don't they have a job? By the time I'm coming back in the evening, you will see them, even early in the morning. I say, what kind of job these people do? They need to show me the kind of job they do. So maybe I will adjust
They
my
are
own time.
Yahoo. They are Yahoo boys.
Yeah, maybe they are Yahoo too. Let us all be doing Yahoo. I mean, ever since I moved to this area, and I'll sit there in the evening, I was like, man, this is a lifestyle that I craved before I moved down here, and here I am, not even making use of this, the
But Adewale, let me hint you something. Most of the guys here going to the gym, do you know immediately they left work straight to the gym?
Yeah.
But if somebody saw them in the gym in the evening, you would thought maybe they are not working because they schedule their life. Can you imagine coming from work straight to the gym?
The forest, everything in the gym can be replicated at home. There was a time the gym was shut down then. So guess what I was doing? You see that pack of bottled water? I would tie rope on it, put it in a very big, thick bag, tie rope on it, and I'll be lifting it. Even then, I could run around the apartment that I used to live there, and I would run around. It's even more better than the going on a treadmill, because this time you are on motion. You have wind blowing at you and all that, or like when you are just stationary, But it's just my own case is just to jumpstart. I know that I needed this. I need to do it, and then the benefit that I enjoyed then is that by the time I come back from gym, sweat and all that, I enjoy sweating then. And when you don't sweat, I think Babati will also, corroborate this. When you don't sweat, it's likelihood that you'll be successful to sickness because you have to sweat. You have to, pass this waste out. It's not just to, peeing alone, right, Babati?
Yes, sir. Do you do sauna?
No.
They have the one. They have the one in the gym now that you just put yourself in like a little.
See, if I want to do it, then you turn the gas on, go and stay behind the fire, or turn the heater on. By the time you turn the heater on in your room, lock the door, you'll be sweating like eagles. I could do that, but it's one that brings intense heat where every part of your body is active. That's the one I want. I don't want those Oyinbo style of no, man. I'm African, man. Why would you want me to do all that? I'm black.
I know. You can't put yourself every time in their own shoes. Nah. It doesn't work like that.
Even if I want to, I think sweating is good. I mean, I enjoyed it there, and that by the time I come back from all my stomach went inside. I was looking, man, all the clothes that I've abandoned for. Thank God I'm not this kind of people that are always buying clothes every seconds and all that. Those clothes that I've put off on the shelf and all that, I started looking for those smaller size shirts because all my clothes then, now appear a little bit big on me, so I had to go look for smaller size, and I loved it. I loved the way I was then because I was feeling, then I traveled and I lost it.
Adewale, it's time to shut down.
See, it's always time whenever it's my turn. It's always
so you have been marginalized again now. You have been talking since God knows.
No, they always do that to me. Real
I
quick
know
before
you are You are the Southeasterner on this platform.
You know, Thomas, yesterday, like, they were like, came and said, I want to speak. And next thing, I'm like, what's the learning? Like, he just left. I'm like,
I was with
wanted
you in the
to,
spirit.
but the next thing I knew, my daughter came and showed up. This madam was supposed to have gone to bed. And I knew that if by the time I start talking, she will hijack the entire show from me. So I was like, you need to go to bed. And upon that too, Ola put me in the background completely. I was like, what have I done to this man today? And I was like, oh, I need to show. I said, enough, I just close it off and all that. Anyway, before you close,
they came to you, there was no response.
No, nobody. By that time, I'd already gone.
No, you were already having some kind of network issue already. At that
yesterday.
Point. Yeah, you were going in.
Yesterday, yes.
Yeah, so
I usually move. I migrate from my phone to my computer so that at least I can rest the phone a little bit because this StreamYard takes a lot of data.
Forget data. Even battery.
Yeah,
your battery as well.
A lot. And I kept wondering why this platform can't, do something about their system, because I noticed that if you don't charge your battery, as a matter of fact, you have to continuously plug in your phone or charge your phone. If not, it will drain it completely, and it's not good. It's just now, Zoom started that way.
Do you know what I normally do? I use the stream. If I'm at home, I use the StreamYard on my computer. When I'm out of the house, maybe at work, I use the StreamYard on my tablet. When I'm walking around, I use the StreamYard on my phone. But every time I try to avoid my phone. As I'm speaking to you now, I'm using my tablet. That one can go forever. But I always try to avoid my phone because you want to do some other things on your phone, text, call, blah, blah, blah. So that's what I normally do. Yeah, but StreamYard with phones, it's crazy, man.
Zoom started like this too. Then after that, they did some updates, and the next thing you know,
don't you experience your phone will be hot?
Yeah. In fact, to some extent,
I want to make millions of dollars. If I build something like this, can someone market it for me? Who is
why
very
not?
skilled in
why not?
You're on the right platform to even market it. My brother will market
it. Let me shock you guys. If I'm using my phone, if I'm driving, before Mishaman Bonoto, I have the vent. What they call it, the car holder, phone car holder. I'll put it on my vent car holder. I'm on the air condition. My phone will be hot like StreamYard.
One like this too.
No, what I mean is application, not a platform.
I know you do the application like this, yeah, because
because this application you will need a lot of sales guys. It's one thing. See, so many computer science graduates can build application like this, but what differentiates is sales. There are some applications that some people will just build that you think is not useful, but some people will use, some marketing guys, sales guy will just take that same application.
Yeah.
Just turn it into
funny? Almost 13, 14 years ago, there used to be a site called tinychat.com. Do you know what that is? It's called TinyChat. It was almost like this, like video conferencing with friends and stuff, and I think everybody pretty much stole the idea from them.
Exactly, because Adewale, when you look at it, we used to have a Yahoo Messenger. We used to have Skype. Skype is still existing. We have Google. So all those things and things like this, I can tell you, they are almost the same. It's just the other features that you add. But now, what separates them is the sales network, how they market the product, how you can, because there are okay. For example, now it is easy for me now to build inventory management software. You know, that may not even take me more than a month to put everything in place. Beautiful. You can scan. You can do your automatic inventory control, forecast, everything. But when you spend all those energy, you finish building that. Then what happens next? It becomes a waste because you really need someone to market. Your one thing is this. I joke, maybe it's joke, or when I tell my people, I say,
Ola, sorry. Are you good? Ola, maybe you shut it down. I have to go. I have a meeting to catch up with.
No, me,
so you can
I'm
shut it
even
down.
not supposed to. I'm not even supposed to be here, but I just find
why?
to be here. Because I told one man that I won't be available now, so I just
Yes, I heard where you. I was at work. I was just listening in background. We have to go. Thank you, Adewale. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thomas,
Yes.
I have 30 minutes left to work, and okay, don't worry. Good night.
I have to go.
Whatever.
So we are the one keeping your company. You have to pay us, bro.
Yeah.
You have to share the dollars. I will send you my account number.
God
you
bless
cash out me.
Yeah. Okay now.
Thank you so much, Ola. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, everyone. Okay. God bless you all. We catch up later tomorrow. It has been a good session again. Yeah, you know. And to tell you guys, we are having Adewale, the presidential candidate of the SDP tomorrow. Everybody, stay tuned. Yeah, get yourself ready. Anything you like to drink. I like to drink water. I'll get my water ready. Anything you good in drinking. Yeah, you just have it ready. Yeah, it's going to be a nice session tomorrow. Very interesting. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. You know where we are going. Who changed my name? Ola, did you change my name? Maybe one man did that.
Yes, now.
Yeah. Because I know you are the only one that has that power to change my name. Change my thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. Yeah. You know where we are going. We can't miss it. Let's poke at Tinubu'S small. Yeah. Thank you so much. God bless you all. I'll see you at the other side. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Thank you all. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.